Preface of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Preface to the 7th edition. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. This book, in its first form, was written nearly 20 years ago with the intention of contributing a volume to a series of university extension manuals. For that purpose, it included a sketch of Ruskin's work, with some attempt to describe the continuous development of his thought. It had the advantage and the disadvantage of being written under his eye. That is to say, he saw as much of it as his health allowed, and it received his general approval. To explain my venturing upon the subject at all, I may perhaps be allowed to state that I became his pupil in 1872, having seen him earlier, and continued to be in some relation to him as visitor, resident assistant, or near neighbor until his death. After his death, the biographical part of my book was enlarged at the expense of the description of his writings, and in revising once more, I have thrown out much relating to his works, chiefly because they are now accessible as they were not formerly. W.G.C. Coniston, May 1911. End of Preface. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 1 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 1, His Ancestors. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. If origin, if early training and habits of life, if tastes and character and associations fix a man's nationality, then John Ruskin must be reckoned a Scotsman. He was born in London, but his family was from Scotland. He was brought up in England, but the friends and teachers, the standards and influences of his early life were chiefly Scottish. The writers who directed him into the main lines of his thought and work were Scotsmen, from Sir Walter and Lord Lindsay and Principal Forbes to the master of his later studies of men and the means of life, Thomas Carlyle. The religious instinct, so conspicuous in him, was a heritage from Scotland. Thence the combination of shrewd common sense and romantic sentiment, the oscillation between levity and dignity, from caustic jest to tender earnest, the restlessness, the fervour, the impetuosity, all these are the tokens of a Scotsman of parts, and were highly developed in John Ruskin. In the days of Auld Lang Syne, the Rins of Galloway, that hammer-headed promontory of Scotland which looks towards Belfast Loch, was the home of two great families, the Agnews and the Adairs. The Agnews, of Norman race, occupied the northern half, centring about their island fortress of Loch Nall, where they became celebrated for a long line of hereditary sheriffs and baronets who have played no inconsiderable part in public affairs. The southern half, from Port Patrick to the Mull of Galloway, was held by the Adairs, or, as formerly spelt, Edzirs, who took their name from Edgar, son of Dovenold, one of the two Galway leaders at the Battle of the Standard. 300 years later, Robert Edzir, who does not know his descendant and namesake, Robin Adair, settled at Gainoch, near the head of Luce Bay, and for another space of 300 years his children kept the same estate, in spite of private feud and civil war and religious persecution, of which they had more than their fair share. At the beginning of the 18th century, John Adair, the Laird of Little Gennock, was married to Mary Agnew, a near kinswoman of the celebrated Sir Andrew, Colonel of the Scots Fusiliers at Dettingen. The exact relationship of Mary Agnew to the bravest man in the British Army remains undecided, but letters still extant from the Lady Agnew of the day address her as Dear Molly, and end Your affectionate cousin or kinswoman. Her son Thomas succeeded his father in 1721 and, retiring with his captaincy, settled on the estate. He married Jean, daughter of Andrew Ross of Balsarrock and Balcale, a lady noted for her beauty, her wit, and her Latin scholarship, and a member of a family which has given many distinguished men to the army and navy. Among them Admiral Sir John Ross, the Arctic explorer, Sir Hugh Dalrymple, and Field Marshal Sir Hugh Dalrymple Ross were all her great-nephews, and her son, Dr. John Adair, was the man in whose arms Wolfe died at the taking of Quebec. It is he who is shown in Benjamin West's picture supporting the general. Dr. Adair's sister Catherine, the daughter of Thomas Adair and Jean Ross, married the Reverend James Tweddell, minister of Glenluce from 1758 to 1778, representative of an old covenanting family and holder of the original covenant, which had been confided to the care of his great-aunt Catherine by Bailey of Jarviswood on his way to execution in the killing time. The document was sold with his library at his death, his children being then under age, and is now in the Glasgow Museum. One of these children, Catherine, married a John Ruskin. The origin of the name Ruskin is English, dating from the Middle Ages. Soon after the dissolution of Furness Abbey, Richard Ruskin and his family were landowners at Dalton in Furness. One branch, and that with which we are especially concerned, settled in Edinburgh. John Ruskin, our subject's grandfather, when he ran away with Catherine Tweddell in 1781, was a handsome lad of 20. His portrait as a child proves his looks, and he evidently had some charm of character or promise of power, for the escapade did not lose him the friendship of the lady's family. Major Ross, her uncle and guardian, remained a good friend to the young couple. She herself was only 16 at her marriage, a bright and animated brunette, as her miniature shows, in later years ripening to a woman of uncommon strength, with old-fashioned piety of a robust, practical type, and a spirit which the trials of her afterlife, and they were many, could not subdue. Her husband set up in the wine trade in Edinburgh. For many years they lived in the Old Town, then a respectable neighbourhood, among a cultivated and well-bred society, in which they moved as equals, entertaining with others such a man as Dr. Thomas Brown, the professor of philosophy, a great light in his own day, and still conspicuous in the constellation of Scottish metaphysicians. Their son, John James Ruskin, born May 10th, 1785, was sent to the famous High School of Edinburgh under Dr. Adam, the most renowned of Scottish headmasters, and there he received the sound, old-fashioned, classical education. Before he was 16, his sister Jessie was already married at Perth to Peter Richardson, a tanner living at Bridge End by the Tay, and so his cousin, Margaret Cox, was sent for to fill the vacant place. She was a daughter of old Mr. Ruskin's sister, who had married a Captain Cox, sailing from Yarmouth for the herring fishery. He had died in 1789 or thereabouts, from the results of an accident while riding homewards to his family after one of his voyages, and his widow maintained herself in comfort by keeping the old King's Head Inn at Croydon market-place. Of her two daughters, the younger married another Mr. Richardson, a baker at Croydon, so that, by an odd coincidence, there were two families of Richardsons, unconnected with one another except through their relationship to the Ruskins. Margaret, the elder daughter, who came to keep house for her uncle in Edinburgh, was then nearly 20 years of age. She had been the model pupil at her Croydon day school. Tall and handsome, pious and practical, she was just the girl to become the confidant and adviser of her dark-eyed, active and romantic young cousin. Some time before the beginning of 1807, John James, having finished his education at the high school, went to London, where a place had been found for him by his uncle's brother-in-law, Mr. MacTaggart. He was followed by a kind letter from Dr. Thomas Brown, who advised him to keep up his Latin and to study political economy, for the professor looked upon him as a young man of unusual promise and power. During some 2 years he worked as a clerk in the house of Sir William Gordon, Murphy and Co., where he made friends and laid the foundation of his prosperity. For along with him at the office there was a Mr. Peter Domecq, owner of the Spanish vineyards of Macanudo, learning the commercial part of his business in London, the headquarters of the sherry trade. He admired his fellow clerk's capacity so much as to offer him the London agency of his family business. Mr. MacTaggart found the capital in consideration of their taking his relative, Mr. Telford, into the concern, and so they entered into partnership about 1809 as Ruskin, Telford and Domecq. Domecq contributing the sherry, Mr. Henry Telford the capital, and Ruskin the brains. How he came by his business capacity may be understood, and in some measure perhaps how his son came by his flexible and forcible style, from a letter of Mrs. Catherine Ruskin, written about this time, in which, moreover, there are a few details of family circumstances and character not without interest. John James Ruskin had been protesting that he was never going to marry, but meant to devote himself to his mother. She replied, "But my son an old bachelor? Believe me, my beloved child, I feel the full force and value of that affection that could prompt to such a plan. Dear as your society is to me, it would then become the misery of my existence. Could I see my child, so formed for domestic happiness, deprived of every blessing on my account? No, my dear John, I do not know a more unhappy being than an old bachelor. May God preserve my child from realizing the dreary picture. As soon as you can keep a wife, you must marry with all possible speed. That is, as soon as you find a very amiable woman. She must be a good daughter and fond of domestic life, and pious without ostentation. For remember, no woman without the fear of God can either make a good wife or a good mother. Free-thinking men are shocking to nature, but from an infidel woman, good Lord deliver us. I have thought more of it than you have done, for I have 2 or 3 presents carefully laid by for her, and I have also been foresightly as to purchase 2 Dutch toys for your children, in case you might marry before we have free intercourse with that country. Who can say what I can say? Here is my son, a handsome, accomplished young man of 23. He will not marry, that he may take care of his mother. Here is my dear Margaret, handsome, amiable and good, and she would not leave her aunt, for any man on earth. Ah, my dear and valuable children, dear is your affection to my heart, but I will never make so base a use of it. I entreat you, my dear John, that you will not give yourself one moment's uneasiness about me. I will at all events have £86 a year for life, that your father cannot deprive me of, and though I could not live very splendidly in a town on this, yet with a neat little house and garden in the country, it would afford all the means of life in fullness to Meggy, myself, and our servant. You forget, my dear, how much a woman can do without in domestic affairs to save money. A woman that has any management at all can live with more comfort on £50 a year than a man could do on 200. There was a year of my life that I maintained myself and 2 children on £20. The bread, too, was half the loaf that year, and we did not indeed live very sumptuously, nor shall I say our strength improved much, but I did not contract 1 farthing of debt, and that to me supplied the want of luxuries. Now, my dear John, let me never hear a fear expressed on my account. There is no fear of me. Make yourself happy and all will be well, and for God's sake, my beloved boy, take care of your health, Take a good drink of porter to dinner and supper, and a little wine now and then, and tell me particularly about your new lodgings, etc. He returned home to Edinburgh on a visit and arranged a marriage with his cousin Margaret, if she would wait for him until he was safely established. And then he set to work at the responsibilities of creating a new business. It was a severer task than he had anticipated, for his father's brain and business, as the above letter hints, had both gone wrong. He left Edinburgh and settled at Bowerswell, Perth, ended tragically, and left a load of debt behind him, which the son, sensitive to the family honour, undertook to pay before laying by a penny for himself. It took 9 years of assiduous labour and economy. He worked the business entirely by himself. The various departments that most men entrust to others he filled in person. He managed the correspondence. He travelled for orders. He arranged the importation. He directed the growers out in Spain, and gradually built up a great business, paid off his father's creditors, and secured his own competence. This was not done without sacrifice of health, which he never recovered, nor without forming habits of over-anxiety and toilsome minuteness, which lasted his life long. But his business cares were relieved by cultural tastes. He loved art, painted in watercolours in the old style, and knew a good picture when he saw it. He loved literature, and read aloud finally all the old standard authors, though he was not too old-fashioned to admire Pickwick and the Noctes Ambrosianae when they appeared. He loved the scenery and architecture among which he had travelled in Scotland and Spain, but he could find interest in almost any place and any subject. An alert man in whom practical judgment was joined in a romantic temperament, strong feelings and opinions to extended sympathies. His letters, of which there are many preserved, bear witness to his character, taste, and intellect, curiously anticipating on some points those of his son. His portraits give the idea of an expressive face, sensitive, refined, every feature a gentleman's. So after those 9 years of work and waiting, he went to Perth to claim his cousin's hand. She was for further delay, but with the minister's help he persuaded her one evening into a prompt marriage in the Scottish fashion, drove off with her next morning to Edinburgh, and on to the house he had prepared in London at 54 Hunter Street, Brunswick Square, February the 27th, 1818. The heroine of this little drama was no ordinary bride. At Edinburgh she had found herself, though well brought up for Croydon, inferior to the society of the modern Athens. As the affianced of a man of ability, she felt it her duty to make herself his match in mental culture, as she was already in her own department of practical matters. Under Dr. Brown's direction, and stimulated by his notice, she soon became, not a blue-stocking, but well-read, well-informed above the average. She was one of those persons who set themselves a very high standard, and resolve to drag both themselves and their neighbours up to it. But, as the process is difficult, so it is disappointing. People became rather shy of Mrs. Ruskin, and she of them, so that her life was solitary and her household quiet. It was not merely from narrow Puritanism that she made so few friends. Her morality and her piety, strict as they were within our own lines, permitted her most of the enjoyments and amusements of life. Still less was there any cynicism or misanthropy. But she devoted herself to her husband and son. She was too proud to court those above her in worldly rank, and she was not easily approached except by people fully equal to her in strength of character, of whom there could never be many. The few who made their way to her friendship found her a true and valuable friend. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 2 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 2, The Father of the Man, 1819 to 1825. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Into this family, John Ruskin was born on February the 8th, 1819, at 7:30 in the morning. He was baptized on the 20th by the Reverend Mr. Boyd. The first account of him in writing is in a letter from his mother when he was 6 weeks old. She chronicles, not without a touch of superstition, the breaking of a looking-glass, and continues, "John grows finely. He is just now on my knee sleeping and looking so sweetly. I hope I shall not get proud of him." He was a fine, healthy baby, and at 4 months was beginning to give more decided proofs that he knows what he wants, and will have it if crying and passion will get it. At a year, his mother resolves that this will be cured by a good whipping when he can understand what it is, and we know that she carried out her Spartan resolve. This and the story in Arachne, how she let him touch the tea kettle, and reminiscences in Praeterita of playthings locked up, and a lone little boy staring at the water cart and the pattern on the carpet. All these give a gloomy impression of his mother, against which we must set the proofs of affection and kindliness shown in her letters. In these we can see her anxiously nursing him through childish ailments, taking him out for his daily walk to Dupas Hill with a captain's biscuit in her mouth, for fear he should be hungry by the way. We hear her teaching him his first lessons, with astonishment at his wonderful memory, and glorying with Nurse Anne over his behaviour in church. And all these things she retells in gossiping letters to her husband, while Mr. Richard Gray gives 2-year-old John his first lesson on the flute, both sitting on the drawing-room floor, very deeply engaged. "I am sure," she says, "there is no other love, no other feeling, like a mother's towards her first boy when she loves his father." And her pride in his looks, and precocity and docility. I never met with a child of his age so sensible to praise or blame, found a justification in his passionate devotion to the man who was so dear to them both. Though he was born in the thick of London, he was not city-bred. His first 3 summers were spent in lodgings in Hampstead or Dulwich, then the country. So early as his 4th summer he was taken to Scotland by sea to stay with his aunt, Jessie, Mrs. Richardson of Perth. There he found cousins to play with, especially one little Jessie, of nearly his own age. He found a river with deep swirling pools, and that impressed him more than the sea, and he found the mountains. Coming home in the autumn, he sat for his full-length portrait to James Northcote, R.A., and being asked what he would choose for background, he replied, "Blue Hills." Northcote had painted Mr. and Mrs. Ruskin, and as they were fond of artistic company, remained their friend. A certain friendship, too, between the old academician, then in his 77th year, the acknowledged cynic and satirist, and the little wise boy who asked shrewd questions and could sit still to be painted, who moreover had a face worth painting, not unlike the model from whom Northcote's master, the great Sir Joshua, had painted his famous cherubs. The painter asked him to come again and sit as the hero of a fancy picture bought at the Academy by the flattered parents. There is a grove, a flock of toy sheep, drapery in the grand style, a mahogany settee taking a thorn out of the little pink foot of a conventional nudity, poor survivals of the Titianesque. But the head is an obvious portrait, and a happy one, far more like the real boy, so tradition says, than the generalized chubbiness of the commissioned picture. In the next year, 1823, they quitted the town for a suburban home. The spot they chose was in rural Dulwich on Herne Hill, a long offshoot of the Surrey Downs. Low and yet commanding green fields and scattered houses in the foreground, with rich undulating country to the south, and looking across London toward Windsor and Harrow. It is all built up now, but their house, later number 28, must have been as secluded as any in a country village. There were ample gardens front and rear, well stocked with fruit and flowers, quite an Eden for the little boy, and all the more that the fruit of it was forbidden. It was here that all his years of youth were spent. Here, under his parents' roof, he wrote his earlier works, as far as Volume 1 of Modern Painters. To the adjoining house, as his own separate home, he returned for a period of his middle life, and in the old home, handed over to his adopted daughter, he still used to find his own rooms ready when he cared to visit London. So he was brought up almost as a country boy, though near enough to town to get the benefit of it, and far enough from the more exciting scenes of landscape nature to find them ever fresh, when summer after summer he revisited the river scenery of the west or the mountains of the north. For by a neat arrangement, and one fortunate for his education, the summer tours were continued yearly. Mr. John James Ruskin still travelled for the business, then greatly extending. Strange, he writes on one occasion, that Watson, his right-hand man, went his journey without getting one order, and everyone gives me an order directly. In return for these services to the firm, Mr. Tilford, the capitalist partner, took the vacant chair at the office, and even lent his carriage for the journeys. There was room for two, so Mrs. Ruskin accompanied her husband, whose indifferent health gave her and his friends constant anxiety during long separations. And the boy could easily be packed in, sitting on his little portmanteau and playing horses with his father's niece, the nurse riding on the dickey behind. They started usually after the great family anniversary, the father's birthday, on May the 10th, and journeyed by easy stage through the south of England, working up the west to the north, and then home by the east-central route, zigzagging from one provincial town to another, calling at the great country seats, to leave no customer or possible customer unvisited, and in the intervals of business seeing all the sights of the places they passed through, colleges and churches, galleries and parks, ruins, castles, caves, lakes, and mountains, and seeing them all, not listlessly, but with keen interest, noting everything, inquiry for local information, looking up books for reference, setting down the results, as if they had been meaning to write a guidebook and gazetteer of Great Britain. They, I say, did all this, for as soon as the boy could write, he was only imitating his father in keeping his little journey of the tours, so that all he learned stayed by him, and the habit of descriptive writing was formed. In 1823, they seem to have travelled only through the south and southwest. In 1824, they pushed north to the lakes, stayed a while at Keswick, and while the father went about his business, the child was rambling with his nurse on Frere's Crag, among the steep rocks and gnarled roots, which suggested, even at that age, the feelings expressed in one of the notable passages in Modern Painters. Thence they went on to Scotland, and revisited their relatives at Perth. In 1825 they took a more extended tour, and spent a few weeks in Paris, partly for the festivities at the coronation of Charles X, partly for business conference with Mr. Domecq, who had just been appointed wine merchant to the King of Spain. Thence they went to Brussels and the field of Waterloo, of greater interest than the sights of Paris to 6-year-old John, who often during his boyhood celebrated the battle and heroes of the battle in verse. Before he was quite 3, he used to climb into a chair and preach. There is nothing so uncommon in that. Of Robert Browning, his neighbour and 7-year-older contemporary, the same tale is told. But while the incident that marks the baby Browning is the aside, apropos of a whimpering sister, Pugh opener, remove that child, the baby Ruskin is seeing in his sermon. People, be good. If you are good, God will love you. If you are not good, God will not love you. People, be good. At the age of 4, he had begun to read and write, refusing to be taught in the orthodox way. This is so accurately characteristic by syllabic spelling and copybook pothooks. He preferred to find a method out for himself, and he found out how to read whole words at a time by the look of them, and to write in vertical characters like book print, just as the latest improved theories of education suggest. His first letter may be quoted as illustrating his own account of his childhood, and as proving how entirely Scotch was the atmosphere in which he was brought up. The postmark gives the date March 15th, 1823. Mrs. Ruskin premises that John was scribbling on a paper from which he proceeded to read what she writes down. I omit certain details about the whip. My dear Papa, I love you. I have got new things. Waterloo Bridge. Aunt Bridget brought me it. John and Aunt helped to put it up, but the pillars they did not put right, upside down. Instead of a book, bring me a whip, coloured red and black. Tomorrow is Sabbath. Tuesday I go to Croydon. I am going to take my boat and my ship to Croydon. I'll sell them on the pond near the burn which the bridge is over. I'll be very glad to see my cousins. I was very happy when I saw Aunt come from Croydon. I love Mrs. Gray and I love Mr. Gray. I would like you to come home, and my kiss and my love. First autograph in straggling capitals, John Ruskin. When once he could read, thenceforward his mother gave him regular morning lessons in Bible reading and in reciting the Scotch paraphrases of the Psalms and other verse, which for his good memory was an easy task. He made rhymes before he could write them, of course. At 5 he was a bookworm, and the books he read fixed him in certain grooves of thought, or rather say they were chosen as favourites from an especial interest in their subjects, an interest which arose from his character of mind, and displayed it. But with all this precocity, he was no milksop or weakling. He was a bright, active lad, full of fun and pranks, not without companions, though solitary when at home, and kept precisely in the hope of guarding him from every danger. He was so little afraid of animals, a great test of a child's nerves, that about this time he must needs meddle with their fierce Newfoundland dog, Lion, which bit him in the mouth and spoiled his looks. Under the time he showed some address in extricating himself from the water-butt, a common child trap. He did not fear ghosts or thunder. Instead of that, his early developed landscape feeling showed itself in dread of foxglove dales and the dark pools of water, in coiling roots of trees, things that to the average English fancy have no significance whatever. At 7 he began to imitate the books he was reading, to write books himself. He had found out how to print, as children do, and it was his ambition to make real books with title pages and illustrations, not only books, indeed, but sets of volumes, a complete library of his own books. But in a letter of March 4th, 1829, his mother says to his father, "If you think of writing John, would you impress on him the propriety of not beginning too eagerly and becoming careless towards the end of his works, as he calls them? I think in a letter from you it would have great weight. He is never idle, and he is even uncommonly persevering for a child of his age, but he often spoils a good beginning by not taking the trouble to think, and concluding in a hurry." The first of these sets was imitated in style from Miss Edgeworth, he called it, Harry and Lucy Concluded, or Early Lessons. Didactic he was from the beginning. It was to be in 4 volumes, uniform in red leather, with proper title, frontispiece, and copperplates, printed and composed by a little boy, and also drawn. It was begun in 1826 and continued at interval until 1829. It was all done laboriously in imitation of print, and to complete the illusion, contained a page of errata. This great work was, of course, never completed, though he labored through 3 volumes, but when he tired of it, he would turn his book upside down and begin at the other end with other matters, so that the red books contain all sorts of notes on his minerals and travels, reports of sermons, and miscellaneous information besides their professed contents, in this respect also being very like his later works. There you have our author ready-made, with his ever-fresh interest in everything, and all attempting eagerness, out of which the first thing that crystallizes into any definite shape is the verse writing. End of Book 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 3, Perfurvidum Ingenium, 1826 to 1830. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. The first dated poem was written a month before little John Ruskin reached the age of 7. It is a tale of a mouse in 7 octosyllabic couplets, the needless alarm, remarkable only for an unexpected correctness in rhyme, rhythm, and reason. His early verse owes much to the summer tours, which were prolific in notes. Everything was observed and turned into verse. The other inspiring source was his father, the household deity of both wife and child, whose chief delight was in his daily return from the city and in his reading to them in the drawing-room at Herne Hill. John was packed into a recess, where he was out of the way and the draught. He was barricaded by a little table that held his own materials for amusement, and if he liked to listen to the reading, he had the chance of hearing good literature, the chance sometimes of hearing passages from Byron and Christopher North and Cervantes, rather beyond his comprehension, for his parents were not of the shockable sort. With all their religion and strict Scotch morality, they could laugh at a broad jest as old-fashioned people could. So he associated his father and his father's readings with the poetry of reflection, as he associated the regular summer round with the poetry of description. As every summer brought its crop of description, so against the new year, for, being Scotch, they did not then keep our Christmas, and against his father's birthday in May, he used always to prepare some little drama or story or address of a reflective nature, beginning with the verses on time, written for New Year's Day, 1827. That year they were again at Perth, and on their way home some early morning frost suggested the not ungraceful verses on the icicles at Glenfarg. By a childish misconception, the little boy seems to have confused the real valley that interested him so with Scott's ideal Glendaig, and, partly for this reason, to have found a greater pleasure in the monastery, which he thereupon undertook to paraphrase in verse. There remain some hundreds of doggerel rhymes, but his affection for that particular novel survived the fatal facility of his octosyllabics, and reappears time after time in his later writings. Next year, 1828, their tour was stopped at Plymouth by the painful news of the death of his Aunt Jessie, to whom they were on their way. It was hardly a year since the bright little cousin, Jessie of Perth, had died of water on the brain. She had been John's especial pet and playfellow, clever like him and precocious, and her death must have come to his parents as a warning, if they needed it, to keep their own child's brain from overpressure. It is evident that they did their best to keep him back. They did not send him to school for fear of the excitement of competitive study. His mother put him through the Latin grammar herself, using the old Adams manual which his father had used at Edinburgh High School. Even this old grammar became a sort of sacred book to him. And when at last he went to school, and his English master threw the book back at him, saying, "That's a Scotch thing," the boy was shocked and affronted, as which of us would be at a criticism for our first instrument of torture. He remembered the incident all his life, and pilloried the want of tact with acerbity in his reminiscences. They could keep him from school, but they did not keep him from study. The year 1828 saw the beginning of another great work, II.THE, a poem on the universe. It was printed with even greater neatness and labour, but this too, after being toiled at during the winter months, was dropped in the middle of its second book. It was not idleness that made him break off such plans, but just the reverse, a too great activity of brain. His parents seem to have thought that there was no harm in this apparently quiet reading and writing. They were extremely energetic themselves and hated idleness. They appear to have held a theory that their little boy was safe so long as he was not obviously excited, and to have thought that the proper way of giving children pocket money was to let them earn it. So they used to pay him for his literary labours. Homer was 1 shilling a page, composition 1 penny for 20 lines, mineralogy 1 penny an article. The death of his Aunt Jessie left a large family of boys and 1 girl to the care of their widowed father, and the Ruskins felt it their duty to help. They fetched Mary Richardson away and brought her up as a sister to their solitary son. She was not so beloved as Jessie had been, but a good girl and a nice girl, 4 years older than John, and able to be a companion to him in his lessons and travels. There was no sentimentality about his attachment to her, but a steady fraternal relationship, he, of course, being the little lord and master. But she was not without spirit, which enabled her to hold her own, and perseverance, which sometimes helped her to eclipse, for the moment, his brilliancy. They learned together, wrote their journals together, and shared alike with the scrupulous fairness which Mrs. Ruskin's sensible nature felt called on to show. And so she remained his sister, and not quite his sister, until she married, and after a very short married life, died. Another accession to the family took place in the same year, 1828. The Croydon aunt too had died and left a dear dog, Dash, a brown and white spaniel, which at first refused to leave her coffin, but was coaxed away and found a happy home at Herne Hill, and frequent celebration in his young master's verses. So the family was now complete. Papa and Mamma, Mary and John, and Dash. One other figure must not be forgotten. Nurse Anne, who had come from the Edinburgh home and remained always with them, John's nurse and then Mrs. Ruskin's attendant, as devoted and as censorious as any old-style Scottish servant in a storybook. The year 1829 marked an advance in poetical composition. For his father's birthday he made a book more elaborate than any, 16 pages in a red cover, with a title page quite like print. Battle of Waterloo, a play, in 2 acts, with other small poems dedicated to his father, by John Ruskin, 1829, Herne-Hill, Dulwich. To this are appended, among other pieces, fair copies of Skiddaw and Derwentwater. A recast of these, touched up by some older hand and printed in the Spiritual Times for February 1830, may be called his first appearance in type. An illness of his postponed their tour for 1829 until it was too late for more than a little journey in Kent. He has referred his earliest sketching to this occasion, but it seems likely that the drawings attributed to this year were done in 1831. He was, however, busy writing poetry. At Tunbridge, for example, he wrote that fragment On Happiness, which catches so cleverly the tones of Young, a writer whose orthodox moralising suited with the creed in which John Ruskin was brought up, alternating, be it remembered, with Don Quixote. Coming home, he began a new edition of his verses, on a more pretentious scale than the old red books, in a fine bound volume, exquisitely printed, with the poems dated. This new energy seems to have been roused by the gift from his Croydon cousin Charles, a clerk in the publishing house of Smith, Elder & Co., of their annual Friendships offering. Mrs. Ruskin, in a letter of October the 31st, 1829, finds the poetry very so-so, but John evidently made the book his model. He was now growing out of his mother's tutorship, and during this autumn he was put under the care of Dr. Andrews for his Latin. He relates the introduction in Praeterita, and more circumstantially in a letter of the time to Mrs. Munro, the mother of his charming Mrs. Richard Gray, the indulgent neighbour who used to pamper the little gourmand with delicacies unknown in severe Mrs. Ruskin's dining room. He says in the letter, this is at 10 years old, "Well, Papa, seeing how fond I was of the doctor, and knowing him to be an excellent Latin scholar, got him for me as a tutor, and every lesson I get I like him better and better, for he makes me laugh, almost, if not quite, to use one of his own expressions, the whole time. He is so funny, comparing Neptune's lifting up the wrecked ships of Aeneas with his trident to my lifting up a potato with a fork, or taking a piece of bread out of a bowl of milk with a spoon. And as he is always saying things of that kind, or relating some droll anecdote, or explaining the part of Virgil, the book which I am in, very nicely, I am always delighted when Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are come." Dr. Andrews was no doubt a genial teacher, and had been a scholar of some distinction in his University of Glasgow, but Mrs. Ruskin thought him flighty, as well she might, when, after 6 months' Greek, he proposed, in March 1831, to begin Hebrew with John. It was a great misfortune for the young genius that he was not more sternly drilled at the outset, and he suffered for it through many a long year of struggles with deficient scholarship. The doctor had a large family and pretty daughters. One, who wrote verses in John's notebook and sang Tambourgi, Mrs. Orme, lived until 1892 in Bedford Park. The other lives in Coventry Patmore's Angel in the House. When Ruskin, 30 years later, wrote of that doubtfully received poem that it was the sweetest analysis we possess of quiet, modern domestic feeling, few of his readers could have known all the grounds of his appreciation, or suspected the weight of meaning in the words. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 4 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1. The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 4, Mountain Worship, 1830 to 1835. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Critics who are least disposed to give Ruskin credit for his artistic doctrines or economical theories unite in allowing that he taught his generation to look at nature, and especially at the subliming nature, at storms and sunrises, and forests and snows of the Alps. This mission of mountain worship was the outcome of a passion beside which the other interests and occupations of his youth were only toys. He could take up his mineralogy and his moralizing and lay them down, but the love of mountain scenery was something beyond his control. We have seen him leave his heart in the highlands at 3 years old. We have now to follow his passionate pilgrimages to Skiddaw and Snowdon, to the Jungfrau and Mont Blanc. They had planned a great tour through the lakes and the north 2 years before, but were stopped at Plymouth by the news of Mrs. Richardson's death. At last, the plan was carried out. A prose diary was written alternately by John and Mary, one carrying it on when the other tired, with rather curious effect of unequally yoked collaboration. We read how they set off from London at 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning, the 18th of May, and thenceforward we are spared no detail. The furniture of the inns, the bills of fare, when they got out of the carriage and walked, how they lost their luggage, what they thought of colleges and chapels, music and May races at Oxford, of Shakespeare's tomb, and the pin factory at Birmingham. We have a complete guidebook to Blenheim and Warwick Castle, to Haddon and Chatsworth, and a full itinerary of Derbyshire. Matlock Bath, we read, is a most delightful place. But after an enthusiastic description of Hightor, John reacts into Bethel's with a minute description of wetting their shoes in a puddle. The cavern with a Bengal light was fairyland to him, and among the minerals he was quite at home. Then they hurried north to Windermere. Once at Lowood, the excitement thickens, with storms and rainbows, mountains and waterfalls, boats on the lake and coaching on the steep roads. This journey through Lakeland is described in the Galloping and Pests of the Iliad, which was simply the prose journal versified on his return, one of the few enterprises of the sort which were really completed. To readers who know the country, it is interesting as giving a detailed account in the days when this nook of English ground was secure from rash assault. One learns that even then there were jarring sights at Bowness Bay and along the Wentwater shore, elements unkind and bills exorbitant. Coniston especially was dreary with rain, and its inn, the old Waterhead, now destroyed, extravagantly dear. But, says John, with his eye for mineral specimens, it contains several rich copper mines. An interesting touch is the hero worship with which they went reverently to peep at Southey and Wordsworth in church, too humble to dream of an introduction, and too polite to besiege the poets in their homes, but independent enough to form their own opinions on the personality of the heroes. They did not like the look of Wordsworth at all. Southey they adored. The dominant note of the tour is, however, an ecstatic delight in the mountain scenery. On Skiddaw and Helvellyn all the gamut of admiration is lavished. On returning home, John began Greek under Dr. Andrews, and was soon versifying Anacreontics in his notebooks. He began to read Byron for himself, with what result we shall see before long. But the most important new departure was the attempt to copy Cruikshank's etchings to Grimm's fairy tales, his real beginning at art. From this practice, he learned the value of the pure, clean line that expresses form. It is a good instance of the authority of these early years over Ruskin's whole life, and teaching that in his Elements of Drawing he advised young artists to begin with Cruikshank, as he began, and that he wrote appreciatively both of the stories and the etchings so many decades afterwards in the preface to a reprint by J.C. Houghton. His cousin's sister, Mary, had been sent to a day school when Mrs. Ruskin's lessons were superseded by Dr. Andrews, and she had learned enough drawing to attempt a view of the hotel at Matlock, a thing which John could not do. So, now that he too showed some power of neat draftsmanship, it was felt that he ought to have her advantages. They got Mr. Runciman, the drawing-master, chosen, it may be, as a relative of the well-known Edinburgh artist of the same name, to give him lessons, in the early part of 1831. His teaching was of the kind which preceded the Harding-esque. It aimed at a bold use of the soft pencil, with a certain roundness of composition and richness of texture, a conventional, right way of drawing anything. This was hardly what John wanted, but not to be beaten, he facsimiled the master's freehand in a sort of engraver's stipple, which his habitual neatness helped him to do in perfection. Runciman soon put a stop to that, and took pains with a pupil who took such pains with himself, taught him, at any rate, the principles of perspective, and remained his only drawing-master for several years. A sample of John Ruskin's early lessons in drawing, described by him in letters to his father, may be not without interest. On February 20th, 1832, he writes, "You saw the 2 models that were last sent before you went away. Well, I took my paper, and I fixed my points, and I drew my perspective, and then, as Mr. Runciman told me, I began to invent a scene. You remember the cottage that we saw as we went to VI.THE near Mitre Rock, where the old woman lived whose grandson went with us to the fall so very silently? I thought my model resembled that, so I drew a tree, such an enormous fellow, and I sketched the waterfall with its dark rocks, and its luxuriant wood, and its high mountains, and then I examined one of Mary's pictures to see how the rocks were done, and another to see how the woods were done, and another to see how the mountains were done, and another to see how the cottages were done. And I patched them all together, and I made such a lovely scene. Oh, I should get such a scold from Mr. Runciman, that is, if he ever scolded." After the next lesson he wrote, February 27th, 1832. "You know the beautiful model drawing that I gave you an account of in my last. I showed it to Mr. Runciman. He contemplated it for a moment in silence, and then, turning, asked me if I had copied. I told him how I had patched it up, but he said that was not copying, and although he was not satisfied with the picture, he said there was something in it that would make him totally change the method he had hitherto pursued with me. He then asked Mary for some grey paper, which was produced, then inquired if I had a colour box. I produced the one you gave me, and he then told me he should begin with a few of the simplest colours in order to teach me better the effect of light and shade. He should then proceed to teach me watercolour painting, but the latter only as a basis for oil. This last, however, to use his own words, all in due time. Oh, if I could paint well before we went to Dover, I should have such sea pieces. In March 1834, Runciman was encouraging him in his oil painting, but a year later he wrote to his father, "I cannot bear to paint in oil see Fielding's tints alone for me. The other costs me double toil, and wants some 50 coats to be splashed on each spot successively, foul, wie stinkt. I can't bring out, with all, a picture fit to see. My bladder's burst, my oils are out, and then what's all the work about?" After a few lessons, he could rival Mary. When they went for their summer excursion, he set to work at once at Sevenoaks to draw cottages. At Dover and Battle, he attempted castles. It may be that these first sketches are of the pre-Runciman period, but the Ruskins made the round of Kent in 1831, and though the drawings are by no means in a master's style, they show some practice in using the pencil. The journey was extended by the old route, conditioned by business as before, round the south coast to the west of England, and then into Wales. There, his powers of drawing failed him. Moonlight on Snowdon was too vague a subject for the black lead point, but a hint of it could be conveyed in rhyme. Folding like an airy vest, the very clouds had sunk to rest. Light gilds the rugged mountain's breast, calmly as they lay below. Every hill seemed topped with snow, as the flowing tide of light broke the slumbers of the night. Harlech Castle was too sublime for a sketch, but it was painted with the pen. So mighty, so majestic, and so lone, and all thy music, now the ocean's murmuring. And the enthusiasm of mountain glory, a sort of ecstasy of uncontrollable passion, strives for articulate deliverance in the climbing song, I love ye, ye eternal hills. It was hard to come back to the daily round, the common task, especially when, in this autumn of 1831, to Dr. Andrews' Latin and Greek, the French grammar and Euclid were added under Mr. Robotham, and the new tutor had no funny stories to tell. He was not so engaging a man as the dear doctor, and his memory was not sweet to his wayward pupil. But the parents had chosen for the work one who was favourably known by his manuals and capable of interesting even a budding poet in the mathematics. For our author tells that at Oxford and ever after he knew his Euclid without the figures, and that he spent all his spare time in trying to trisect an angle. An old letter from Robotham informs Mr. J. Ruskin that an eminent mathematician had seen John's attempt, and had said that it was the cleverest he knew. In French, too, he progressed enough to be able to find his way alone in Paris 2 years later. And however the saucy boy may have satirized his tutor in the droll verses on bedtime, Mr. Robotham always remembered him with affection, and spoke of him with respect. In spite of these tedious tutorships, he managed to scribble energetically all this winter, writing with amazing rapidity. As his mother notes, attempts at Waverley novels, which never got beyond the first chapter, imitations of Childe Harold and Don Juan, and scraps in the style of everyone in turn. No wonder his mother sent him to bed at 9 punctually and kept him from school in vain efforts to quiet his brain. The lack of companions was made up to him in the friendship of Richard IV., son of a neighbour on the hill, a boy without affectation or mobility of disposition, whose complementary character suited him well. An affectionate comradeship sprung up between the two lads, and lasted until in middle life they drifted apart in no ill will, but each going on his own course to his own destiny. Some real advance was made this winter 1831-32 with his Xiaoyan sonnet to a cloud and his imitations of Byron's Hebrew melodies, from which he learned how to concentrate expression and to use rich vowel sounds and liquid consonants with rolling effect, a deeper and a more serious turn of thought that gradually usurped the place of the first boyish effervescence has been traced by him to the influence of Byron, in whom, while others saw nothing more than wit and passion, Ruskin perceived an earnest mind and a sound judgment. But the most sincere poem, if sincerity be marked by unstudied phrase and neglected rhyme, the most genuine lyrical cry of this period, is that song in which our boy poet poured forth his longing for the blue hills he had loved as a baby, and for those Coniston crags over which, when he became old and sorely stricken, he was still to see the morning break. When he wrote these verses, he was nearly 14, or just past his birthday. It had been 18 months since he had been in Wales, and all the weary while he had seen no mountains. But in his regrets he goes back a year farther still to fix upon the Lakeland hills, less majestic than Snowdon, but more endeared, and he describes his sensations on approaching the beloved object in the very terms that Dante uses for his first sight of Beatrice. I weary for the fountain foaming, for shady holm and hill. My mind is on the mountain roaming, my spirit's voice is still. The crags are lone on Coniston and Glaramara's dale, and dreary on the mighty one, the cloud-enwreathed sea fell. There is a thrill of strange delight that passes quivering over me, when blue hills rise upon the sight like summer clouds before me. Judge, then, of the delight with which he turned over the pages of a new book, given him the birthday by the kind Mr. Telford, in whose carriage he had first seen those blue hills, a book in which all his mountain ideals, and more, were caught and kept enshrined, visions still, and of mightier peaks and ampler valleys, romantically tossed and sublimely lost, as he had so often written in his favourite rhymes. In the vignettes to Roger's Italy, Turner had touched a chord for which John Ruskin had been feeling all these years. No wonder that he took Turner for his leader and master, and fondly tried to copy the wonderful Alps at daybreak to begin with, and then to imitate this new-found magic art with his own subjects, and finally to come boldly before the world in passionate defense of a man who had done such great things for him. This mountain worship was not inherited from his father, who never was enthusiastic about peaks and clouds and glaciers, though he was interested in all travelling in a general way. So that it was not Roger's Italy that sent the family off to the Alps that summer, but fortunately for John, his father's eye was caught by the romantic architecture of Proud's sketches in Flanders and Germany, when it came out in April 1853, and his mother proposed to make both of them happy in a tour on the continent. The business round was abandoned, but they could see Mr. Domecq on their way back through Paris and not wholly lose the time. They waited to keep Papa's birthday on May the 10th, and early next morning drove off, father and mother, John and Mary, Nurse Anne, and Courier Salvador. They crossed to Calais and posted, as people did in the old times, slowly from point to point, starting betimes, halting at the roadside inns, where John tried to snatch a sketch, reaching the destination early enough to investigate the cathedral or the citadel, monuments of antiquity or achievements of modern civilization, with impartial eagerness, and before bedtime John would write up his journal and work up his sketches just as if he were at home. So they went through Flanders and Germany, following Proud's lead by the castles of the Rhine, but at last, at Schaffhausen one Sunday evening, suddenly, behold, beyond, they had seen the Alps. Thenceforward Turner was their guide as they crossed the Splugen, sailed the Italian lakes, wandered at Milan Cathedral, and the Mediterranean at Genoa, and then roamed through the Oberland and back to Chamonix. All this while a great plan shaped itself in the boy's head, no less than to make a Roger's Italy for himself, just as he tried to make a Hurry and Lucy or a dictionary of minerals. On every place they paused, he would write verses and prose sketches to give respectively the romance and reality or ridicule, for he saw the comic side of it all keenly, and he would illustrate the series with Turneresque vignettes, drawn with the finest crocure pen, to imitate the delicate engravings. By this he learned more drawing in 2 or 3 years than most amateur students do in 7. For the first year he had the watchtower of Andernach and the Jungfrau from Interlaken to show, with others of similar style, and thenceforward alternated between Turner and Proud, until he settled into something different from either. But Turner and Proud were not the only artists he knew. At Paris he found his way into the Louvre, and got leave from the directors, though he was under the age required to copy. The picture he chose was a Rembrandt. Between this foreign tour and the next, his amusement was to draw these vignettes and to write the poems suggested by the scenes he had visited. He had outgrown the evening lessons with Dr. Andrews, and as he was 15, it was time to think more seriously of preparing him for Oxford, where his name was put down at Christ Church. His father hoped he would go into the church and eventually turn out a combination of Byron and a bishop, something like Dean Milman, only better. For this, college was a necessary preliminary. For college, some little schooling. So they picked the best day school in the neighborhood, that of the Reverend Thomas Dale, afterwards Dean of Rochester, in Grove Lane, Peckham. John Ruskin worked there rather less than 2 years. In 1835, he was taken from school in consequence of an attack of pleurisy, and lost the rest of that year from regular studies. More interesting to him than school was the British Museum collection of minerals, where he worked occasionally with his Jamieson's dictionary. By this time he had a fair student's collection of his own, and he increased it by picking up specimens at Matlock or Clifton or in the Alps, wherever he went, for he was not short of pocket money. He took the greatest pains over his catalogues and wrote elaborate accounts of the various minerals in a shorthand he invented out of Greek letters and crystal forms. Grafted on this mineralogy and stimulated by the Swiss tour was a new interest in physical geology, which his father so far approved as to give him Saussure's Voyage dans les Alpes for his birthday in 1834. In this book he found the complement of Turner's vignettes, something like a key to the reason why of all the wonderful forms and the marvelous mountain architecture of the Alps. He soon wrote a short essay on the subject, and I had the pleasure of seeing it in print. In Loudon's Magazine of Natural History for March 1834, along with another bit of his writing, asking for information on the course of the color of the Rhine water. He had already some acquaintance with J.C. Loudon, F.L.S., H.S., etc., and he was on the staff of that versatile editor not long afterwards, and took a lion's share of the writing in a magazine of architecture. Meanwhile, he had been introduced to another editor and to the publishers with whom he did business for many a year to come. The acquaintance was made in a curious, accidental manner. His cousin Charles Richardson, clerk to Smith, Elder & Co., had the opportunity of mentioning the young poet's name to Thomas Pringle, editor of the Friendship's Offering, which John had admired and imitated. Mr. Pringle came out to Herne and was hospitably entertained as a brother Scott, as not only an editor, but a poet himself, not only a poet, but a man of respectability and piety, who had been a missionary in South Africa. In return for this hospitality, he gave a good report of John's verses, and after getting him to rewrite 2 of the best passages in the last tour, carried them off for insertion in his forthcoming number. He did more. He carried John to see the actual Samuel Rogers, whose verses had been adorned by the great Turner's vignettes. After the pleurisy of April 1835, his parents took him abroad again, and he made great preparations to use the opportunity to the utmost. He would study geology in the field, and took Saussure in his trunk. He would note meteorology. He made a cyanometer, a scale of blue to measure the depth of tone, the color whether of Rhine water or of alpine skies. He would sketch. By now he had abandoned the desire to make MS albums after seeing himself in print, and so chose rather to imitate the imitable and to follow Prout, this time with careful outlines on the spot, than to idealize his notes in mimic Turnerism. He kept a prose journal, chiefly of geology and scenery, as well as a versified description written in a meter imitated from Don Juan, but more elaborate and somewhat of a tour de force in rhyming. But that poetical journal was dropped after he had carried it through France, across the Jura and to Chamonix. The drawing crowded it out, and for the first time he found himself as ready with his pencil as he had been with his pen. His route is marked by the drawings of that year, from Chamonix to the Zaan Bernat and Aosta, back to the Oberland, and up the Zaan Gotthard, then back again to Lucerne, and round by the Stelvio to Venice and Verona, and finally through the Tyrol and Germany homewards. The ascent of the St. Bernard was told in a dramatic sketch of great humour and power of characterization, and a letter to Richard IV records the night on the Régie, when he saw the splendid sequence of storm, sunset, moonlight, and daybreak, which forms the subject of one of the most impressive passages of modern painters. It happened that Pringle had a plate of Salzburg, which he wanted to print in order to make up the volume of Friendship's Offering for the next Christmas. He seems to have asked John Ruskin to furnish a copy of verses for the picture, and at Salzburg, accordingly, a bit of rhymed description was written and rewritten and sent home to the editor. Early in December, the Ruskins returned, and at Christmas there came to Hernhill a gorgeous gilt morocco volume, to John Ruskin from the publishers. On opening it, there were his Almanac and St. Goar and his Salzburg, opposite a beautifully engraved plate, all hills, towers, boats, and figures moving picturesquely under the sunset, in Turner's manner more or less, engraved by E. Goodall from a drawing by W. Purser. It was almost like being Mr. Rogers himself. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 5 of the Life of John Ruskin by W. G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W. G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 5, The Germ of Modern Painters, 1836. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. He was now close upon 17, and it was time to think seriously of his future. His father went to Oxford early in the year to consult the authorities about matriculation. Meantime, they sent him to Mr. Dale for some private lessons and for the lectures on logic, English literature, and translation, which were given on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays at King's College, London. John enjoyed his new circumstances heartily. From voluminous letters, it is evident that he was in high spirits and in pleasant company. He was a thorough boy among boys. Matson, Willoughby, Tom Dale, and the rest. He joined in their pranks and contributed to their amusement with his ready good humour and unflagging drollery. Mr. Dale told him there was plenty of time before October, and no fear about his passing if he worked hard. He found the work easy, except epigram writing, which he thought excessively stupid and laborious, but helped himself out when scholarship failed with native wit. Some of his exercises remain, not very brilliant Latinity. Some he saucily evaded, thus: subject, non sapere maximum est malum. Non sapere est grave, sed cum dura epigrammata apotet scribere tuxentis praecipu esse malum. In Switzerland and Italy, during the autumn of 1835, he had made a great many drawings, carefully outlined in pencil or pen on grey paper, and sparsely touched with body colour, in direct imitation of the Prout lithographs. Prout's original coloured sketches he had seen, no doubt, in the exhibition, but he does not seem to have thought of imitating them, for his work in this kind was all intended to be for illustration and not for framing. The Italy vignettes, likewise, with all their inspiration, suggested to him only pen etching. He was hardly conscious that somewhere there existed the tiny, coloured pictures that Turner had made for the engraver. Still, now that he could draw really well, his father, who painted in watercolours himself, complied with a demand for better teaching than Runciman's, went straight to the president of the Old Watercolour Society and engaged him for the usual course of 6 lessons at a guinea apiece. Copley Fielding could draw mountains as nobody else but Turner could in watercolour. He had enough mystery and poetry to interest the younger Ruskin, and enough resemblance to ordinary views of nature to please the elder. So they both went to Newham Street to his painting room, and John worked through the course and a few extra lessons, but after all found Fielding's art was not what he wanted. Some sketches exist showing the influence of the spongy style, but his characteristic way of work remained for him to devise for himself. At the Royal Academy exhibition of 1836, Turner showed the first striking examples of his later style in Juliet and Her Nurse, Mercury and Argus, and Rome from Mount Aventine. The strange idealism, the unusualness, the mystery of these pictures, united with evidence of intense significance and subtle observation, appealed to young Ruskin as it appealed to few other spectators. Public opinion regretted this change in its old favourite, the draftsman of Oxford colleges, the painter of shipwrecks and castles. And Blackwood's magazine, which the Ruskins, as Edinburgh people and admirers of Christopher North, read with respect, spoke about Turner in a review of the picture scene with that freedom of speech which Scotch reviewers claim as a heritage from the days of Geoffrey. Young Ruskin at once dashed off an answer. The critic had found that Turner was out of nature. Ruskin tried to show that the pictures were full of facts, but treated with poetical license. The critic pronounced Turner's colour bad, his execution neglected, and his chiaroscuro childish. In answer to which Ruskin explained that Turner's reasoned system was to represent light and shade by the contrast of warm and cold colour, rather than by the opposition of white and black which other painters used. He denied that his execution was other than his aims necessitated, and maintained that the critic had no right to force his cut-and-dried academic rules of composition on a great genius. At the same time, admitting that the faults of Turner are numerous and perhaps more egregious than those of any other great existing artist, but if he has greater faults, he also has greater beauties. His imagination is Shakespearean in its mightiness. Had the scene of Juliet and her nurse risen up before the mind of a poet and been described in words that burn, it had been the admiration of the world. Many-coloured mists are floating above the distant city, but such mists as you might imagine to be ethereal spirits, souls of the mighty dead breathed out of the tombs of Italy into the blue of her bright heaven, and wandering in vague and infinite glory around the earth that they have loved. Instinct with the beauty of uncertain light, they move and mingle among the pale stars, and rise up into the brightness of the illimitable heaven, whose soft, sad blue eye gazes down into the deep waters of the sea for ever, that sea whose motionless and silent transparency is beaming with phosphor light, that emanates out of its sapphire serenity like bright dreams breathed into the spirit of a deep sleep. And the spires of the glorious city rise indistinctly bright into those living mists, like pyramids of pale fire from some vast altar, and amidst the glory of the dream there is, as it were, the voice of a multitude entering by the eye, arising from the stillness of the city, like the summer wind passing over the leaves of the forest, when a murmur is heard amidst their multitudes. This, O Maga, is the picture which your critic has pronounced to be like models of different parts of Venice, streaked blue and white and thrown into a flower tub. Before sending his reply to the editor of Blackwood, as had been intended, it was thought only right that Turner should be consulted. The manuscript was enclosed to his address in London with a courteous note from Mr. John James Ruskin, asking his permission to publish. Turner replied, expressing the scorn he felt for anonymous attacks, and jestingly hinting that the art critics of the old Scotch school found their meal tub in danger from his flower tub, but he never moved in such matters, so he sent on the manuscript to Mr. Munro of Navarre, who had bought the picture. 10 days or so after this episode, John Ruskin was matriculated at Oxford, October the 18th, 1836. He told a story of his first appearance as a gownsman in one of his gossiping letters in verse. A night, a day passed the time drew near, the morning came, I felt a little queer. Came to the push, paid some tremendous fees, passed and was capped and gowned with marvellous ease. Then went to the Vice-Chancellor to swear not to wear boots, nor cut or comb my hair, fantastically to shun all such sins as playing marbles or frequenting inns. Always to walk with breeches black or brown on, when I got out to put my cap and gown on, with other regulations of the sort, meant for the just ordering of my comportment, which done in less time than I can rehearse it, I found myself member of the university. In pursuance of his plan for getting the best of everything, his father had chosen the best college, as far as he knew, that in which social and scholastic advantages were believed to be found in preeminent combination, and he had chosen what was thought to be the best position in the college, so that it was as gentleman commoner of Christ Church that John Ruskin made his entrance into the academic world. After matriculation, the Ruskins made a fortnight's tour to Southampton and the coast and returned to Herne Hill. John went back to King's College and in December was examined in the subject of his lectures. He wrote to his father on Christmas Eve about the examination in English literature. The students were numerous, and so were the questions. The room was hot, the papers long, the pens bad, the ink pale, and the interrogations difficult. It lasted only 3 hours. I wrote answers in very magnificent style to all the questions except 3 or 4, gave in my paper, and heard no more of the matter. Sic transuent bore ea mundi. He went on to mention his very longitudinal essay, which, since no other essays are reported in his letters about King's College, must be the paper published in 1893 in answer to the question, does the perusal of works of fiction act favourably or unfavourably on the moral character? At his farewell interview with Mr. Dale, he was asked, as he writes to his father, what books he had read, and replied with a pretty long list, including Quintilian and Grotius. Mr. Dale inquired what light books he was taking to Oxford. Saussure, Humboldt, and other works on natural philosophy and geology, he answered. Then he asked if I ever read any of the modern fashionable novels. On this point I thought he began to look positive, so I gave him a negative, with the exception of Bulwer's, and now and then a laughable one of Theodore Hook's or Captain Marryat's. And so, with much excellent advice about his exercise and sleep, and the way to win the Newdigate, he parted from Mr. Dale. This Christmas was marked by his first introduction to the scientific world. Mr. Charlesworth of the British Museum invited him to a meeting of the Geological Society, January the 4th, 1837, with promise of introduction to Buckland and Lyell. The meeting, as he wrote, was amusing and interesting and very comfortable for frosty weather, as Mr. Murchison got warm and Mr. Greenough witty. The warmth, however, got the better of the wit. The Meteorological Society also claimed his attention, and in this month he contributed a paper which Richard Fall says will frighten them out of their meteorological wits, containing 6 close-written folio pages, and having, at its conclusion, a sting in the tail, the very agreeable announcement that it only commences the subject. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 6 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 6, A Love Story, 1836 to 1839. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Early in 1836, the quiet of Herne Hill was fluttered by a long-promised, long-postponed visit. Mr. Domick at last brought his 4 younger daughters to make the acquaintance of their English friends. The eldest sister had lately been married to a Comte Maison, heir to a peer of France. For Mr. Domick, thanks in great measure to his partner's energy and talents, was prosperous and wealthy, and moved in the enchanted circles of Parisian society. To a romantic schoolboy in a London suburb, the apparition was dazzling. Any of the sisters would have charmed him, but the eldest of the 4, Adèle Clotilde, bewitched him at once with her graceful figure and that oval face which was so admired in those times. She was fair, too, another recommendation. He was on the brink of 17, at the ripe moment, and he fell passionately in love with her. She was only 15, and did not understand this adoration, unspoken and unexpressed except by intensified shyness. For he was a very shy boy in the drawing-room, though brimming over with life and fun among his schoolfellows. His mother's ideals of education did not include French gallantry. He felt at a loss before these Paris-bred, Paris-dressed young ladies, and encumbered by the very strength of his new-found passion. And yet he possessed the advantage if he had known how to use them. He was tall and active, light and lithe in gesture, not a clumsy hobbledehoy. He had the face that caught the eye, in Rome a few years later, of Keats' VII, a no mean judge, surely, of faces and poets' faces. He was undeniably clever. He knew all about minerals and mountains. He was quite an artist and a printed poet. But these things weigh little with a girl of 15 who wants to be amused, and so she only laughed at John. He tried to amuse her, but he tried too seriously. He wrote a story to read her, Leone, a Legend of Italy, for of course she understood enough English to be read to, no doubt to be wooed in, seeing her mother was English. The story was of brigands and true lovers, the thing that was popular in the Romantic period. The costumery and mannerisms of the little Romans are out of date now, and seem ridiculous, though Mr. Pringle and the public were pleased with it then, when it was printed in Friendship's Offering. But the girl of 15 only laughed more. When they left, he had no interest in his tour book. Even the mountains, for the time, had lost their power, and all his plans of great works were dropped for a new style of verse, the love poems of 1836. His father, from whom he kept nothing, approved the verses, and did not disapprove his views on the young lady. Indeed, it is quite plain, from the correspondence of the 2 gentlemen, that Mr. Domick intended his friend and partner's son to become his own son-in-law. He had the greatest respect for the Ruskins, and every reason for desiring to link their fortunes still more closely with those of his own family. But to Mrs. Ruskin, with her religious feelings, it was intolerable, unbelievable, that the son whom she had brought up in the nurture and admonition of the strictest Protestantism should fix his heart on an alien in race and creed. The wonder is that their relations were not more strained. There are few young men who would have kept unbroken allegiance to a mother whose sympathy failed them at such a crisis. As the year went on, his passion seemed to grow in the absence of the beloved object. His only plan of winning her was to win his spurs first. But as what? Clearly his forte, it seemed, was in writing. If he could be a successful writer of romances, of songs, of plays, surely she would not refuse him. And so he began another romantic story, Velasquez the Novice, opening with the monks of Saint Bernard, among whom had been, so the tale ran, a mysterious member whose papers, when discovered, made him out a hero of adventures in Venice. He began a play, which was to be another great work, Macolini. He had no playwright's eye for situations, but the conversation is animated, and the characters finely drawn, with more discrimination than one would expect from so young an author. This work was interrupted at the end of Act III by pressing calls to other studies, but it was not that he had forgotten Adele. From time to time he wrote verses to her or about her, and as in 1838 she was sent to school with her sisters at Newell, near Chelmsford, to finish her in English, in that August he saw her again. She had lost some of her first girlish prettiness, but that made no difference. And when the Domecks came to Herne Hill at Christmas, he was as deeply in love as ever, but she still laughed at him. His father was fond of her, liked all the sisters, and thought much of them as girls of fine character, but he liked Adele best. He seems to have been fond of his partner too, worked very hard in his interests, and behaved very well to his heirs afterwards through many years of responsible and difficult management of their business. And at this time, when he went down to the convent school in Essex, as he often did, he must have had opportunities for seeing how hopeless the case was. Mr. Domecq recognized it too, but thought, it seems, they manage these things differently in France, that any of his daughters would do as well, and early in 1839 entertained an offer from Baron Duquesne, a rich and handsome young Frenchman. They kept this from John, fearing he would break down at the news. So fully did they recognize the importance of the affair. They even threw other girls in his way. It was not difficult, for by now he had made some mark in magazine literature, and was a steady, rising young man with considerable expectations. But he could not think of any other girl. In February or March 1839, Mr. Domecq died. The Maisons came to England, and the marriage was proposed. Adele stayed at Chelmsford until September, when he wrote the long poem of farewell, dated the eve of their last meeting and parting. At 20, young men do not die of love, but I find that, a fortnight after writing this, he was taken seriously ill. During the winter of 1839-40, the negotiations for the marriage in Paris went on. It took place in March. They kept the news from him as long as they could, for he was in the school next Easter term. And Mr. Brown, his college tutor, had seemed to hope he would get a first, so his mother wrote to her husband. In May he was pronounced consumptive, and had to give up Oxford, and all hope of the distinction for which he had laboured, and with that any plans that might have been entertained for his distinction in the church. And his parents' letters of the period put it beyond a doubt that this first great calamity of his life was the direct consequence of that unfortunate matchmaking. For nearly 2 years he was dragged about from place to place and from doctor to doctor in search of health. Thanks partly to wise treatment, more to new faces, and most to a plucky determination to employ himself usefully with his pen and his pencil, he gradually freed himself from the spell, and 50 years afterwards could look back upon the story as a pretty comedy of his youthful days. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 7. of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 7, KATA PHUSIN, 1837 to 1838. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Devoted as she was to her husband, Mrs. Ruskin felt bound to watch over her son at Oxford. It was his health she was always anxious about. Doctoring was her forte. He had suffered from pleurisy, caught cold easily, was feared to be weak in the lungs, and nobody but his mother understood him. So taking Mary Richardson, she went up with him, January 1837, and settled in lodgings at Adams in the High. Her plan was to make no intrusion on his college life, but to require him to report himself every day to her. She would not be dull. She could drive about and see the country, and to that end took her own carriage to Oxford, the fly which had been set up 2 years before. John had been rather sarcastic about its genteel appearance. No one, he said, would sit down to draw the form of it. However, she and Mary drove to Oxford, and reckoned that it would only mean 15 months' absence from home altogether, great part of which deserted Papa would spend in travelling. John went into residence in Peckwater. At first he spent every evening with his mother and went to bed, as Mrs. Dale had told him, at 10. After a few days, Professor Powell asked him to a musical evening. He excused himself and explained why. The professor asked to be introduced, whereupon, says his mother, "I shall return the call, but make no visiting acquaintances." The early-to-bed plan was also impractical. It was not long before somebody came hammering at his oak just as he was getting to sleep, and next morning he told his mother that he really ought to have a glass of wine to give. So she sent him a couple of bottles over, and that very night Mr. Liddell and Mr. Gaisford, Jr., turned up. John was glad he had wine to offer, but they would not take any. They had come to see sketches. John says Mr. Liddell looked at them with the eye of a judge and the delight of an artist, and swore they were the best sketches he had ever seen. John accused him of quizzing, but he answered that he really thought them excellent. John said that it was the scenes which made the pictures. Mr. Liddell knew better, and spread the fame of them over the college. Next morning, Lord Emlyn and Lord Ward called to look at the sketches, and when the undergraduates had dropped in one after another, the Dean himself, even the terrible Gaisford, sent for the portfolio, and returned it with august approval. Liddell, afterwards Dean of Christ Church, Newton, afterwards Sir Charles of the British Museum, Ackland, afterwards Sir Henry, the Professor of Medicine, thus became John Ruskin's friends, the first disputing with him on the burning question of Raphael's art, but from the outset an admirer of modern painters, and always an advocate of its author, the second differing from him on the claims of Greek archaeology, but nevertheless a close acquaintance through many long years, and the third, for half a century, the best of friends and counsellors. The dons of his college he was less likely to attract. Mr. Buckland, the famous geologist, and still more famous lecturer and talker, took notice of him and employed him in drawing diagrams for lectures. The Reverend Walter Brown, his college tutor, afterwards rector of Wendlebury, won his good will and remained his friend. His private tutor, the Reverend Osborne Gordon, was always regarded with affectionate respect, but the rest seemed to have looked upon him as a somewhat desultory and erratic young genius, who might or might not turn out well. For their immediate purpose, the schools, and church or state preferment, he seemed hardly the fittest man. The gentlemen commoners of Christ Church were a puzzle to Mrs. Ruskin. Noblemen of sporting tastes who rode and betted and drank, and got their impositions written by men attached to the university for the purpose, at 1 shilling and 6pence to 2 shillings and 6pence, so you only have to reckon how much you will give to avoid chapel. And yet they were very nice fellows. If they began by riding on John's back round the quad, They did not give him the cold shoulder, quite the reverse. He was asked everywhere to wine, he beat them all at chess, and they invaded him at all hours. "It does little good sporting his oak," wrote his mother, describing how Lord Desert and Grimston, climbing in through his window while he was hard at work. "They say midshipmen and Oxonians have more lives than a cat, and they have need of them if they run such risks." Once, but once only, he was guilty, as an innocent freshman, of a breach of the laws of his order. He wrote too good an essay. He tells his father, "Oxford, February 1837. Yesterday, Saturday, forenoon the sub-dean sent for me, took me up into his study, sat down with me, and read over my essay, pointing out a few verbal alterations and suggesting improvements. I, of course, expressed myself highly grateful for his condescension. Going out, I met Strangeways. 'So you're going to read out today, Ruskin? Do go it at a good rate, my good fellow. Why do you write such devilish good ones?' Went a little farther and met March. 'Mind you stand on the top of the desk, Ruskin. Gentlemen commoners never stand on the steps.' I asked him whether I would look more dignified to stand head or heels uppermost. He advised heels. Then met Desart. 'We must have a grand supper after this, Ruskin. Gentlemen commoners always have a flare-up after reading their themes.' I told him I supposed he wanted to PHUSIN my rum and water, and though they teased him unmercifully, he seems to have given as good as he got. At a big wine after the event, they asked him whether his essay cost 2 shillings and 6pence or 5 shillings. What he answered is not reported, but they proceeded to make a bonfire in Peckwater, while he judiciously escaped to bed. So for a home-bred boy, thrown into rather difficult surroundings, his first appearance at Christ Church was distinctly a success. Collections in March 1837 went off creditably for him. Hussey, Kynaston, and the Dean said he had taken great pains with his work, and had been a pattern of regularity, and he ended his first term very well pleased with his college and with himself. In his second term, he had the honour of being elected to the Christ Church Club, a very small and very exclusive society of the best men in the college. Simeon, Ackland, and Mr. Denison proposed him. Lord Carew and Broadhurst supported. And he had the opportunity of meeting men of mark, as the following letter recounts. He writes, on April the 22nd, 1837, "My dearest father, when I returned from hall yesterday, where a servitor read, or pretended to read, and Decanus growled at him. 'Speak out!' I found a note on my table from Dr. Buckland, requesting the pleasure of my company to dinner, at 6, to meet 2 celebrated geologists, Lord Cole and Sir Philip Egerton. I immediately sent a note of thanks and acceptance, dressed, and was there a minute after the last stroke of Tom. Alone for 5 minutes in Dr. B.'s drawing-room, who soon afterwards came in with Lord Cole, introduced me, and said that as we were both geologists, he did not hesitate to leave us together while he did what he certainly very much required, brushed up a little. Lord Cole and I were talking about some fossils newly arrived from India. He remarked in the course of conversation that his friend Dr. B.'s room was cleaner and in better order than he remembered ever to have seen it. There was not a chair fit to sit upon, all covered with dust, broken alabaster candlesticks, withered flower leaves, frogs cut out of serpentine, broken models of fallen temples, torn papers, old manuscripts, stuffed reptiles, deal boxes, brown paper, wool, tow, and cotton, and a considerable variety of articles. In came Mrs. Buckland, then Sir Philip Egerton, and his brother, whom I had seen at Dr. B.'s lecture, though he is not an undergraduate. I was talking to him till dinner time. While we were sitting over our wine after dinner, in came Dr. Daubeny, one of the most celebrated geologists of the day. A curious little animal, looking through its spectacles with an air very distingué, and Mr. Darwin, whom I had heard read a paper at the Geological Society. He and I got together and talked all the evening. The long vacation of 1837 was passed in a tour through the north, during which his advanced knowledge of art was shown in a series of admirable drawings. Their subjects are chiefly architectural, though a few mountain drawings are found in his sketchbook for that summer. The interest in ancient and picturesque buildings was no new thing, and it seems to have been the branch of art study which was chiefly encouraged by his father. During this tour among Cumberland cottages and Yorkshire abbeys, a plan was formed for a series of papers on architecture, perhaps in answer to an invitation from his friend Mr. Loudon, who had started an architectural magazine. In the summer he began to write The Poetry of Architecture, or The Architecture of the Nations of Europe, considered in its association with natural scenery and national character, and the papers were worked off month by month from Oxford, or wherever he might be, only terminating with the termination of the magazine in January 1839. They paraded a good deal of classical learning and travelled experience. Readers of the magazine took their author for some dilettante don at Oxford. The editor did not wish the illusion to be dispelled, so John Ruskin had to choose a nom de plume. He called himself KATA PUSHIN, according to nature, for he had begun to read some Aristotle. No phrase would have better expressed his point of view, that of common sense extended by experience, and confirmed by the appeal to matters of fact, rather than to any authority or tradition or committee of taste or abstract principles. While these papers were in process of publication, KATA PUSHIN plunged into his first controversy, as an opponent of Parse's convergence of perpendiculars, according to which vertical lines should have a vanishing point, even though they are assumed to be parallel to the plane of the picture. During this controversy, and just before the summer tour of 1838 to Scotland, John Ruskin was introduced to Miss Charlotte Withers, a young lady who was as fond of music as he was of drawing. They discussed their favourite studies with eagerness, and, to settle the matter, he wrote a long essay on the comparative advantages of the studies of music and painting, in which he set painting as a means of recreation and of education far above music. Already at 19, then, we see him a writer on art, not full-fledged, but attracting some notice. Towards the end of 1838, a question arose as to the best site for the proposed Scott Memorial at Edinburgh, and a writer in the architectural magazine quoted KATA PUSHIN as the authority in such matters, saying that it was obvious, after those papers of his, that design and site should be simultaneously considered, on which the editor begs the favour of KATA PUSHIN to let our readers have his opinion on the subject, which we certainly think of considerable importance. So he discussed the question of monuments in general, and of this one in particular, in a long paper coming to no very decided opinion, but preferring, on the whole, a statue group with a colossal Scot on a rough pedestal to be placed on Salisbury Crags, where the range gets low and broken towards the north at about the height of St. Anthony's Chapel. His paper did not influence the Edinburgh Committee, but it was not without effect, as the following extract shows. Bayswater, November the 30th, 1838. Dear Sir, your son is certainly the greatest natural genius that ever it has been my fortune to become acquainted with, and I cannot but feel proud to think that at some future period, when both you and I are under the turf, it will be stated in the literary history of your son's life that the first article of his which was published was in London's Magazine of Natural History. Yours very sincerely, J. C. Loudon. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 8 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 8, Sir Roger Newdigate's Prize, 1837 to 1839. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Of all the prizes which Oxford could bestow, the Newdigate used to be the most popular. Its fortunate winner was an admitted poet in an age when poetry was read, and he appeared in his glory at commemoration, speaking what the ladies could understand and admire. The honour was attainable without skill in Greek particles or in logarithms, and yet it had a real value to an intending preacher, for the successful reciter might be felt to have put his foot on the pulpit stairs. John Ruskin was definitely meant for the church, and he went to Oxford in the vowed hope of getting the Newdigate, if nothing else. His last talk with Mr. Dell was chiefly about ways and means to this end, and before he went up he had begun the Gypsies for March 1837. The prize was won that year by Arthur Penrhyn Stanley, afterwards Dean of Westminster. Our candidate and his old schoolfellow, Henry Dart of Exeter College, set to work on the next subject, the exile of St. Helena, and after the long vacation read their work to each other, accepting the hints and corrections of a friendly rivalry. Meantime, his old nurse, Anne, it is trivial but a touch of nature, being at Oxford in attendance on the ladies, and keen as she always was for Master John's success, heard from the keeper of the reading-room of criticisms on his published verses. She brought the news to his delighted mother. "He was pleased," she writes, "but says that he forms his own estimate of his poems, and reviews don't alter it. But how my father will be delighted, how he will crow," which historiette repeated itself many a time in the family annuals. In Lenten 1838, he was hard at work on the new poem. He wrote, "I must give an immense time every day to the Newdigate, which I must have, if study will get it. I have much to revise. You find many faults, but there are hundreds which have escaped your notice, and many lines must go out altogether which you and I should wish to stay in. The thing must be remodelled, and I must finish it while it has a freshness on it, otherwise it will not be written well. The old lines are hackneyed in my ears, even as a very soft Orlean plum, which your Jewess has wiped and re-wiped with the corner of her apron till its polish is perfect and its temperature elevated." In this march he got through his smalls. "Nice thing to get over, quite a joke, as everybody says when they've got through with the feathers on. It's a kind of emancipation from freshness, a thing unpleasant in an egg, but dignified in an Oxonian. Very. Low, very kind. Kynaston ditto. Nice fellows. Urbane. How they do frighten people! There was one man all but crying with mere fear. Kynaston had to coax him like a child. Poor fellow! He had some reason to be afraid, did his logic shockingly. People always take up logic because they fancy. It doesn't require a good memory, and there is nothing half so productive of pluck. They never know it. It was very cool when I got into it, found the degree of excitement agreeable, nibbled the end of my pen and grinned at Kynaston over the table as if I had been going to pluck him. They always smile when they mean pluck." The Newdigate for 1838, for all his care and pains, was won by Dart. He was at any rate beaten by a friend, and with a poem which his own honourable sympathy and assistance had helped to perfect. Another trifling incident lets us get a glimpse of the family life of young poet. The Queen's coronation in June 1838 was a great event to all the world, and Mr. Ruskin was anxious for his son to see it. Much correspondence ensued between the parents, arranging everything for him, as they always did, which of the available tickets should be accepted, and whether he could stand the fatigue of the long waiting, and so forth. Mrs. Ruskin did not like the notion of her boy sitting perched on rickety scaffolding at dizzy altitudes in the Abbey. Mr. Ruskin, evidently determined to carry his point, went to Westminster, bribed the carpenters, climbed the structure, and reported all safe to stand a century. "Though," said he, "the gold and scarlet of the decorations appeared very paltry compared with the Wagenalp." But he could not find the number 447, and wrote to the Herald's office to know if it was a place from which a good view could be got. Blumenthal replied that it was a very good place, and Lord Brownlow had just taken tickets for his sons close by. Then there was the great question of dress. He went to Owen's and ordered a white satin waistcoat with gold sprigs, and a high dress coat with bright buttons, and asked his wife to see about white gloves at Oxford. A court white neckcloth or a black satin would do. Picture, then, the young Ruskin in those dressy days. A portrait was once sent to Brentwood of a dandy in a green coat of wonderful cut, supposed to represent him in his youth, but suggesting Lord Lytton's Pelham rather than the homespun-suited seer of Coniston. "Did you ever wear a coat like that?" I asked. "I'm not so sure that I didn't," said he. After that, they went to Scotland and the north of England for the summer, and more fine sketches were made, some of which hung now in his drawing-room, and compare not unfavourably with the Prouds beside them. In firmness of line and fullness of insight, they are masterly, and mark a rapid progress, all the more astonishing when it is recollected how little time could have been spared for practice. The subjects are chiefly architectural, castles and churches, and Gothic details, and one is not surprised to find him soon concerned with the Oxford Society for promoting the study of Gothic architecture. "They were all reverends," says a letter of the time, "and wanted somebody to rouse them." Science, too, progressed this year. We read of geological excursions to Shotover with Lord Carew and Lord Kildare, one carrying the hammer and another the umbrella, and actual discoveries of Saurian remains, and many a merry meeting at Dr. Buckland's, in which, at intervals of scientific talk, John romped with the youngsters of the family. After a while the dean took the opportunity of a walk through Oxford to the Clarendon to warn him not to spare too much time on science. It did not pay in the school nor in the church, and he had too many irons in the fire. Drawing and science and prose essays mentioned in the last chapter, and poetry, all these were his by-play. Of the poetry, the Newdigate was but a little part. In Friendship's offering this autumn, he published Remembrance, one of many poems to Adele, Christ Church, and the Scythian Grave. In this last he gave free rein to the morbid imaginations to which his unhappy affair at the Coeur and the mental excitement of the period predisposed him. Harrison, his literary mentor, approved these poems and inserted them in Friendship's offering, along with love songs and other exercises in verse. One had a great success and was freely copied, the sincerest flattery, and the preface to the Annual for 1840 publicly thanked the gifted writer for his valuable aid. At the beginning of 1839, he went into new rooms vacated by Mr. Moore, and set to work finally on Salsette and Elephanta. He ransacked all sources of information, coached himself in Eastern scenery and mythology, threw in the Aristotelian ingredients of terror and pity, and wound up with an appeal to the orthodoxy of the examiners, of whom Keble was the chief, by prophesying the prompt extermination of Brahmanism under the teaching of the missionaries. This third try won the prize. Keble sent for him to make the usual emendations before the great work could be given to the world with the seal of Oxford upon it. John Ruskin seems to have been somewhat refractory under Keble's hands, though he would let his fellow students or his father or Harrison work their will on his manuscripts or proofs, being always easier to lead than to drive. Somehow he came to terms with the professor, and then the dean, taking an unexpected interest, was at pains to see that his printed copy was flawless, and to coach him for the recitation of it at the great day in the Sheldonian, June the 12th, 1839. And now that friends and strangers, publishers in London and professors in Oxford concurred in their applause, it surely seemed that he had found his vocation and was well on the high road to fame as a poet. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 9 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 9, The Broken Chain, 1840 to 1841. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. That 8th of February, 1840, when John Ruskin came of age, it seemed as though all the gifts of fortune had been poured into his lap. What his father's wealth and influence could do for him had been supplemented by a personal charm which found him friends among the best men of the best ranks. What his mother's care had done in fortifying his health and forming his character, native energy had turned to advantage. He had won a reputation already much wider and more appreciable as an artist and student of science, and as a writer of prose and verse, than undergraduates are entitled to expect, and, for crowning mercy, his head was not turned. He was reading extremely hard, for his degree examination next Easter term. His college tutor hoped he would get a first. From that it was an easy step to holy orders, and with his opportunities preferment was certain. On his 21st birthday, his father, who had sympathised with his admiration for Turner enough to buy 2 pictures, the Richmond Bridge and the Gosport, for their Herne Hill drawing-room, now gave him a picture all to himself for his new rooms in St. Algates, the Winchelsea, and settled on him a handsome allowance of pocket money. The first use he made of his wealth was to buy another Turner. In the Easter vacation he met Mr. Griffith, the dealer, at the private view of the old Watercolour Society, and hearing that the Harlech Castle was for sale, he bought it there and then, with a characteristic disregard for money which has always made the vendors of pictures and books and minerals find him extremely pleasant to deal with. But as his love affair had shown his mother how little he had taken to heart her chiefest care for him, so this first business transaction was a painful awakening to his father, the canny Scotch merchant, who had heaped up riches hoping that his son would gather them. This Harlech Castle transaction, however, was not altogether unlucky. It brought him an introduction to the painter, whom he met when he was next in town, at Mr. Griffith's house. He knew well enough the popular idea of Turner as a morose and niggardly, inexplicable man. As he had seen faults in Turner's painting, so he was ready to acknowledge the faults in his character. But while the rest of the world, with a very few exceptions, dwelt upon the faults, Ruskin had penetration to discern the virtues which they hid. Few passages in his autobiography are more striking than the transcript from his journal of the same evening, recording his first impression. "I found in him a somewhat eccentric, keen-mannered, matter-of-fact, English-minded gentleman, good-natured, evidently, bad-tempered, evidently, hating humbug of all sorts, shrewd, perhaps a little selfish, highly intellectual, the powers of the mind not brought out with any delight in their manifestation or intention of display, but flashing out occasionally in a word or a look. Pretty close that," he adds later, "and full, to be set down at the first glimpse, and set down the same evening." Turner was not a man to make an intimate of all at once. The acquaintanceship continued, and it ripened into as close a confidence as the eccentric painter's habits of life permitted. He seemed to have been more at home with the father than with the son, but even when the young man took to writing books about him, he did not, as Carlyle is reported to have done in a parallel case, show his exponent to the door. The occasion of John Ruskin's coming to town this time was not a pleasant one, nothing less than the complete breakdown of his health. It is true that he was working very hard during this spring, but hard reading does not of itself kill people, only when it is combined with real and prolonged mental distress, acting upon a sensitive temperament. The case was thought serious, reading was stopped, and the patient was ordered abroad for the winter. For that summer there was no hurry to be gone. Rest was more needed than change at first. Late in September the same family party crossed the sea to Calais. How different a voyage for them all from the merry departures of bygone Maytides! Which way should they turn? Not to Paris, for there was the cause of all these ills. So they went straight southwards, through Normandy to the Loire, and saw the chateaux and churches from Orléans to Tours, famous for their Renaissance architecture and for the romance of their chivalric history. Amboise especially made a strong impression upon the languid and unwilling invalid. It stirred him up to write, in easy verse, the tale of love and death that his own situation too readily suggested. In The Broken Chain he indulged his gloomy fancy, turning, as it was sure to do, into a morbid nightmare of mysterious horror, not without reminiscence of Coleridge's Christabel. But through it all he preserved, so to speak, his dramatic incognito. His own disappointment and his own anticipated death were the motives of the tale, but treated in such a manner as not to betray his secret, nor even to wound the feelings of the lady who now was beyond appeal from an honourable lover, taking his punishment like a man. This poem lasted him for private writing all through that journey, a fit emblem of the broken life which it records. A healthier source of distraction was his drawing, in which he received a fresh impetus from the exhibition of David Roberts's sketches in the East. More delicate than Prout's work, entering into the detail of architectural form more thoroughly, and yet suggesting chiaroscuro with broad washes of quiet tone and touches of light, cleverly introduced. That marvellous pop of light across the foreground, Harding said of the picture of the Great Pyramid. These drawings were the mean between the limited manner of Prout and the inimitable fullness of Turner. Ruskin took up the fine pencil and the broad brush, and with that blessed habit of industry which has helped so many a one through times of trial, made sketch after sketch on the half-imperial board, finished just so far as his strength and time allowed, as they passed from the Loire to the mountains of the Auvergne and to the valley of the Rhone, and thence slowly round the Riviera to Pisa and Florence and Rome. He was not in a mood to sympathize readily with the enthusiasms of other people. They expected him to be delighted with the scenery, the buildings, the picture galleries of Italy, and to forget himself in admiration. He did admire Michelangelo, and he was interested in the back streets and slums of the cities. Something piquant was needed to arouse him. The mild ecstasies of common connoisseurship hardly appeal to a young man between life and death. He met the friends to whom he had brought introductions, Mr. Joseph Severn, who had been Keats's companion and was afterwards to be the genial consul at Rome, and the two Messrs. Richmond, then studying art in the regular professional way, one of them to become a celebrated portrait painter and the father of men of mark. But his views on art were not theirs. He was already too independent and outspoken in praise of his own heroes, and too sick in mind and body to be patient and to learn. They had not been a month in Rome before he took the fever. As soon as he was recovered, they went still farther south and loitered for a couple of months in the neighbourhood of Naples, visiting the various scenes of interest, Sorrento, Amalfi, Salerno. The adventures of this journey are partly told in letters to Mr. Dale and in the letters addressed to a college friend. On the way to Naples he had noted and sketched the winter scene at La Riccia, which he afterwards used for a glowing passage in Modern Painters, and he had ventured into a village of brigands to draw such a castle as he had once imagined in his Leone. From Naples he wrote an account of a landslip near Giannio, and sent it home to the Ashmolean Society. He seemed better. They turned homewards, when suddenly he was seized with all the old symptoms worse than ever. After another month in Rome, they travelled slowly northwards from town to town, spent 10 days of May at Venice, and passed through Milan and Turin and over the Mont Cenis to Geneva. At last he was among the mountains again, the Alps that he loved. It was not only that the air of the Alps braced him, but the spirit of mountain worship stirred him as nothing else could. At last he seemed himself, after more than a year of intense depression, and he records that one day, in church at Geneva, he resolved to do something, to be something useful. That he could make such a resolve was a sign of returning health. But if, as I find, he had just been reading Carlyle's lately published lectures on heroes, though he did not then accept Carlyle's conclusions nor admire his style, might he not, in spite of his criticism, have been spurred the more into energy by that enthusiastic gospel of action? They travelled home by Basel and Laon, but London in August and the premature attempt to be energetic brought on a recurrence of the symptoms of consumption, as it was called. He wished to try the mountain cure again, and set out with his friend Richard Fall for a tour in Wales. But his father recalled him to Leamington to try iron and dieting under Dr. Jephson, who, if he was called a quack, was a sensible one, and successful in subduing for several years to come the more serious phases of the disease. The patient was not cured. He suffered from time to time from his chest, and still more from a weakness of the spine, which during all the period of his early manhood gave him trouble, and finished by bending his tall and lithe figure into something that, were it not for his face, would be deformity. In 1847 he was again at Leamington under Jephson, in consequence of a relapse into the consumptive symptoms, after which we hear no more of it. He outgrew the tendency, as so many do. But nevertheless the alarm had been justifiable, and the malady had left traces which, in one way or another, haunted him ever after. For one of the worst effects of illness is to be marked down as an invalid. At Leamington, then, in September 1841, he was finding a new life under the doctor's dieting and new aims in life, which were eventually to resolder for a while the broken chain. Among the Scotch friends of the Ruskins, there was a family at Perth whose daughter came to visit at Herne Hill, the F.E. Gray, whom afterwards he married. She challenged the melancholy John, engrossed in his drawing and geology, to write a fairy tale, as the least likely task for him to fulfil, upon which he produced, at a couple of sittings, The King of the Golden River, a pretty medley of Grimm's grotesque and Dickens's kindliness, and the true Ruskinian ecstasy of the Alps. End of Book 1, Chapter 9, recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 1, Chapter 10 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 1, The Boy Poet, 1819 to 1842. Chapter 10, The Graduate of Oxford, 1841 to 1842. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Ready for work again and in reasonable health of mind and body, John Ruskin sat down in his little study at Herne Hill in November 1841 with his private tutor, Osborne Gordon. There was 18 months leeway to make up, and the dates of ancient history, the details of schematized Aristotelianism, soon slip out of mind when one is sketching in Italy. But he was more serious now about his work, and aware of his deficiencies. To be useful in the world, is it not necessary first to understand all possible Greek constructions? So said the voice of Oxford. But our undergraduate was saved, both now and afterwards, from this vain ambition. I think it would hardly be worth your while, said Gordon. He could not now go in for honours, for the lost year had superannuated him. So in April he went up for a pass. In those times, when a passman showed unusual powers, they could give him an honorary class, not a high class, because the range of the examination was less than in the honour school. This candidate wrote a poor Latin prose, it seems, but his divinity, philosophy, and mathematics were so good that they gave him the best they could, an honorary double fourth, upon which he took his B.A. degree, and could describe himself as a graduate of Oxford. The continued weakness of his health kept him from taking steps to enter the church, and his real interest in art was not crowded out even by the last studies for his examination. While he was working with Gordon in the autumn of 1841, he was also taking lessons from J.D. Harding, and a famous study of Ivy, his first naturalistic sketching, to which we must revert, must have been done a week or two before going up for his examination. The lessons from Harding were a useful counterstroke to the excessive and exaggerated Turnerism in which he had been indulging through his illness. The drawings of Amboise, the coast of Genoa, and the Glacier de Bois, though published later, were made before he had exchanged fancy for fact, and they bear, on the face of them, the obvious marks of an unhealthy state of mind. Harding, whose robust common sense and breezy mannerism endeared him to the British amateur of his generation, was just the man to correct any morbid tendency. He had religious views in sympathy with his pupil, and he soon inoculated Ruskin with his contempt for the minor Dutch school. Those bituminous landscapes, so unlike the sparkling freshness that Harding's own watercolour illustrated, and those vulgar Tarvin scenes, painted, he declared, by sots who disgraced the art alike in their works and in their lives. Until this epoch, John Ruskin had found much that interested him in the Dutch and Flemish painters of the 17th century. He had classed them all together as the school of which Rubens, Van Dyck, and Rembrandt were the chief masters, and those as names to rank with Raphael and Michelangelo and Velasquez. He was a humorist, not without boyish delight in a good Sam Wellerism, and so could be amused with the drolls, until Harding appealed to his religion and morality against them. He was a chiaroscurist, and not naturally offended by their violent light and shade, until George Richmond showed him the more excellent way in colour, the glow of Venice, first hinting it at Rome in 1840, and then proving it in London in the spring of 1842 from Samuel Rogers' treasures, of which the chief, now in the National Gallery, was the Christ appearing to the Magdalene. Much as the author of modern painters owed to those friends and teachers, and to the advantages of his varied training, he would never have written his great work without a further inspiration. Harding's especial forte was his method of drawing trees. He looked at nature with an eye which for his period was singularly fresh and unprejudiced. He had a strong feeling for truth of structure as well as for picturesque effect, and he taught his pupils to observe as well as to draw. But in his own practice he rested too much on having observed, formed a style, and copied himself if he did not copy the old masters. Hence he held to rules of composition and conscious graces of arrangement, and while he taught naturalism in study, he followed it up with teaching artifice in practice. Turner, who was not a drawing master, lay under no necessity to formulate his principles and stick to them. On the contrary, his style developed like a kaleidoscope. He had been in Switzerland and on the Rhine in 1841, painting his impressions, making watercolor notes from memory of effects that had struck him. From one of these, Sprugeon, he had made a finished picture and now wished to get commissions for more of the same class. Ruskin was greatly interested in this series because they were not landscapes of the ordinary type, scenes from nature squeezed into the mold of recognized artistic composition, nor, on the other hand, mere photographic transcripts, but dreams, as it were, of the mountains and sunsets in which Turner's wealth of detail was suggested and his knowledge of form expressed, together with the unity which comes of the faithful record of a single impression. The lesson was soon enforced upon Ruskin's mind by example. One day, while taking his students constitutional, he noticed a tree stem with ivy upon it, which seemed not ungraceful, and invited a sketch. As he drew, he fell into the spirit of its natural arrangement, and soon perceived how much finer it was as a piece of design than any conventional rearrangement would be. Harding had tried to show him how to generalize foliage, but in this example he saw that not generalization was needed to get its beauty, but truth. At Fontainebleau soon after, in much the same circumstances, a study of an aspen tree, idly begun, but carried out with interest and patience, confirmed the principle. At Geneva, once more in the church where he had formed such resolutions the year before, the desire came over him with renewed force, now not only to be definitely employed, but to be employed in the service of a definite mission, which was, in art, exactly what Carlyle had preached in every other sphere of life in that book of heroes, the gospel of sincerity. The design took shape. At Chamonix, he studied plants and rocks and clouds not as an artist to make pictures out of them, nor as a scientist to class them or analyze them, but to learn their aspects and enter into the spirit of their growth and structure. And though on his way home through Switzerland and down the Rhine, he made a few drawings in his old style for admiring friends, they were the last of the kind that he attempted. Thenceforward his path was marked out. He had found a new vocation. He was not to be a poet. That was too definitely bound up with the past which he wanted to forget, and with conventionalities which he wished to shake off. Not to be an artist, struggling with the rest to please a public which he felt himself called upon to teach. Not a man of science, for his botany and geology were to be the means, and not the ends of his teaching, but the mission was laid upon him to tell the world that art, no less than other spheres of life, had its heroes, that the mainspring of their energy was sincerity, and the burden of their utterance, truth. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 1, Turner and the Ancients, 1842 to 1844. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. The neighbour, or the Oxonian friend, who climbed the steps of the Herne Hill house and called upon Mrs. Ruskin in the autumn and winter of 1842, would learn that Mr. John was hard at work in his own study overhead. Those were its windows, on the second floor, looking out upon the front garden. The big dormer window above was his bedroom, from which he had his grand view of lowland and far horizon and unconfined sky comparatively clear of London smoke. In the study itself, screened from the road by russet foliage and thick evergreens, great things were going on. But Mr. John could be interrupted, would come running lightly downstairs, with both hands out to greet the visitor, would show the pictures, eagerly demonstrating the beauties of the last new Turners, Ehrenbreitstein and Lucerne, just acquired, and anticipating the sunset glories and mountain gloom of the Goldau and Dazio Grande, which the great artist was realizing for him from sketches he had chosen at Queen Anne Street. He was very busy, but never too busy to see his friends, writing a book. And, the visitor gone, he would run up to his room and his writing. In the afternoon his careful mother would turn him out for a tramp round the Norwood lanes. He might look in at the Poussins and Claudes of the Dulwich Gallery, or for a longer excursion go over to Mr. Windus and his room full of Turner drawings, or sit to George Richmond for the portrait at full length with desk and portfolio and Mont Blanc in the background. Dinner over, another hour or two's writing, and early to bed, after finishing his chapter with a flourish of eloquence, to be read next morning at breakfast to father and mother and Mary. The vivid descriptions of scenes yet fresh in their memory, or of pictures they treasured, the thoughts, as they used to be called, allusions to sincere beliefs and cherished hopes, never failed to win the praise that pleased the young writer most, in happy tears of unrestrained emotion. These old-fashioned folk had not learnt the trick of nil admirari. Quite honestly they would say, with the German musician, "When I hear good music, then I must always weep." We can look into the little study and see what this writing was that went on so busily and steadily. It was the long meditated defence of Turner, provoked by Blackwood's magazine 6 years before, encouraged by Carlyle's heroes, and necessitated by the silence on this topic of the more enlightened leaders of thought in an age of connoisseurship and cant. And as the winter ran out, he was ending his work, happy in the applause of his little domestic circle, and conscious that he was preaching the crusade of sincerity, the cause of justice for the greatest landscape artist of any age, and justice, at the hands of a heedless public, for the glorious works of the supreme artist of the universe. Let our young painters, he concluded, go humbly to nature, rejecting nothing, selecting nothing, and scorning nothing, in spite of academic theorists, and in time we should have a school of landscape worthy of the inspiration they would find. There was his book, the title of it, Turner and the Ancients. Before publishing, to get more experienced criticism than that of the breakfast table, he submitted it to his friend W. H. Harrison. The title, it seemed, was not explicit enough, and after debate they substituted modern painters. Their superiority in the art of landscape painting to all the ancient masters proved by examples of the true, the beautiful, and the intellectual, from the works of modern artists, especially from those of J.M.W. Turner, Esquire, R.A. And as the severe tone of many remarks was felt to be hardly supported by the age and standing of so young an author, he was content to sign himself a graduate of Oxford. The book was spoken of, but no part of the copy shown, to John Murray, who said he would prefer something about German art. It found immediate acceptance with Messrs. Smith and Elder. Young Ruskin had been doing business for 7 years past with that firm. He was well known to them as one of the most rising youths of the time, and their own literary editor, Mr. Harrison, was his private mentor, who revised his proofs and inserted the punctuation, which he usually indicated only by dashes. His dealings with the publishers were generally conducted through his father, who made very fair terms for him, as things went then. In May 1843, Modern Painters, Volume 1 was published, and it was soon the talk of the art world. It was meant to be audacious, and naturally created a storm. The free criticisms of public favourites made an impression, not because they were put into strong language, for the tone of the press was stronger then than it is now as a whole, but because they were backed up by illustration and argument. It was evident that the author knew something of his subject, even if he were all wrong in his conclusions. He could not be neglected, though he might be protested against, decried, controverted. Artists especially, who do not usually see their works as others see them, and are not accustomed to think of themselves and their school as mere dots and spangles in a perspective of history, could not be entirely content to be classed as Turner's satellites. And while the book contained something that promised to suit every kind of reader, everyone found something to shock him. Critics were scandalized at the depreciation of Claude. The religious were outraged at the comparison of Turner, in a passage omitted from later editions, to the angel of the sun in the Apocalypse. But the descriptive passages were such as had never appeared before in prose, and the obvious usefulness of the analyses of natural form and effect made many an artist read on, while he shook his head. Some readily owed their obligation to the new teacher. Holland, for one, wrote to Harrison that he meant to paint the better for the snubbing he had got. Of such as reviewed the book adversely in Blackwood and the Athenaeum, not one undertook to refute it seriously. They merely attacked a detail here and there, which the author discussed in 2 or 3 replies, with a patience that showed how confident he was in his position. He had the good word of some of the best judges of literature. Modern Painters lay on Roger's table, and Tennyson, who a few years before had beaten young Ruskin out of the field of poetry, was so taken with it that he wrote to his publisher to borrow it for him, as he longed very much to see it, but could not afford to buy it. Sir Henry Taylor wrote to Aubrey de Vere, the poet, begging him to read a book which seems to me to be far more deeply founded in its criticism of art than any other that I have met with. Written with great power and eloquence, and a spirit of the most diligent investigation, I am told that the author's name is Ruskin, and that he was considered at college as an odd sort of man who would never do anything. A second edition appeared within 12 months. When the secret of the Oxford graduate leaked out, as it did very soon, through the proud father, Mr. John was lionized. During the winter of 1843 he met celebrities at fashionable dinner tables, and now that his parents were established in their grander house on Denmark Hill, they could duly return the hospitalities of the great world. It was one very satisfactory result of the success that the father was more or less converted to Turnerism, and lined his walls with Turner drawings, which became the great attraction of the house, far outshining its 7 acres of garden and orchard and shrubbery, and the ampler air of cultured ease. For a gift to his son he bought The Slave Ship, one of Turner's latest and most disputed works, and he was all eagerness to see the next volume in preparation. It was intended to carry on the discussion of truth, with further illustrations of mountain form, trees, and skies. and so in May 1844 they all went away again that the artist-author might prepare drawings for his plates. He was going to begin with the geology and botany of Chamonix and work through the Alps eastward. At Chamonix they had the good fortune to meet with Joseph Coutet, a superannuated guide, whom they engaged to accompany the eager but inexperienced mountaineer. Coutet was one of those men of natural ability and kindliness whose friendship is worth more than much intercourse with worldly celebrities, and for many years afterwards Ruskin had the advantage of his care, of something more than mere attendance. At any rate, under such guidance, he could climb where he pleased, free from the feeling that people at home were anxious about him. He was not unadventurous in his scramblings, but with no ambition to get to the top of everything. He wanted to observe the aspects of mountain form, and his careful outlines, slightly coloured, as his manner then was, and never aiming at picturesque treatment, record the structure of the rocks and the state of the snow with more than photographic accuracy. A photograph often confuses the eye with unnecessary detail. These drawings seized the leading lines, the important features, the interesting points. For example, in his Matterhorn, a drawing of 1849, as Whymper remarks in Scrambles Among the Alps, there are particulars noted which the mere sketcher neglects, but the climber finds out, on closer intercourse, to be the essential facts of the mountain's anatomy. All this is not picture-making, but it is a valuable contribution and preliminary to criticism. From Chamonix this year they went to Simplon and met J.D. Forbes, the geologist whose viscous theory of glaciers Ruskin adopted and defended with warmth later on, and to the Bell Alp, long before it had been made a place of popular resort by Professor Tyndall's notice. The panorama of the Simplon from the Bell Alp is to be found in the St. George's, Ruskin, Museum at Sheffield, as a record of his draftsmanship in this period. Thence to Zermatt with Osborne Gordon. Zermatt, too, unknown to the fashionable tourist, and innocent of hotel luxuries. It is curious that, at first sight, he did not care for the Matterhorn. It was entirely unlike his ideal of a mountain. It was not at all like Cumberland, but in a very few years he had come to love the Alps for their own sake, and we find him regretting at Ambleside the colour and light of Switzerland, the mountain glory which our humbler scenery cannot match. And yet he came back to it for a home, not ill content. After another visit to Chamonix, he crossed France to Paris, where something awaited him that upset all his plans, and turned his energies into an unexpected channel. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 2 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 2, Christian Art, 1845 to 1847. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. At Paris, on the way home in 1844, he had spent some days in studying Titian and Bellini and Perugino. They were not new to him, but now that he was an art critic, it behoved him to improve his acquaintance with the old masters. To admire the works of Pietro Perugino was one thing, but to understand them was another, a thing which was hardly attempted by the landscape artists of England, to whom the author of Modern Painters had so far dedicated his services. He had been extolling modernism and depreciating the ancients because they could not draw rocks and clouds and trees, and he was fresh from his scientific sketching in a happy hunting ground of the modern world. A few days in the Louvre made him the devotee of ancient art and taught him to lay aside his geology for history. In one way, the development was easy. The patient attempt to copy mountain form had made him sensitive to harmony of line. And in the great composers of Florence and Venice, he found a quality of abstract design which tallied with his experience of what was beautiful in nature. Aiguilles and glaciers, drawn as he drew them, and figure subjects of severe Italian draftsmen are beautiful by the same laws of composition, however different the associations they suggest. But he had been learning these laws of beauty from Turner and from the Alps. How did the ancients come by them? This could be found only in a thorough study of their lives and times, to begin with, to which he devoted his winter with Rio and Lord Lindsay and Mrs. Jameson for his authorities. He found that his foes, Caspar Poussin and Canaletto, and the Dutch landscapists, were not the real old masters, that there had been a great age of art before the era of Van Dyck and Rubens, even before Michelangelo and Raphael, and that towards setting up as a critic of the present, he must understand the past out of which it had grown. So he determined to go to Florence and Venice and to study the religious painters at first hand. Mountain study and Turner were not to be dropped. For example, to explain the obvious and notorious licenses which Turner took with topography, it was necessary to see in what these licenses consisted. Of the later Swiss drawings, one of the wildest and most impressive was the Saint Gothard. Ruskin wanted to find Turner's point of view and to see what alterations he had made. He told Turner so, and the artist, who knew that his picture had been realized from a very slight sketch, was naturally rather opposed to this test, as being, from his point of view, merely a waste of time and trouble. He tried to persuade the Ruskins that the Swiss Sonderbund war then going on made travelling unsafe and so forth, but in vain. Mr. John was allowed to go for the first time alone without his parents, taking only a servant, and meeting the trustworthy II.THE at Geneva. With 7 months at his own disposal, he did a vast amount of work, especially in drawing. The studies of mountain form and Italian design in the year before had given him a greater interest in the Liebherr Studiorum, Turner's early book of essays in composition. He found there that use of the pure line, about which he has since said so much, together with a thoughtful devised scheme of light and shade in mezzotint, devoted to the treatment of landscape in the same spirit as that in which the Italian masters treated figure subjects in their pen and bistre studies. And just as he had imitated Roger's vignettes in his boyhood, now in his youth he tried to emulate the fine abstract flow and searching expressiveness of the etched line, and the studied breadth of shade by using the quill pen with washes. At first he kept pretty closely to monochrome. His object was form, and his special talent was for draftsmanship rather than for colour. But it was this winter's study of the Liebherr Studiorum that started him on his own characteristic course. And while we have no pen and wash work of his before 1845, except a few experiments after Prout, we find him now using the pen continually during the modern painters' period. On reaching the Lake of Geneva, he wrote, or sketched, one of his best-known pieces of verse, Mont Blanc Revisited, and a few other poems followed, the last of the long series which had once been his chief interest and aim in life. With this lonely journey there came new and deeper feelings. With his increased literary power, fresh resources of diction, and he was never so near being a poet as when he gave up writing verse. Too condensed to be easily understood, too solemn in their movement to be trippingly read, the lines on the offset clues, on Mont Blanc and the glacier, should not be passed over as merely rhetorical. And the reflections on the loungers at Conflans, why stand ye here all the day idle, are full of the spirit in which he was gradually approaching the great problems of his life, to pass through art into the earnest study of human conduct and its final course. He was still deeply religious, more deeply so than before, and found the echo of his own thoughts in George Herbert, with whom he communed in spirit while he travelled through the Alps. But the forms of outward religion were losing their hold over him in proportion as his inward religion became more real and intense. It was only a few days after writing these lines that he broke the Sabbath for the first time in his life by climbing a hill after church. That was the first shot fired in the war, in one of the strangest and saddest wars between conscience and reason that biography records. Strange because the opposing forces were so nearly matched, and sad because the struggle lasted until their field of battle was desolated before either won a victory. Later on, we have to tell how he dwelt in Doubting Castle, and how he escaped. But the pilgrim had not yet met giant despair, and his progress was very pleasant in that spring of 1845, the year of fine weather, as he drove round the Riviera, and the cities of Tuscany opened out their treasures to him. There was Lucca, with San Flediano and the glories of Romanesque architecture. Fra Bartolomeo's picture of the Madonna with the Magdalene and Saint Catherine of Siena. His initiation into the significance of early religious painting, and taking hold of his imagination in her marble sleep more powerfully than any flesh and blood, the dead lady of St. Martin's Church, Ilalia di Carletto. There was Pisa, with the Campo Santo and jewel shrine of Santa Maria della Spina, then undestroyed, the excitement of street sketching among a sympathetic crowd of fraternizing Italians, the Abbé Rossini, professor of fine arts, whom he made friends with, endured as lecturer, and persuaded into scaffold building in the Campo Santo for study of the frescoes. And there was Florence, with Giotto's Campanile and Santa Maria Novella, where the young Protestant frequented monasteries, made hay with monks, sketched with his new-found friends Rudolph Durkheim of Bern and Dieudonné, the French purist, and spent long days copying Angelico and annotating Ghirlandajo, fevered with the sun of Italy as its strongest, and with the rapture of discovery, which turns the unaccustomed head like canteen wine. II.THE got him away at last to the Alps, worn out and in despondent reaction after all this excitement. He spent a month at Macugnaga, reading Shakespeare and trying to draw boulders, drifting gradually back into strength enough to attack the next piece of work, the study of Turner sites on the St. Gothard, where he made the drawings afterwards engraved in modern painters. In August, J.D. Harding was going to Venice and arranged for a meeting at Bavino on the Lago Maggiore. Gossip had credited him with a share in modern painters. Now the tables were turned, and Griffith, the picture dealer, wanted to know if it was true that John Ruskin had helped Harding with his new book just out. They sketched together, Ruskin perhaps emulating his friend's slapdash style in a sunset reproduced in his poems, and illustrating his own in the watermill. And so they drove together to Verona and thence to Venice. At Venice they stayed in Daniele's hotel on the Riva dei Schiavoni and began by studying picturesque canal life. Mr. Boxall, R.A., and Mrs. Jameson, the historian of sacred and legendary art, were their companions. Another old friend, Joseph Seven, had in 1843 gained one of the prizes at the Westminster Hall cartoons competition, and a letter from Ruskin referring to the work there shows how he still pondered on the subject that had been haunting him in the Alps. With your hopes for the elevation of English art by means of fresco, I cannot sympathize. It is not the material nor the space that can give us thoughts, passion, or power. I see on our academy walls nothing but what is ignoble in small pictures and would be disgusting in large ones. It is not the love of fresco that we want. It is the love of God and His creatures. It is humility and charity and self-denial and fasting and prayer. It is a total change of character. We want more faith and less reasoning, less strength and more trust. You want neither walls, nor plaster, nor colours. Ça ne fait rien à l'affaire. It is Giotto and Ghirlandajo and Angelico that you want, and that you will and must want until this disgusting 19th century has, I can't say breathed, but steamed its last. So early he had taken up and wrapped around him the mantle of Cassandra. But he was suddenly to find the sincerity of Ghirlandajo and the religious significance of Angelico united with the matured power of art. Without knowing what they were to meet, Harding and he found themselves one day in the Scuola di San Rocco and face to face with Tintoret. It was the fashion earlier, and it has been the fashion since, to undervalue Tintoret. He is not pious enough for the purists, nor decorative enough for the Pre-Raphaelites. The ruin, or the restoration of almost all his pictures, makes it impossible for the ordinary amateur to judge them. They need a reconstruction in the mind's eye, and that is a dangerous process. Ruskin himself, as he grew older, found more interest in the playful industry of Carpaccio than in the laborious games, the stupendous Titan feats of Tintoret. But at this moment, solemnized before the problems of life, he found these problems hinted in the mystique symbolism of the school of San Rocco. With eyes now open to pre-Reformation Christianity, he found its completed outcome in Tintoret's interpretation of the life of Christ and the types of the Old Testament. Fresh from the stormy grandeur of the St. Gothard, he found the lurid skies and the looming giants of the Visitation, or the Baptism, or the Crucifixion, re-echoing the subjects of Turner as deep answering to deep. And with Harding of the broad brush, he recognized the mastery of landscape execution in the Flight into Egypt and Saint Mary in the Desert. He devoted the rest of his time chiefly to cataloguing and copying Tintoret. The catalogue appeared in Stones of Venice, which was suggested by the visit, and begun by some sketches of architectural detail and the acquisition of daguerreotypes, a new invention which delighted him immensely, as it had delighted Turner, with trustworthy records of detail which sometimes eluded even his industry and accuracy. At last his friends were gone, and left alone he overworked himself, as usual, before leaving Venice with crammed portfolios and closely written notebooks. At Padua he was stopped by a fever. All through France he was pursued by what, from his account, appears to have been some form of diphtheria, averted only, as he believed, in direct answer to earnest prayer. At last his eventful pilgrimage was ended, and he was restored to his home and his parents. It was not long before he was at work again in his new study, looking out upon the quiet meadow and grazing cows of Damarquille, and rapidly throwing into form the fresh impressions of the summer. He was strongly influenced by the sermons of Canon Melville, the same preacher whom Browning in his youth admired, a good orator and sound analytic expositor, though not a great or independent thinker. Osborne Gordon had recommended him to read Hooker, and he caught the tone and style of the ecclesiastical polity only too readily, so that much of his work of that winter, the more philosophical part of Volume II, was damaged by inversions and Elizabethan quaintness as of rough and train, long exegetical sentences, and far-sought pomposity of diction. It was only when he had waded through the chaos which he set himself to survey that he could lay aside his borrowed stilts and stand on his own feet in the Tintoret descriptions, rather stiff, yet from foregone efforts. This volume, like the first, was completed in the winter, in one long spell of hard work, broken only by a visit to Oxford in January as the guest of Dr. Greswell, head of Worcester, at a conference for the promotion of art. Smith and Elder accepted the book on Mr. J. Ruskin's terms, so his wife wrote, for they had already reported it as called for by the public. The first volume was going into a third edition. When his book came out, he was away again in Italy, trying to show his father all that he had seen in the Campo Santo and Giotto's tower, and to explain why it more than startled him. The good man hardly felt the force of it all at once, and there were little passages of arms, and some heart-quaking and head-shaking, until Mr. Dale, the old schoolmaster, wrote that he had heard no less a man than Sydney Smith mention the new book in public, in the presence of distinguished literary characters, as a work of transcendent talent, presenting the most original views, in the most elegant and powerful language, which would work a complete revolution in the world of taste. When he returned home, it was to find a respectful welcome. His word on matters of art was now really worth something, and before long it was called for. The National Gallery was comparatively in its infancy. It had been established less than 25 years, and its manager, Mr. Eastlake, afterwards Sir Charles, had his hands full, what with rascally dealers in forged old masters and incompetent picture cleaners, and an economical government and a public that neither knew its own mind nor trusted his judgment. A great outcry was set up against him for buying bad works and spoiling the best by restoration. Ruskin wrote very temperately to the Times pointing out that the damage had been slight compared with what was being done everywhere else, and suggesting that prevention being better than cure, the pictures should be put under glass, for then they would not need the recurring attentions of the restorer. But he blamed management for spending large sums on added examples of Guido and Rubens, while they had no Angelico, no Ghirlandajo, no good Perugino, only one Bellini, and in a word, left his new friends, the early Christian artists, unrepresented. He suggested that pictures might be picked up for next to nothing in Italy, and he begged that the collection might be made historical and educational by being fully representative and chronologically arranged. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 3 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 3, The Seven Lamps, 1847 to 1849. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Have you read an Oxford graduate's Letters on Art? Wrote Miss Mitford of Our Village on January the 27th, 1847. The author, Mr. Ruskin, was here last week, and is certainly the most charming person that I have ever known. The friendship thus begun lasted until her death. She encouraged him in his work, she delighted in his success, and in the grave reverses which were to befall him, he found her his most faithful supporter and most sympathetic consoler. In return, his kindness cheered her closing days. He sent her every book that would interest and every delicacy that would strengthen her. Attentions which will not surprise those who have heard of his large and thoughtful generosity. It was natural that a rising man, so closely connected with Scotland, should be welcomed by the leaders of the Scottish School of Literature. Sidney Smith, a former Edinburgh professor, had praised the new volume. John Murray, as it seems from letters of the period, made overtures to secure the author as a contributor to his Italian guidebooks. Lockhart employed him to write for the Quarterly Review. Lockhart was a person of great interest for young Ruskin, who worshipped Scott, and Lockhart's daughter, even without her personal charm, would have attracted him as the actual grandchild of the great Sir Walter. It was for her sake, he says, rather than for the honour of writing in the famous Quarterly, that he undertook to review Lord Lindsay's Christian Art. He was known to be a suitor for Miss Lockhart's hand. His father, in view of the success he desired, had been in February looking out for a house in the Lake District, hoping, no doubt, to see him settled there as a sort of successor to Wordsworth and Christopher North. In March, John Ruskin betook himself to the Salutation at Ambleside, with his constant attendant and amanuensis George, for quiet after a tiring winter in London society, and for his new labour of reviewing. But he did not find himself so fond of the lakes as of old. He wrote to his mother, Sunday, March the 28th, 1847, "I finished and sealed up and addressed my last bit of work last night by 10 o'clock, ready to send by today's post, so that my father should receive it with this. I could not at all have done it had I stayed at home, for even with all the quiet here, I have had no more time than was necessary. For exercise I find the rowing very useful, though it makes me melancholy with thinking of 1838, and the lake, when it is quite calm, is wonderfully sad and quiet. No bright colours, no snowy peaks, black water, as still as death, lonely rocky islets, leafless woods, or worse than leafless, the brown oak foliage hanging dead upon them, grey sky, far off wild dark dismal moorlands, no sound except the rustling of the boat among the reeds. 1 o'clock. I have your kind note and my father's, and am very thankful that you like what I have written, for I did not at all know myself whether it were good or bad. In the early summer he went to Oxford for a meeting of the British Association. He said, June the 27th, 1847, "I am not able to write a full account of all I see, to amuse you, for I find it necessary to keep as quiet as I can, and I fear it would only annoy you to be told of all the invitations I refuse, and all the interesting matters in which I take no part. There is nothing for it but throwing oneself into the stream, and going down with one's arms under water, ready to be carried anywhere or do anything. My friends are all busy and tired to death. All the members of my section, but especially Edward Forbes, Sedgwick, Murchison, and Lord Northampton, and of course Buckland, are as kind to me as men can be. But I am tormented by the perpetual sense of my unmitigated ignorance, for I know no more now than I did when a boy, and have only one perpetual feeling of being in everybody's way. The recollections of the place, too, and the being in my old rooms make me very miserable. I have not one moment of profitably spent time to look back to while I was here, and much useless labour and disappointed hope, and I can neither bear the excitement of being in the society where the play of mind is constant, and rolls over me like heavy wheels, nor the pain of being alone. I get away in the evenings into the hayfields about Cumnor and rest, but then my failing sight plagues me. I cannot look at anything as I used to, and the evening sky is covered with swimming strings and eels. My best time is while I am in the section room, for though it is hot and sometimes wearisome, yet I have nothing to say, little to do, nothing to look at, and as much as I like to hear. He had to undergo a second disappointment in love. His health broke down again, and he was sent to Leamington to his former doctor, Jeffson, once more a consumptive patient. Dieted into health, he went to Scotland with a new-found friend, William MacDonald of Crossmount, but he had no taste for sport, and could make little use of his opportunities for distraction and relaxation. One bateau was enough for him, and the rest of the visit was spent in morbid despondency, digging thistles and brooding over the significance of the curse of Eden, so strangely now interwoven with his own life. Thorns are also and thistles. At Bowers Well, Perth, where his grandparents had spent their later years, and where his parents had been married, lived Mr. George Gray, a lawyer and an old acquaintance of the Ruskin family. His daughter Euphemia used to visit at Denmark Hill. It was for her that, some years earlier, The King of the Golden River had been written. She had grown up into a perfect Scotch beauty, with every gift of health and spirit which would compensate, the old folk thought, for his retiring and morbid nature. They were anxious, now more than ever, to see him settled. They pressed him, in letters still extant, to propose. We have seen how he was situated, and can understand how he persuaded himself that fortune, after all, was about to smile upon him. Her family had their own reasons for promoting the match, and all united in hastening on the event. In the Notes to Exhibitions added to a new edition of Modern Painters, then in the press, the author mentions a hurried visit to Scotland in the spring of 1848. This was the occasion of his marriage at Perth, on April the 10th. The young couple spent rather more than a fortnight on the way south, among Scotch and English lakes, intending to make a more extended tour in the summer to the cathedrals and abbeys. The pilgrimage began with Salisbury, where a few days' sketching in the damp and draughts of the cathedral laid the bridegroom low and brought the tour to an untimely end. In August, the young people were seen safely off to Normandy, where they went by easy stages from town to town, studying the remains of Gothic building. In October they returned and settled in a house of their own at 31 Park Street, where during the winter he wrote The 7 Lamps of Architecture, and, as a bit of bywork, a notice of Samuel Prout for the Art Journal. This was Ruskin's first illustrated volume. The plates were engraved by himself in soft ground etching, such as Prout had used, from drawings he had made in 1846 and 1848. Some are scrappy combinations of various detail, but others, such as the Byzantine capital, the window in Giotto's campanile, the arches from Saint-Lô in Normandy, from Saint-Michel at Lucca, and from the Ca' Foscari at Venice, are effective studies of the actual look of old buildings, seen as they are shown us in nature, with her light and the shade added to all the facts of form, and her own last touches in the way of weather softening, and settling faults, and tufted, nestling plants. Revisiting the Hôtel de la Cloche at Dijon in later years, Ruskin showed me the room where he had bitten the last plate in his wash-hand basin as a careless makeshift for the regular etcher's bath. He was not dissatisfied with his work himself. The public of the day wanted something more finished. So the second edition appeared, with the subjects elaborately popularized in fashionable engraving. More recently they have undergone reduction for a cheap issue. But any book lover knows the value of the original 7 lamps, with its San Miniato cover and autograph plates. As to its reception, or at least the anticipation of it, Charlotte Bronte bears witness in a letter to the publishers. I congratulate you on the approaching publication of Mr. Ruskin's new work. If the 7 lamps of architecture resemble their predecessor, modern painters, they will be no lamps at all but a new constellation. 7 bright stars for whose rising the reading world ought to be anxiously agape. The book was announced for his father's birthday, May the 10th, 1849, and it appeared while they were among the Alps. The earlier part of this tour is pretty fully described in Praeterita, Book 2, Chapter 11, and Fall's Letter 90. And so the visit of Richard Fall, the meeting with Sibylla Dowie, and the death of cousin Mary need not be dwelt on here. From the letters that passed between father and son, we find that Mr. John had been given a month's leave from July 26th to explore the higher Alps, with Coutet his guide and George his valet. The old people stayed at the Hôtel de Burgh and thought of little else but their son and his affairs, looking eagerly from day to day for the last news, both of him and of his book. Mr. Ruskin Sr. writes from Geneva on July 29th. Miss Tweedale says your book has made a great sensation. On August 4th, The Spectator, which Smith sets great value on, has an elaborate favourable notice on 7 lamps, only ascribing an infirmity of temper, quoting railroad passage in proof. Anne was told by American family servant that you were in American paper, and got it for us, the New York Tribune of July 13th. First article is your book. They say they are willing to be learners from, rather than critics of, such a book, etc. The Daily News, some of the Punch people's paper, has a capital notice. It begins, "This is a masked battery of 7 pieces, which blaze away to the total extinction of the small architectural lights we may boast of, etc., etc." On August the 5th, I have a shameful charge of 10 francs. Got August Magazine and Dickens, quite a prohibition for parcels from England. In British Quarterly, under Aesthetics of Gothic Architecture, they take 4 works, you first. As a critic, they almost rank you with Goethe and Coleridge, and in style with Jeremy Taylor. The qualified encouragement of these remarks was further qualified with detailed advice about health, and warnings against the perils of the way, to which Mr. John used to answer on this wise. Courmayeur, Sunday afternoon, July 29th, 1849. My dearest father, put the 3 sheets in order first. 1, 2, 3. Then read this, front and back, and then 2, and then 3, front and back. You and my mother were doubtless very happy when you saw the day clear up as you left St. Martin's. Truly, it was impossible that any day could be more perfect towards its close. We reached Nantes-Baran at 12 o'clock, or a little before, and Coutet having given his sanction to my wish to get on, we started again soon after 1, and reached the top of the Col de Bonon about 5. You would have been delighted with that view. It is one upon those lovely seas of blue mountains, one behind the other, of which one never tires, this, fortunately, westward, so that all the blue ridges and ranges above Conflans and Beaufort were dark against the afternoon sky, though misty with its light, while eastward a range of snowy crests, of which the most important was the Mont Ezrin, caught the sunlight full upon them. The sun was as warm and the air as mild on the place where the English travellers sank and perished, as in our garden at Denmark Hill on the summer evenings. There is, however, no small excuse for a man's losing courage on that pass, if the weather were foul. I never saw one so literally pathless, so void of all guide and help from the lie of the ground, so embarrassing from the distance which one has to wind round mere brows of craggy precipice without knowing the direction in which one is moving, while the path is perpetually lost in heaps of shale or among clusters of crags, even when it is free of snow. All, however, when I passed was serene, and even beautiful, owing to the glow which the red rocks had in the sun. We got down to Chapiou about 7, itself one of the most desolately placed villages I ever saw in the Alps. Scotland is in no place that I have seen so barren or so lonely. Ever since I passed Chapfels when a child, I have had an excessive love for this kind of desolation, and I enjoyed my little square chalet window and my chalet supper exceedingly. Mutton with garlic. He then confesses that he woke in the night with a sore throat, but struggled on next day down the Allée Blanche de Courmayeur. I never saw such a mighty heap of stones and dust. The glacier itself is quite invisible from the road, and I had no mind for extra work or scrambling, except just at the bottom, where the ice appears in 1 or 2 places, being exactly of the colour of the heaps of waste coal at the Newcastle pits, and admirably adapted therefore to realise one's brightest anticipations of the character and style of the Allée Blanche. The heap of its moraine conceals, for the 2 miles of its extent, the entire range of Mont Blanc from the eye. At last you weather the mighty promontory, cross the torrent which issues from its base, and find yourself suddenly at the very foot of the vast slope of torn granite, which from a point not 200 feet lower than the summit of Mont Blanc sweeps down into the valley of Courmayeur. I am quite unable to speak with justice, or think with clearness, of this marvellous view. One is so unused to see a mass like that of Mont Blanc without any snow, that all my ideas and modes of estimating size were at fault. I only felt overpowered by it, and that, as with the porch of Rouen Cathedral, look as I would, I could not see it. I had not mind enough to grasp it or meet it. I tried in vain to fix some of its main features on my memory, then set the mules to graze again and took my sketch-book and marked the outlines. But where is the use of marking contours of a mass of endless, countless, fantastic rock 12,000 feet sheer above the valley? Besides, one cannot have sharp, sore throat for 12 hours without its bringing on some slight feverishness, and the scorching alpine sun, to which we had been exposed without an instant's cessation from the height of the Col till now, i.e. from 10:30 till 3, had not mended the matter. My pulse was now beginning slightly to quicken, and my head slightly to ache, and my impression of the scene is feverish and somewhat painful. I should think like yours of the valley of Sixt. So he finished his drawing, tramped down the valley after his mule, in dutiful fear of increasing his cold, and found Courmayeur crowded, only an attic au quatrième to be had. After trying to doctor himself with grey pill, kali, and senna, Coutet cured his throat with an alum gargle, and they went over the Col Ferret. The courier, V.THE, had been sent to meet him at Martigny, and bring latest news and personal report, on the strength of which several days passed without letters, but not without a remonstrance from headquarters. On August the 8th he writes from Zermatt, "I have your 3 letters, with pleasant accounts of critiques, etc., and painful accounts of your anxieties. I certainly never thought of putting in a letter at Sion, as I arrived there about 3 hours after V.THE left me, it being only 2 stages from Martigny, and besides, I had enough to do that morning in thinking what I should want at Zermatt, and was engaged at Sion while we changed horses in buying wax candles and rice. It was unlucky that I lost post at Visp, etc." A few days later he says, "On Friday I had such a day as I have only once or twice had the like of among the Alps. I got up to a promontory projecting from the foot of the Matterhorn, and lay on the rocks and drew it at my ease. I was about 3 hours at work, as quietly as if in my study at Denmark Hill, though on a peak of barren crag above a glacier, and at least 9,000 feet above sea. But the Matterhorn, after all, is not so fine a thing as the I.HIS drew, nor as any one of the I.HIS of Chamonix. For one thing, it is all of secondary rock in horizontal beds, quite rotten and shaly. But there are other causes of difference in impressiveness which I am endeavouring to analyse, but find considerable embarrassment in doing so. There seems no sufficient reason why an isolated obelisk, 1/4 higher than any of them, should not be at least as sublime as they in their dependent grouping. But it assuredly is not. For this reason, as well as because I have not found here the near studies of primitive rock I expected, for to my great surprise I find the whole group of mountains, mighty as they are, except the inaccessible Mont Rosa, of secondary limestones or slates, I should like, if it were possible, to spend a couple of days more on the Montagne-Vert and at the bases of the Chamonix I.HIS, sleeping at the Montagne-Vert. And so on, apologetically begging, as other sons beg money, for time to gather the material of Modern Painters, Volume 4. I hope you will think whether the objects you are after are worth risks of sore throat or lungs, replied his father, for he had personified a perpetual influenza until they got him to Switzerland, and they were very anxious. Indeed, Pfister's news from Martigny had scared his mother, not very well herself, into wild plans for recapturing him. However, Osborne Gordon was going to Chamonix with Mr. Pritchard, and so they gave him a little longer, and he made the best use of his time. Monday evening, August the 20th, 1849. My dearest father, I have tonight a packet of back letters from V.A., but I have really hardly time to read them tonight. I had so many notes to secure when I came from the hills. I walk up every day to the base of the I.HIS without the slightest sense of fatigue. Work there all day, hammering and sketching, and down in the evening. As far as days by myself can be happy, they are so, for I love the place with all my heart. I have no over-fatigue or labour, and plenty of time. By the by, though in most respects they are incapable of improvement, I recollect that I thought today, as I was breaking last night's ice away from the rocks of which I wanted a specimen, with a sharpish wind, and small pepper and salt-like sleet beating in my face, that a hot chop and a glass of sherry, if they were to be had round the corner, would make the thing more perfect. There was, however, nothing to be had round the corner but some Iceland moss, which belonged to the chamois, and an extra allowance of north wind. This next is inscribed on a tiny scrap of paper. Glacier or Grepon, August the 21st. My dearest father, I am sitting on a grey stone in the middle of the glacier, waiting till the fog goes away. I believe I may wait. I write this line in my pocket-book to thank my mother for hers, which I did not acknowledge last night. I am glad and sorry that she depends so much on my letters for her comfort. I am sending them now every day by the people who go down, for the diligence is stopped. You may run the chance of missing one or two, therefore. I am quite well and very comfortable, sitting on Joseph's knapsack laid on the stone. The fog is about as thick as that of London in November, only white, and I see nothing near me but fields of dampish snow with black stones in it. And then, Montagne-Vert, August 22nd. I cannot say that on the whole the I.HIS have treated me well. I went up Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday to their feet, and never obtained audience until today, and then they retired at 12 o'clock. But I have got a most valuable memorandum. The parental view was put thus. Geneva, Monday, August the 20th, 1849. My dearest John, I do not know if you have got all my letters, fully explaining to you in what way the want of a single letter on 2 occasions did so much mischief, made such havoc in our peace. I think my last Thursday's letter entered on it. We are grateful for many letters that have come. It was merely the accident of the moment when first by illness and then by precipices we were most anxious. being exactly the moment the letters took it into their heads to be not forthcoming. Not writing so often would only keep us more in the dark, with little less anxiety. Please say if you get a letter every day. Space can hardly be afforded for more than samples of this voluminous correspondence, or interesting quotations might be given about the ghost hunt yesterday and a crystal hunt today, and life at the Montanvert, until at last, August 28th, I have taken my place in diligence for Thursday, and hope to be with you in good time. But I quite feel as if I were leaving home to go on a journey. I shall not be melancholy, however, for I have really had a good spell of it. Dearest love to my mother. I don't intend to write again. Ever my dearest father, your most affectionate son, J. Ruskin. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 4, Stones of Venice, 1849 to 1851. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. A book about Venice had been planned in 1845 during Ruskin's first long working visit. He had made so many notes and sketches both of architecture and painting that the material seemed ready to hand. Another visit would fill up the gaps in his information, and 2 or 3 months' hard writing would work the subject off and set him free to continue modern painters. So before leaving home in 1849, he had made up his mind that the next work would be The Stones of Venice, which on the appearance of the 7 lamps was announced by the publishers as in preparation. He left home again early in October. By the end of November he was settled with his wife at Hotel Daniele, Venice, for the winter. He expected to find without much trouble all the information he wanted as to the dates, styles, and history of Venetian buildings. But after consulting and comparing all the native writers, it appeared that the questions he asked of them were just the questions they were unprepared to answer, and that he must go into the whole matter afresh. So he laid himself out that winter for a thorough examination of St. Mark's and the Ducal Palace and the other remains, drawing and measuring and comparing their details. His father had gone back to England in September out of health, and the letters from home did not report improvement. His mother, too, was beginning to fear the loss of her sight, and he could not stay away from them any longer. In February 1850, he broke off his work in the middle of it and returned to London. The rest of the year he spent in writing the first volume of Stones of Venice and in preparing the illustrations, together with examples of the architecture of Venice, a portfolio of large lithographs and engravings in mezzotint and line to accompany the work. It was most fortunate for Ruskin that his drawings could be interpreted by such men as Armitage and Cousin, Cuff and Lecoux, Boyce and Lupton, and not without advantage to them that their masterpieces should be preserved in his works and praised as they deserved in his prefaces. But these plates for Stones of Venice were in advance of the times. The publisher thought them caviar to the general, so Mr. J. Ruskin told his son, but gave it as his own belief that some dealers in Ruskins and Turners in 1890 will get great prices for what at present will not sell. Early in 1850, his father, at his mother's desire and with the help of W.H. Harrison, collected and printed his poems, with a number of pieces that still remained in MS, the author taking no part in this revival of bygones, which, for the sake of their associations, he was not anxious to recall, though his father still believed that he might have been a poet and ought to have been one. This is the volume of Poems, John Ruskin, 1850, so highly valued by collectors. Under the resurrection was The King of the Golden River, which had lain hidden for the 9 years of the Ars Poetica. He allowed it to be published with woodcuts by the famous Dicky Doyle. The little book ran through 3 editions that year. The first issue must have been torn to rags in the nurseries of the last generation, since copies are so rare as to have brought 10 guineas apiece instead of the 6 shillings at which they were advertised in 1850. A couple of extracts from letters of 1850 will give some ideas of Ruskin's impressions of London society and the drawing-room. My dearest mother, horrible party last night. Stiff, large, dull, fidgety, strange, run against everybody know nobody sort of party. Naval people. Young lady claims acquaintance with me. I know as much of her as of Queen Pomare. Talk. Get away as soon as I can. Ask who she is. Lady as wise as I was before. Introduced to a black man with chain in collar. Black man condescending. I abuse different things to black man, chiefly the House of Lords. Black man says he lives in it. Asks where I live. Don't want to tell him. Obliged. Go away and ask who he is. As wise as I was before. Introduced to a young lady. Young lady asks if I like drawing. So away and ask who she is. Lady, Keep away, with back to wall, and look at watch. Get away at last. Very sulky this morning. Hope my father better. Dearest love to you both. Park Street, 4 o'clock, May 1850. My dearest father, we got through gloriously, though at one place there was the most awkward crush I ever saw in my life, the pit at the Surrey, which I never saw, may perhaps show the like, nothing else. The floor was covered with the ruins of ladies' dresses, torn lace, and fallen flowers, but Effie was luckily out of it, and got through unscathed, and heard people saying, "What a beautiful dress!" just as she got up to the Queen. It was fatiguing enough, but not so awkward as I expected. The Queen looked much younger and prettier than I expected, very like her pictures, even like those which are thought to flatter most. But I only saw the profile. I could not see the front face as I knelt to her, at least without an upturning of the eyes which I thought would be unseemly, and there were but some 2 or 3 seconds allowed for the whole affair. The Queen gave her hand very graciously, but looked bored, poor thing. Well she might be, with about 1/4 of a mile square of people to bow to. I met 2 people whom I have not seen for many a day, Kildare and Scott Murray. Had a chat with the former and a word with Murray, but nothing of interest. As one of the chief literary figures of the day, Ruskin could not avoid society, and as he tells in Praeterita, he was rewarded for the reluctant performance of his duties by meeting with several who became his lifelong friends. Chief among these he mentions Mr. and Mrs. Cowper Temple, afterwards Lord and Lady Mount-Temple. The acquaintance with Samuel Rogers, inauspiciously begun many years before, now ripened into something like friendship. Monckton Milnes, Lord Horton, and other men of letters were met at Rogers' breakfasts. A little later, a visit to the Master of Trinity, Whewell, at Cambridge, brought him into contact with Professor Willis, the authority on Gothic architecture, and other notabilities of the sister university. There also he met Mr. and Mrs. Marshall of Leeds and Coniston, and he pursued his journey to Lincoln with Mr. Simpson, whom he had met at Lady Davis, and to Farnley for a visit to Mr. F. H. Fox, the owner of the celebrated collection of Turners, April 1851. In London he was acquainted with many of the leading artists and persons interested in art. Of the teachers of the day he was known to men so diverse as Carlyle and Morris, with whom he corresponded in 1815 about his notes on sheepfolds, and C.H. Spurgeon, to whom his mother was devoted. He was as yet neither a hermit nor a heretic, but mixed freely with all sorts and conditions, with one exception. For Puseites and the Romanists were yet as heathen men and publicans to him, and he noted with interest, while writing his review of Venetian history, that the strength of Venice was distinctly anti-papal, and her virtues Christian but not Roman. Reflections on this subject were to have formed part of his great work, but the first volume was taken up with the a priori development of architectural forms, and the treatment in especial of Venetian matters had to be indefinitely postponed, until another visit had given him the opportunity of gathering his material. Meanwhile, his wide sympathy had turned his mind toward a subject which then had received little attention, though since then loudly discussed, the reunion of Protestants Christians. He put together his thoughts in a pamphlet on the text, "There shall be one fold and one shepherd," calling it, in allusion to his architectural studies, Notes on the Construction of Sheepfolds. He proposed a compromise, trying to prove that the pretensions to priesthood on the high Anglican side and the objections to episcopacy on the Presbyterian were alike untenable, and hoped that when once these differences, such little things he thought them, were arranged, a united Church of England might become the nucleus of a worldwide federation of Protestants, a Civitas Dei, a New Jerusalem. There were many who agreed with his aspirations. He received shows of letters from sympathizing readers, most of them praising his aims and criticizing his means. Others objected rather to his manner than to his matter. The title savoured of levity, and an art critic writing on theology was supposed to be wandering out of his province. Tradition says that the notes were freely bought by border farmers under a rather laughable mistake, but surely it was no new thing for a Scotch reader to find a religious tract under a catching title. There were a few replies, one by Mr. Dyce, who defended the Anglican view with mild persiflage and the usual commonplaces, and there the matter ended for the public. For Ruskin, it was the beginning of a train of thought which led him far. He gradually learned that his error was not in asking too much, but in asking too little. He wished for the union of Protestants, forgetting the sheep that are not of that fold, and little dreaming of the answer he got, after many days, in Christ's folk in the Apennine. Meanwhile, the first volume of Stones of Venice had appeared, March 1851. Its reception was indirectly described in a pamphlet entitled Something on Ruskinism, with a vestibule in rhyme, by an architect complaining bitterly of the ecstasies of rapture into which the newspapers had been thrown by the new work. Your book, since reviewers so swear, may be rational, still 'tis certainly not either royal or national. For it did not join in the chorus of congratulation to Prince Albert and the British public on the great exhibition of 1851, the apotheosis of trade and machinery. The architect finds also, what may surprise the modern reader, who has not noticed that many an able work has been thought unreadable on its first appearance, that he cannot understand the language and ideas. Your style is so soaring, and some it makes sore, that plain folks can't make out your strange mystique lure. He will allow the author to be quite right when he finds something to agree upon. But the moment a sore point is touched, then Ruskin is insane. In one respect, the architect hit the nail on the head. Readers, who are not reviewers by profession, can hardly fail to perceive that Ruskinism is violently inimical to sundry existing interests. The best men, we said, were the first to recognize Ruskin's genius. Let us throw into the opposite scale an opinion of more weight than the architect in a transcript of the original letter from Carlyle. Chelsea, March the 9th, 1851. Dear Ruskin, I did not know yesterday, till your servant was gone, that there was any note in the parcel, nor at all what a feat you had done. A loan of the gallant young man's Memoirs was what I expected, and here, in a most chivalrous style, comes a gift of them. This, I think, must be in the style prior to the Renaissance. What can I do but accept your kindness with pleasure and gratitude, though it is far beyond my deserts? Perhaps the next man I meet will use me as much below them, and so bring matters straight again. Truly, I'm much obliged, and return you many hearty thanks. I was already deep in the stones, and clearly purposed to hold on there. A strange, unexpected, and I believe most true and excellent sermon in stones, as well as the best piece of schoolmastering in architectonics, from which I hope to learn much in a great many ways. The spirit and purport of these critical studies of yours are a singular sign of the times to me, and a very gratifying one. Right good speed to you, and victorious arrival on the farther shore. It is a quite new renaissance, I believe, we are getting into just now, either towards new, wider manhood, high again as the eternal stars, or else into final death, and the marsh of Gehenna for evermore. A dreadful process, but a needful and inevitable one, nor do I doubt at all which way the issue will be, though which of the extant nations are to get included in it, and which is to be trampled out and abolished in the process, may be very doubtful. God is great, and sure enough, the changes in the construction of sheepfolds, as well as in other things, will require to be very considerable. We are still laboring under the foul kind of influenza here. I, not far from emancipated, my poor wife still deep in the business, though I hope past the deepest. Am I to understand that you too are seized? In a day or two I hope to ascertain that you are well again. Adieu. Here is an interruption. Here also is the end of the paper. With many thanks and regards. As soon as the first volume of Stones of Venice and the notes on the construction of sheepfolds were published, Ruskin took a short Eastern holiday at Matlock and set to work at a new edition of Modern Painters. This was the 5th reprint of the first volume and the 3rd of volume 2. They were carefully and conscientiously revised, and the postscript indulged in a little triumph at the changed tone of public criticism upon Turner. But it was too late to have been much service to the great artist himself. In 1845, after saying goodbye and "Why will you go to Switzerland? There will be such a fidge about you when you are gone," Turner lost his health and was never himself again. The last drawings he did for Ruskin, January 1848, the Brunic and Descent from the St. Gothard to Airolo, showed his condition unmistakably, and the lonely restlessness of the last disappointing years were, for all his friends, a melancholy ending to a brilliant career, Ruskin wrote. This year, 1851, he has no picture on the walls of the Academy, and the Times of May 3rd says, "We miss those works of inspiration." We miss, who misses? The populace of England rolls by to weary itself in the great bazaar of Kensington, little thinking that a day will come when those veiled Vestals and prancing Amazons and goodly merchandise of precious stones and gold will all be forgotten as though they had not been, but that the light which has faded from the walls of the Academy is one which a million Koh-i-Noors could not rekindle, and that the year 1851 will, in the far future, be remembered less for what it has displayed than for what it has withdrawn. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 5, Pre-Raphaelitism, 1851 to 1853. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. The Times, in May 1851, missed those works of inspiration, as Ruskin had at last taught people to call Turner's pictures. But the acknowledged mouthpiece of public opinion found consolation in castigating a school of young artists who had unfortunately become notorious by addicting themselves to an antiquated style and affecting simplicity in painting. We can extend no toleration to a mere servile imitation of the cramped style, false perspective, and crude colour of remote antiquity. We want not to see what Fuseli termed drapery snapped instead of folded, faces bloated into apoplexy or extenuated into skeletons, colour borrowed from the jars in a druggist's shop and expression forced into caricature. That morbid infatuation which sacrifices truth, beauty, and genuine feeling to mere eccentricity deserves no quarter at the hands of the public. Ruskin knew nothing personally of these young innovators, and had not at first sight wholly approved of the apparently Puseyite tendency of Rossetti's Ecce Ancilla Domini, Millet's carpenter's shop, and Holman Hunt's early Christian missionary, exhibited the year before. All these months he had been closely kept to his sheepfolds and stones of Venice, but now he was correcting the proofs of Modern Painters, Volume 1, as thus, Chapter the last, Section 21. The duty and after privileges of all students, go to nature in a singleness of heart, and walk with her laboriously and trustingly. having no other thoughts but how best to penetrate her meaning and remember her instruction, rejecting nothing, selecting nothing, and scorning nothing, believing all things to be right and good, and rejoicing always in the truth. And at Coventry Patmore's request, he went to the academy to look at the pictures in question. Yes, the faces were ugly. Millet's Mariana was a piece of idolatrous papistry, and there was a mistake in the perspective. Collins' Convent Thoughts, more popery, but very careful. The tadpole too small for its age, but what studies of plants! And there was his own Alisma Plantago, which he had been drawing for Stones of Venice, Volume 1, Plate 7, and describing the lines through its body, which are of peculiar beauty, mark the different expressions of its fibres, and are, I think, exactly the same as those which would be traced by the currents of a river entering a lake of the shape of a leaf, at the end where the stalk is, and passing out at its point. Curvature was one of the special subjects of Ruskin, the one he found most neglected by ordinary artists. The alisma was a test of observation and draftsmanship. He had never seen it so thoroughly or so well drawn, and heartily wished the study were his. Looking again at the other works of the school, he found that the one mistake in the Mariana was the only error in perspective in the whole series of pictures, which could not be said of any 12 works containing architecture by popular artists in the exhibition, and that, as studies of both drapery and of every other minor detail, there had been nothing in art so earnest or so complete as these pictures since the days of Albert Dürer. He went home and wrote his verdict in a letter to the Times, May the 9th, 1851. Next day he asked the price of Hunt's Two Gentlemen of Verona and Millet's Return of the Dove. On the 13th his letter appeared in the Times, and on the 26th he wrote again, pointing out beauties and indications of power in conception and observation of nature, and handling where at first he, like the rest of the public, had been repelled by the wilful ugliness of the faces. Meanwhile the Pre-Raphaelites wrote to tell him that they were neither Papists nor Puseyites. The day after his second letter was published, he received an ill-spelt missive, anonymously abusing them. This was the sort of thing to interest his love of poetical justice. He made the acquaintance of several of the brethren. Charlie Collins, as his friends affectionately called him, was the son of a respected R.A., and the brother of Wilkie Collins, himself afterwards the author of a delightful book of travel in France, A Cruise Upon Wheels. Millet turned out to be the most gifted, charming, and handsome of young artists. Holman Hunt was already a Ruskin reader and a seeker after truth, serious and earnest in his religious nature as in his painting. The Pre-Raphaelites were not, originally, Ruskin's pupils, nor was their movement directly of his creation. But it was the outcome of a general tendency which he, more than any man, had helped to set in motion, and it was the fulfilment, though in a way he had not expected, of his wishes. His attraction to Pre-Raphaelitism was none the less real because it was sudden and brought about partly by personal influence. And in rearranging his art theory to take them in, he had before his mind rather what he hoped they would become than what they were. For a time, his influence over them was great. Their first 3 years were their own, their next 3 years were practically his, and some of them, the weaker brethren, leaned upon him until they lost the command of their own powers. No artist can afford to use another man's eyes, still less another man's brain and heart. Ruskin, great as an exponent, was in no sense a master of artists, and if he cheered on the men, who he believed were the best of the time, it did not follow that he should be saddled with the responsibility of directing them. The famous pamphlet on Pre-Raphaelitism of August 1851 showed that the same motives of sincerity impelled both the Pre-Raphaelite brethren and Turner, and, in a degree, men so different as Prout, Old Hunt, and Lewis. All these were opposed to the academical school who worked by rule of thumb, and they differed among one another only in differences of physical power and moral aim, which was all perfectly true, and much truer than the cheap criticism which could not see beyond superficial differences, or the fossil theories of the old school. But pre-Raphaelitism was an unstable compound, liable to explode upon the experimenter and its component parts to return to their old antithesis of crude naturalism on the one hand, and affectation of piety or poetry or antiquarianism on the other. And that their new champion did not then foresee. All he knew was that, just when he was sadly leaving the scene, Turner gone and night coming on, new lights arose. It was really far more noteworthy that Millais and Rossetti and Hunt were men of genius than that the principles they tried to illustrate were sound, and that Ruskin divined their power and generously applauded them. Immediately after finishing the pamphlet on pre-Raphaelitism, he left for the continent with his wife and friends, the Reverend and Mrs. Daniel Moore. Spent a fortnight in his beloved Savoy with the Pritchards, and then crossed the Alps with Charles Newton. On the 1st of September he was at Venice for a final spell of labour on the palaces and churches. After spending a week with Rawdon Brown, he settled at Casa Wetzlar, Campo Stachio Maria Zobenigo, and during the autumn and winter not only worked extremely hard at his architecture, but went with his wife into Austrian and Italian society and saw many distinguished visitors. One of them, who he lectured on the shortcomings of the Renaissance, was Dean Milman. "I am amused at your mode of Ciceronizing the Dean of St. Paul's," wrote his father, who kept up the usual close correspondence, and made himself useful in looking up books of reference and consulting authorities like Mr. James Ferguson, for these chapters of easy eloquence were not written without a world of pains. The engravers in the business department of the new publications also required his cooperation, for they were now becoming large ventures. During the 3.5 years preceding the summer of 1851, Ruskin seemed to have spent £1,680 of profits from his books, making by his writings at this period only about a third of his annual outlay, so that the estimated cost of these great illustrated volumes, some £1,200, was a matter of anxiety to his father, who, together with the publisher, deprecated large plates and technical details, and expressed some impatience to see results from this visit to Venice. He looked eagerly for every new chapter or drawing as it was sent home for criticism. Some passages, such as the description of the Calais San-Moise, Stones of Venice, Volume 2, Chapter 4, were unfavourably received by him. Another time he says, "You have a very great difficulty now in writing any more, which is to write up to yourself." Or again, Smith reports slow sale of Stones of Venice, Volume 1, and Pre-Raphaelitism. "The times are sorely against you. The exhibition has impoverished the country, and literature of a saleable character seems chiefly confined to shilling books in green paper, to be had at railway stations. Smith will have an account against us." He always sent adverse press notices on the principle that it was good for John, and every little discouragement or annoyance was discussed in full. The most serious news, threatening complete interruption of the work rapidly progressing in spite of all, was Turner's death, December the 19th, 1851. Old Mr. Ruskin heard of it on the 21st, a dismal day to him, spent in sad contemplation of the pictures his son had taught him to love. Soon it came out that John Ruskin was one of the executors named in the will, with a legacy of £20 for a mourning ring. "Nobody can say you were paid to praise," says his father. It was gossiped that he was expected to write Turner's biography. 5 years' work for you, says the old man, full of plans for gathering material. But when one scandal after another reached his ears, he changed his tone and suggested dropping personal details and giving a life of his art in the intended third and final volume of Modern Painters. Something of the sort was done in the Edinburgh lectures and at the close of Volume 5 of Modern Painters, and the official life was left to Walter Thornbury, with which Ruskin perhaps did not wish to interfere. But he collected a mass of then unpublished material about Turner, which goes far to prove that the kindly view he took of the strange man's morbid and unhappy life was not without justification. At the time, so many legal complications developed that Ruskin was advised to resign his executorship. Later on, he was able to fulfill its duties as he conceived them, in arranging Turner's sketches for the National Gallery. Others of his old artist friends were now passing away. Early in January, Mr. J. Ruskin called on William Hunt and found him feeble. "I like the little Elshie," he says, nicknaming him after the Black Dwarf, for Hunt was somewhat deformed. "He is softened and humanized. There is a gentleness and a greater bonhomie, less reserve." I had sent him Pre-Raphaelitism. He had marked it very much with pencil. He greatly likes your notice of people not keeping to their last. "So many clever artists," he says, "have been ruined by not acting on your principles. I got a piece of advice from Hunt. Never to commission a picture. He could not have done my Pigeon so well had he felt he was doing it for anybody." The Pigeon was a drawing he had just bought in later years at Brantwood. In February 1852, a dinner party was given to celebrate in his absence John Ruskin's 33rd birthday. On Monday the 9th, we had Oldfield, Newton was in Wales, Harrison, George Richmond, Tom, Dr. Grant, and Samuel Prout. The latter I never saw in such spirits, and he went away much satisfied. Yesterday at church we were told that he came very happy, ascended to his painting room, and in a quarter of an hour from his leaving our cheerful house was a corpse from apoplexy. He never spoke after the fit came on. He had always wished for a sudden death. Next year, in November 1853, he tells of a visit paid, by John's request, to W.H. Deverell, the young Pre-Raphaelite, whom he found in squalor and sickness, with his Bible open and not long to live, while Howard abuses his picture at Liverpool. Early in 1852, Charles Newton was going to Greece on a voyage of discovery and wanted John Ruskin to go with him. But the parents would not hear of his adventuring himself at sea in those engine vessels. So Newton went alone and dug up loads of Phoenician antiquities. One cannot help regretting that Ruskin lost this opportunity of familiarizing himself with the early Greek art which, 20 years later, he tried to expound. For the time he was well enough employed on the stones of Venice. He tells the story of this 10-month stay in a letter to his venerable friend Rogers the poet, dated June the 23rd, 1852. "I was out of health and out of heart when I first got here. There came much painful news from home, and then such a determined course of bad weather, and every other kind of annoyance, that I never was in a temper fit to write to anyone. The worst of it was that I lost all feeling of Venice, and this was the reason both of my not writing to you and of my thinking of you so often. For whenever I found myself getting utterly hard and indifferent, I used to read over a little bit of the Venice in the Italy, and it put me always into the right tone of thought again, and for this I cannot be enough grateful to you. For though I believe that in the summer, when Venice is indeed lovely, when pomegranate blossoms hang over every garden wall, and green sunlight shoots through every wave, custom will not destroy or even weaken the impression conveyed at first. It is far otherwise in the length and bitterness of the Venetian winters. Fighting with frosty winds at every turn of the canals takes away all the old feelings of peace and stillness. The protracted cold makes the dash of the water on the walls a sound of simple discomfort, and some wild and dark day in February one starts to find oneself actually balancing in one's mind the relative advantages of land and water carriage, comparing the canal with Piccadilly, and even hesitating whether for the rest of one's life one would rather have a gondola within call or a hansom. He then goes on to lament the decay of Venice, the idleness and dissipation of the populace, the lottery gambling, and to forebode the destruction of old buildings and erection of new, changing the place into a modern town, a bad imitation of Paris. Better than that, he thinks, would be utter neglect. St. Mark's Place would again be what it was in the early ages, a green field, and the front of the Ducal Palace and the marble shafts of St. Mark's would be rooted in wild violets and wreathed with vines. She will be beautiful again then, and I could almost wish that the time might come quickly, were it not that so many noble pictures must be destroyed first. I love Venetian pictures more and more, and wonder at them every day with greater wonder. Compared with all other paintings, they are so easy, so instinctive, so natural. Everything that the men of other schools did by rule and called composition, done here by instinct and only called truth. I don't know when I have envied anybody more than I did the other day the directors and clerks of the Zecca. There they sit at inky deal desks, counting out rolls of money, and curiously weighing the irregular and battered coinage of which Venice boasts, and just over their heads, occupying the place which in a London counting-house would be occupied by a commercial almanac, a glorious Bonifazzo, Solomon, and the Queen of Sheba. And in a less honourable corner 3 old directors of the Zecca, very mercantile-looking men indeed, counting money also, like the living ones, only a little more living, painted by Tintoret. Not to speak of the scattered Palma Vecchios, and a lovely Benedetto Diana, which no one ever looks at. I wonder when the European mind will again awake to the great fact that a noble picture was not painted to be hung, but to be seen. I only saw these by accident, having been detained in Venice by some obliging person who abstracted some of his wife's jewels, and brought me thereby into various relations with a respectable body of people who live at the wrong end of the Bridge of Sighs, the police, whom, in spite of traditions of terror, I would very willingly have changed for some of those predecessors whom you have honoured by a note in the Italy. The present police appear to act on exactly contrary principles. Yours found the purse and banished the loser. These don't find the jewels and won't let me go away. I'm afraid no punishment is appointed in Venetian law for people who steal time. Mr. Ruskin returned to England in July 1852 and settled next door to his old home on Herne Hill. He said he could not live any more in Park Street, with a dead brick wall opposite his windows, and so, under the roof where he wrote the first volume of Modern Painters, he finished Stones of Venice. These latter volumes give an account of St. Mark's and the Ducal Palace and other ancient buildings, a complete catalogue of Tintoret's pictures, the list he had begun in 1845, and a history of the successive styles of architecture, Byzantine, Gothic, and Renaissance, interweaving illustrations of the human life and character that made the art what it was. The kernel of the work was the chapter on the nature of Gothic, in which he showed, more distinctly than in the 7 Lamps, and connected with a wider range of thought, suggested by Pre-Raphaelitism, the doctrine that art cannot be produced except by artists, that architecture, in so far as it is an art, does not mean mechanical execution by unintelligent workmen from the vapid working drawings of an architect's office, and, just as Socrates postponed the day of justice until philosophers should be kings and kings philosophers, so Ruskin postponed the reign of art until workmen should be artists and artists workmen. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 6, The Edinburgh Lectures, 1853 to 1854. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. By the end of June 1853, Stones of Venice was finished, as well as a description of Giotto's works at Padua, written for the Arundel Society. The social duties of the season were over. Ruskin and his wife went north to spend a well-earned holiday. At Wallington in Northumberland, staying with Sir Walter and Lady Trevelyan, he met Dr. John Brown at Edinburgh, author of Pet Marjorie and other well-known works, who became his lifelong friend. Ruskin invited Millais, by this time an intimate and heartily admired friend, to join them at Glenfinlas. Ruskin devoted himself first to foreground studies and made careful drawings of rock detail, and then being asked to give a course of lectures before the Philosophical Society of Edinburgh. He was soon busy writing once more and preparing the cartoon sketches, diagrams as he called them, to illustrate his subjects. Dr. Ackland had joined the party, and he asked Millais to sketch their host as he stood contemplatively on the rocks with the torrent thundering beside him. The picture, with additional work in the following winter, became the well-known portrait in the possession of Sir Henry Ackland, much the best likeness of this early period. Another portrait was painted, in words, by one of his audience at Edinburgh on November 1st, when he gave the opening lecture of his course, his first appearance on the platform. The account is extracted from the Edinburgh Guardian of November 19th, 1853. "Before you can see the lecturer, however, you must get into the hall, and that is not an easy matter, for long before the doors are opened, the fortunate holders of season tickets begin to assemble, so that the crowd not only fills the passage, but occupies the pavement in front of the entrance and overflows into the road. At length the doors open, and you are carried through the passage into the hall, where you take up, of course, the best available position for seeing and hearing. After waiting a weary time, the door by the side of the platform opens, and a thin gentleman with light hair, a stiff white cravat, dark overcoat with velvet collar, walking, too, with a slight stoop, goes up to the desk, and looking round with a self-possessed and somewhat formal air, proceeds to take off his greatcoat, revealing thereby, in addition to the orthodox white cravat, the most orthodox of white waistcoats. Dark hair, pale face, and massive marble brow, that is my ideal of Mr. Ruskin," said a young lady near us. This proved to be quite a fancy portrait. As unlike the reality as could well be imagined, Mr. Ruskin has light sand-coloured hair. His face is more red than pale, the mouth well cut, with a good deal of decision in its curve, though somewhat wanting in sustained dignity and strength, an aquiline nose, his forehead by no means broad or massive, but the brows full and well bound together. The eye we could not see, in consequence of the shadows that fell upon his countenance from the lights overhead, but we are sure it must be soft and luminous, and that the poetry and passion we looked for almost in vain in other features must be concentrated there. After sitting for a moment or two, and glancing round at the sheets on the wall as he takes off his gloves, he rises, and leaning slightly over the desk, with his hands folded across, begins at once, "You are proud of your good city of Edinburgh, etc. And now for the style of the lecture. Properly speaking, there were two styles essentially distinct, and not well blended, a speaking and a writing style, the former colloquial and spoken offhand, the latter rhetorical and carefully read in quite a different voice. We had almost said intoned. He has a difficulty in sounding the letter R, and there is a particular tone in the rising and falling of his voice at measured intervals, in a way scarcely ever heard except in a public lection of the service appointed to be read in churches. These are the two things with which perhaps you are most surprised, his dress and the manner of speaking, both of which, the white waistcoat notwithstanding, are eminently clerical." You naturally expect in one so independent a manner free from conventional restraint, and an utterance, whatever may be the power of voice, at least expressive of a strong individuality. And you find instead a Christ churchman of 10 years' standing, who has not yet taken orders, his dress and manner derived from his college tutor, and his elocution from the chapel reader. The lectures were summing up, in popular form, of the chief topics of Ruskin's thought during the last 2 years. The first, November the 1st, stated, with more decision and warmth than part of his audience approved, his plea for the Gothic revival, for the use of Gothic as a domestic style. The next lecture, given 3 days later, went on to contrast the wealth of ornament in medieval buildings with the poor survivals of conventionalized patterns which did duty for decoration in 19th century Greek architecture. And he raised a laugh by comparing a typical stonemason's lion with a real tiger's head drawn in the Edinburgh Zoological Gardens by Mr. Millais. The last 2 lectures, on November the 15th and 18th, were on painting, briefly reviewing the history of landscape and the life and aims of Turner, and finally Christian art and sincerity in imagination, which was now put forth as the guiding principle of pre-Raphaelitism. Public opinion was violently divided over these lectures, and they were the cause of much trouble at home. The fact of his lecturing at all aroused strong opposition from his friends and remonstrances from his parents. Before the event, his mother wrote, "I cannot reconcile myself to the thought of your bringing yourself personally before the world till you are somewhat older and stronger." Afterwards, his father, while apologizing for the word degrading, is disgusted at his exposing himself to such an interruption as occurred, and to newspaper comments and personal references. The notion of an itinerant lecturer scandalized him. He hears from Harrison and Holding that John is to lecture even at their very doors, in Camberwell. "I see small bills up," he writes, "with the lecturers' names, among them Mr. who gets your old clothes," and he bids him write to the committee that his parents object to his fulfilling the engagement. He postponed his lecture for 10 years, but accepted the presidency of the Camberwell Institute, which enabled him to appear at their meetings without offence to any. While staying at Edinburgh, Mr. Ruskin met the various celebrities of modern Athens, some of them at the table of his former fellow-traveller in Venice, Mrs. Jameson. He then returned home to prepare the lectures for printing. These lectures, as published in April 1854, were fiercely assailed by the old school, but a more serious blow fell on him before that month was out. His wife returned to her parents and instituted a suit against him, to which he made no answer. The marriage was annulled in July. A year later, she married Millais. In May 1854, the Pre-Raphaelites again needed his defense. Mr. Holman Hunt exhibited the Light of the World and the Awakening Conscience. Ruskin made them the theme of 2 more letters to the Times, mentioning, by the way, the spurious imitations of Pre-Raphaelite work, which were already becoming common. Starting for his summer tour on the continent, in the Simmenthal he wrote a pamphlet on the opening of the Crystal Palace. There had been much rejoicing over the new style of architecture in glass and iron, and its purpose as a palace of art. Ruskin, who had declined, in the last chapter of the 7 Lamps, to join in the cry for a new style, was not at all ready to accept this as any real artistic advance, and took the opportunity to plead again for the great buildings of the past, which were being destroyed or neglected while the British public was glorifying its gigantic greenhouse. The pamphlet practically suggested the establishment of the Society for the Preservation of Ancient Buildings, which has since come into operation. This summer of 1854, he projected a study of Swiss history to tell the tale of 6 chief towns, Geneva, Freiburg, Basel, Thun, Baden, and Schaffhausen, to which in 1858 he added Rheinfelden and Bellinzona. He intended to illustrate the work with pictures of the places described. He began with his drawing of Thun, a large bird's-eye view of the town with its river bridges, roofs and towers, all exquisitely defined with the pen and broadly coloured in fluctuating tints that seemed to melt always into the same aerial blue, the blue high up the picture beyond the plain, deepening into distant mountains. But his father wanted to see modern painters completed, and so he began his 3rd volume at VIII, with the discussion of the ground style in which he at last broke loose from Reynolds, as were inevitable after his study of pre-Raphaelitism and all the varied experiences of the last 10 years. The lesson of the Tolstoy ivy had been brought home to him in many ways. He had found it to be more and more true that nature is, after all, the criterion of art, and that the greatest painters were always those whose aim, so far as they were conscious of an aim, was to take fact for their starting point. Idealism, beauty, imagination, and the rest, though necessary to art, could not, he felt, be made the object of study. They were the gift of heredity, of circumstances, of national aspirations and virtues, not to be produced by the best of rules or achieved by the best of intentions. What his own view of his own work was can be gathered from a letter to an Edinburgh student written on August 6, 1854. I am sure I never said anything to dissuade you from trying to excel or to do great things. I only wanted you to be sure that your efforts were made with a substantial basis, so that just in a moment of push your footing might not give way beneath you. And also, I wanted you to feel that long and steady effort made in a contented way does more than violent effort made from some strong motive and under some enthusiastic impulse. And I repeat, for of this I am perfectly sure, that the best things are only to be done in this way. It is very difficult thoroughly to understand the difference between indolence and reserve of strength, between apathy and severity, between palsy and patience. But there is all the difference in the world, and nearly as many men are ruined by inconsiderate exertions as by idleness itself. To do as much as you can heartily and happily do each day in a well-determined direction with a view to far-off results, with present enjoyment of one's work, is the only proper, the only essentially profitable way. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860, Chapter 7, The Working Men's College, 1854 to 1855. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Philanthropic instincts and a growing sense of the necessity for social reform had led Ruskin for some years past towards a group of liberal thinkers with whom he had little otherwise in common. At Venice in 1852 he had written several articles on education, taxation and so forth, with which he intended to plunge into active politics. His father, like a cautious man of business who knew his son's powers and thought he knew their limitations, was strongly opposed to this attempt, and used every argument against it. He appealed to his son's sensitiveness, and assured him that he would be flayed unless he wrapped himself in the hide of a rhinoceros. He assured him that, without being on the spot to follow the discussions of politicians, it was useless to offer them any opinions whatsoever. And he ended by declaring that it would be the ruin of his business and of his peace of mind if the name of Ruskin were mixed up with radical electioneering. Not that he was unwilling to suffer martyrdom for a cause in which he believed, but he did not believe in the movements afoot, neither the Tailors' Cooperative Society, in which their friend F.J. Furnivall was interested, nor in any outcome of Chartism or Chartist principles, and so for a time the matter dropped. In 1854 the Reverend F.D. Morris found the Working Men's College. Mr. Furnivall sent the circulars to John Ruskin, who thereupon wrote to Maurice and offered his services. At the opening lecture on October 31st, 1854, at St. Martin's Hall, Longacre, Furnivall distributed to all comers a reprint of the chapter on the nature of Gothic, which we have already noticed is a statement of the conclusions drawn from the study of art respecting the conditions under which the life of the workman should be regulated. Ruskin thus appeared as contributing, so to say, the manifesto of the movement. He took charge from the commencement of the drawing classes, first at 31 Red Lion Square and afterwards at Great Ormond Street. Also superintending classes taught by Messrs. Jeffrey and E. Cook at the Working Women's, afterwards the Working Men and Women's College, Queen Square. In his labour he had two allies. One, a friend of Maurice's, Lois Dickinson, the well-known artist whose portrait of Maurice was mentioned with honour in the notes on the Academy. His portrait of Kingsley hangs in the hall of the Novelist Professors' College at Cambridge. The other helper was New Friend. To people who know him only as the elegant theorist of art, sentimental and egotistic, as they will have it, there must be something strange, almost irreconcilable in his devotion, week after week and year after year, to these night classes. Still more must it astonish them to find the mystic author of the Blessed Damozel, the passionate painter of the Venus Verticordia, working by Ruskin's side in this rough, navvy labour of philanthropy. It was early in 1854 that a drawing of D.G. Rossetti was sent to Ruskin by a friend of the painter's. The critic already knew Millet and Hunt personally, but not Rossetti. He wrote kindly, signing himself "Yours respectfully," which amused the young painter. He made acquaintance, and in the appendix to his Edinburgh lectures placed Rossetti's name with those of Millet and Hunt, especially praising their imaginative power as rivalling that of the greatest of the old masters. He did more than this. He agreed to buy, up to a certain sum every year, any drawings that Rossetti brought him, at their market price. And his standard of money value for works of art has never been niggardly. This sort of help, the encouragement to work, is exactly what makes progress possible to a young and independent artist. It is better for him than fortuitous exhibition triumphs, much better than the hack work which many have to undertake to eke out their livelihood. And the mere fact of being bought by the eminent art critic was enough to encourage other patrons. "He seems in a mood to make my fortune," said Rossetti in the spring of 1854, and early, In 1855, Ruskin wrote, "It seems to me that, of all the painters I know, you on the whole have the greatest genius. And you appear to me also to be, as far as I can make out, a very good sort of person. I see that you are unhappy, and that you can't bring out your genius as you should. It seems to me, then, the proper and necessary thing, if I can, to make you more happy, and that I shall be more really useful in enabling you to paint properly and keep your room in order than in any other way." He did his best to keep that room in order in every sense. Anxious to promote the painter's marriage with Miss Siddall, Princess Ida, as Ruskin called her, he offered a similar arrangement to that which he had made with Rossetti, and began in 1855 to give her £150 a year in exchange for drawings up to that value. Rossetti's poems also found a warm admirer and advocate. In 1856, The Burden of Nineveh was published anonymously in the Oxford and Cambridge magazine. Ruskin wrote to Rossetti that it was glorious and that he wanted to know who was the author, perhaps not without a suspicion that he was addressing the man who could tell. In 1861 he guaranteed, or advanced, the cost of The Early Italian Poets up to £100, with Smith and Elder, and endeavoured, but unsuccessfully, to induce Thackeray to find a place for other poems in the Cornhill magazine. Mr. W. M. Rossetti, in his book on his brother as designer and writer, and in his family letters, draws a pleasant picture of the intimacy between the artist and the critic. "At one time," he says, "I am sure they even loved one another." But in 1865 Rossetti, never very tolerant of criticism and patronage, took in bad part his friend's remonstrances about the details of Venus Verticordia. 18 months later, Ruskin tried to renew the old acquaintance. Rossetti did not return his call. And further efforts on Ruskin's part, up to 1870, met with little response. But the lecture on Rossetti in The Art of England shows that on one side at least, their parting, as Mr. W. M. Rossetti says, was not in anger, and the portrait of 1861, now in the Oxford University galleries, will remain as a memorial of the 10 years' friendship of the two famous men. At Red Lion Square, during Lent term 1855, the three teachers worked together every Thursday evening. With the beginning of the third term, March the 29th, the increase of the class made it more convenient to divide their forces. Rossetti thenceforward taught the figure on another night of the week, while the elementary and landscape class continued to meet on Thursdays under Ruskin and Lois Dickinson. In 1856 the elementary and landscape class was further divided, Mr. Dickinson taking Tuesday evenings and Ruskin continuing the Thursday class, with the help of William Ward as undermaster. Later on, G. Allen, J. Bunny, and W. Jeffrey were teachers. Burne-Jones, met in 1856 at Rossetti's studio, was also pressed into the service for a time. There were 4 terms in the working men's college year, the only vacation, except for the fortnight at Christmas, being from the beginning of August to the end of October. Ruskin did not always attend throughout the summer term, though sometimes his class came down to him into the country to sketch. He kept up the work without other intermission until May 1858, after which the completion of Modern Painters and many lecture engagements took him away for a time. In the spring of 1860 he was back at his old post for a term, but after that he discontinued regular attendance and went to the Working Men's College only at intervals, to give addresses or informal lectures to students and friends. On such occasions the drawing room, or first floor of the house in which the college was held, would be always crowded, with an audience who heard the lecturer at his best, speaking freely among friends out of a full treasure house, things old and new, accounts of recent travel, lately discovered glories of art, and the growing burden of the prophecy that in those years was beginning to take more definite shape in his mind. As a teacher, Ruskin spared no pains to make the work interesting. He provided, Mr. E. Cook informs me that he was the first to provide, casts from natural leaves and fruit in place of the ordinary conventional ornament. And he set a tree to be fixed in a corner of the classroom for light and shade studies. Mr. W. Ward, in the preface to the volume of letters already quoted, says that he used to bring his minerals and shells and rare engravings and drawings to show them. His delightful way of talking about these things afforded us most valuable lessons. To give an example, he one evening took for his subject a cap, and with pen and ink showed us how Rembrandt would have etched and Albert Dürer engraved it. This at once explained to us the different ideas and methods of the two masters. On another evening he would take a subject from Turner's Liber Studiorum, and with a large sheet of paper and some charcoal gradually block in the subject, explaining at the same time the value and effect of the lines and masses. And for sketching from nature he would take his class out into the country and wind up with tea and talk. It was a treat to hear and see him with his men, writes Dr. Furnivall. His object in the work, as he said before the Royal Commission on National Institutions, was not to make artists, but to make the workmen better men, to develop their powers and feelings, to educate them, in short. He always has urged young people intending to study art as a profession to enter the academy schools, as Turner and the Pre-Raphaelites did, or to take up whatever other serious course of practical discipline was open to them. But he held very strongly that everybody could learn drawing, that their eyes could be brightened and their hands steadied, and that they could be taught to appreciate the great works of nature and of art, without wanting to make pictures or to exhibit and sell them. It was with this intention that he wrote The Elements of Drawing in 1856, supplemented by The Elements of Perspective in 1859. The illustrations for the book were characteristic sketches by the author, beautifully cut by his pupil, W.H. Hooper, who was one of a band of engravers and copyists formed by these classes at the Working Men's College. In spite of the intention not to make artists by his teaching, Ruskin could not prevent some of his pupils from taking up art as a profession, and those who did so became, in their way, first-rate men. George Allen as a mezzotint engraver, Arthur Burgess as a draftsman and woodcutter, John Bunny as a painter of architectural detail, W. Jeffrey as an artistic photographer, E. Cook as a teacher, William Ward as a facsimile copyist, have all done work whose value deserves acknowledgment, all the more because it was not aimed at popular effect, but at the severe standard of the greater schools. But these men were only the side issue of the Working Men's College enterprise. Its real result was in the proof that the labouring classes could be interested in art, and that the capacity shown by the Gothic workmen had not entirely died out of the nation, in spite of the interregnum, for a full century of manufacture. And the experience led Ruskin forward to wider views on the nature of the arts, and on the duties of philanthropic effort and social economy. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 8, Modern Painters Continued, 1855 to 1856. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. It was in the year 1855 that Ruskin first published Notes on the Royal Academy and Other Exhibitions. he had been so often called upon to write his opinion of Pre-Raphaelite pictures, either privately or to the newspapers, or to mark his friends' catalogues, that he found at last less trouble in printing his notes once for all. The new plan was immediately popular. 3 editions of the pamphlet were called for between June the 1st and July the 1st. Next year he repeated the notes, and 6 editions were sold. In spite of a dissentient voice here and there, he was really by that time recognized as the leading authority upon taste in painting. He was trusted by a great section of the public who had not failed to notice how completely he and his friends were winning the day. The proof of it was in the fact that they were being imitated on all sides. Ruskinism in writing and pre-Raphaelitism in painting were becoming fashionable. But at the same time, the movement gave rise to the naturalist landscape school, a group of painters who threw overboard the traditions of Turner and Prout, Constable and Harding, and the rest, just as the pre-Raphaelite brethren threw over the academical masters. For such men their study was their picture. They devised tents and huts in wide glens and upon waste moors, and spent weeks in elaborating their details directly from nature instead of painting at home from sketches on the spot. This was the fulfillment of his advice to young artists, and so far as young artists worked in this way for purposes of study, he encouraged them. But he did not fail to point out that this was not all that could be required of them. Even such a work as Brett's V.THE, marvellous as it was in observation and finish, was only the beginning of a new era, not its consummation. It was not the painting of detail that could make a great artist, but the knowledge of it, and the masterly use of such knowledge. A great landscapist would know the facts and effects of nature just as Tintoret knew the form of human figure, and he would treat them with the same freedom as the means of expressing great ideas, of affording by the imagination noble grounds for noble emotion, which, as Ruskin had been writing at VIII.THE in 1854, was poetry. Meanwhile, the public and the critic ought to become familiar with the aspects of nature in order to recognize the difference between the true poetry of painting and the mere empty sentimentalism which was only the rant and bombast of landscape art. With such feelings as these, he wrote the 3rd and 4th volumes of Modern Painters, published respectively January the 15th and April the 14th, 1856. The work was afterwards interrupted only by a recurrence of his old cough in the exceptionally cold summer of 1855. He went down to Tunbridge Wells, where his cousin William Richardson of Perth was practising as a doctor. It was not long before the cough gave way to treatment, and he was as busy as ever. About October of that year, he wrote to Mrs. Carlyle as follows, in a letter printed by Professor C.E. Norton, conveniently summing up his year. Not that I have not been busy, and very busy too. I have written, since May, good 600 pages, had them rewritten, cut up, corrected, and got fairly ready for press, and am going to press with the first of them on Gunpowder Plot Day, with a great hope of disturbing the public peace in various directions. Also, I have prepared above 30 drawings for engravers this year, retouched engravings, generally the worst part of the business, and edged some on steel myself. In the course of the 600 pages, I have had to make various remarks on German metaphysics, on poetry, political economy, cookery, music, geology, dress, agriculture, horticulture, and navigation, all of which subjects I have had to read up accordingly, and this takes time. Moreover, I have had my class of workmen out sketching every week in the fields during the summer, and have been studying Spanish proverbs with my father's partner, who came over from Spain to see the great exhibition. I have also designed and drawn a window for the museum at Oxford, and have every now and then had to look over a parcel of 5 or 6 new designs for fronts and backs to the said museum. During my above-mentioned studies of horticulture, I became dissatisfied with the Linnaean, Gaussian, and everybody elsean arrangement of plants, and have accordingly arranged a system of my own, and unbound my botanical book, and rebound it in bright green, with all the pages through other, and backside foremost, so as to cut off all the old paging numerals, and am now printing my new arrangement in a legible manner on interleaved foolscap. I consider this arrangement one of my great achievements of the year. My studies of political economy have induced me to think also that nobody knows anything about that, and I am at present engaged in an investigation on independent principles of the natures of money, rent, and taxes in an abstract form which sometimes keeps me awake all night. My studies of German metaphysics have also induced me to think that the Germans don't know anything about them, and to engage in a serious inquiry into the meaning of Bunsen's great sentence in the beginning of the 2nd volume of the Hippolytus about the finite realization of infinity, which has given me some trouble. And the course of my studies of navigation necessitated my going to Deal to look at the Deal boats, and those of geology to rearrange all my minerals, and wash a good many which I am sorry to say I found wanted it. I have also several pupils, far and near, in the art of illumination, an American young lady to direct in the study of landscape painting, and a Yorkshire young lady to direct in the purchase of turners, and various little by things besides. But I am coming to see you. The tone of humorous exaggeration of his discoveries and occupations was very characteristic, but he was then growing into the habit of leaving the matter in hand, as he often did afterwards, to follow side issues and to take up new studies with a hasty and divided attention, the result of which was seen in his subtitle for the 3rd volume of Modern Painters, of many things, which amused his readers not a little. But that he still had time for his friends is seen in the account of a visit to Denmark Hill, written this year by James Smetham. I walked there through the wintry weather, and got in about dusk. 1 or 2 gossiping details will interest you before I give you what I care for, and so I will tell you that he has a large house with a lodge, and a valet, and a footman, and a coachman, and ground rooms glittering with pictures, chiefly Turner's, and that his father and mother live with him, or he with them. His father is a fine old gentleman, who has a lot of bushy grey hair, and eyebrows sticking up all rough, and knowing with a comfortable way of coming up to you with his hands in his pockets and making you comfortable, and saying, in answer to your remark, that John's prose works are pretty good. His mother is a ruddy, dignified, richly dressed old gentlewoman of 75, who knows Chamonix better than Camberwell. Evidently a good old lady with the Christian treasury tossing about on the table.
She puts John down and holds her own opinions and flatly contradicts him, and he receives all her opinions with a soft reverence and gentleness that is pleasant to witness. I wish I could reproduce a good impression of John for you, to give you the notion of his perfect gentleness and lowlihood. He certainly bursts out with a remark, and in a contradictious way, but only because he believes it, with no air of dogmatism or conceit. He is different at home from that which he is in a lecture before a mixed audience, and there is a spiritual sweetness in the half-timid expression of his eyes, and in bowing to you as in taking wine with, if I heard aright, I drink to thee. He had a look that has followed me, a look bordering on tearful. He spent some time in this way, unhanging a Turner from the wall of a distant room. He brought it to the table and put it in my hands. Then we talked. Then he went up into his study to fetch down some illustrative print or drawing, in one case a literal view which he had travelled 50 miles to make in order to compare with the picture. And so he kept on gliding all over the house, hanging and unhanging, and stopping a few minutes to talk. And yet there were many with whom he had to deal who did not look at things in his light, who took his criticism as personal attack and resented it with bitterness. There is a story told, but not by himself, about one of the Notes on the Academy, which he was then publishing. How he wrote to an artist therein mentioned that he regretted he could not speak more favourably of his picture, but he hoped it would make no difference in their friendship. The artist replied, so they say, in these terms: "Dear Ruskin, next time I meet you, I shall knock you down, but I hope it will make no difference in our friendship." "Damn the fellow, why doesn't he stand up for his friends?" said another disappointed acquaintance. Perhaps Ruskin, secure in his house with a lodge and a valet and footman and coachman, hardly realized that a cold word from his pen sometimes meant the failure of an important Academy picture and serious loss of income, that there was bitter truth underlying Punch's complaint of the academician. "I paints and paints, hears no complaints, and sells before I'm dry, till savage Ruskin sticks his tusk in, and nobody will buy." Against these incidents should be said such an anecdote as the following, told by Mr. J.J. Ruskin in a letter of June 3rd, 1858. "Watkins wished me to name to you that Carrick, when he read your criticism on Weary Life, came to him with the cheque Watkins had given, and said your remarks were all right, and that he could not take the picture paid by Watkins, the buyer. He would alter the picture. Watkins took back the money, only agreeing to see the picture when it was done." John Ruskin in reply said he did not see why Carrick should have returned the cheque. A letter from Mrs. Browning describes a visit to Denmark Hill and ends, "I like Mr. Ruskin very much, and so does Robert, very gentle, yet earnest, refined and truthful. I like him very much. We count him one among the valuable acquaintances made this year in England." This has been dated 1855, but Ruskin, writing to Miss Mitford from Glenfinlas, 17 August 1853, says, I had the pleasure this spring of being made acquainted with your dear Elizabeth Browning, as well as with her husband. I was of course prepared to like her, but I did not expect to like him as much as I did. I think he is really a very fine fellow, and she is the only sensible woman I've yet met with on the subject of Italian politics. Evidently a noble creature in all things. In June 1850, he had met Robert Browning on the invitation of Coventry Patmore, and said, He is the only person whom I have ever heard talk rationally about the Italians, though on the liberal side. In these volumes of modern painters, he had to discuss the medieval and Renaissance spirit in its relation to art, and to illustrate from Browning's poetry. Unerring in every sentence he writes of the Middle Ages, always vital and right and profound, so that in the matter of art there is hardly a principle connected with the medieval temper that he has not struck upon in those seemingly careless and too rugged lines of his. This was written 25 years before the Browning Society was heard of, and at a time when the style of Browning was an offence to most people. To Ruskin also it had been something of a puzzle, and he wrote to the poet asking him to explain himself, which the poet accordingly did. That Ruskin was open to conviction and conversion could be shown from the difference in his tone of thought about poetry before and after this period, that he was the best of friends with the man who took him to task for narrowness, may be seen from the following letter, written on the next Christmas Eve. My dear Mr. Ruskin, your note having just arrived, Robert disputes me to write for him while he dresses to go out on an engagement. It is the evening. All the hours are wasted since the morning through our not being found at the Rue de Grenelle, but here, and our instinct of self-preservation or self-satisfaction insists on our not losing a moment more by our own fault. Thank you for sending us your book, and also for writing my husband's name in it. It will be the same thing as if you had written mine, except for the pleasure, as you say, which is greater so. How good and kind you are. And not well, that is worst. Surely you would be better if you had the summer in winter we have here. But I was to write only a word. Let it say how affectionately we regard you. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, 3 Rue de Colisée, Thursday evening, 24th December 1855. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 9, The Political Economy of Art, 1857 to 1858. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. The humble work of the drawing classes at Great Ormond Street was teaching Ruskin even more than he taught his pupils. It was showing him how far his plans were practicable, how they should be modified, how they might be improved, and especially what more, besides drawing classes, was needed to realize his ideal. He was anxiously willing to cooperate with every movement, to join hands with any kind of man, to go anywhere, do anything that might promote the cause he had at heart. Already at the end of 1854 he had given 3 lectures, his second course, at the Architectural Museum, specially addressed to workmen in the decorative trades. His subjects were design and colour, and his illustrations were chiefly drawn from medieval illumination, which he had long been studying. These were informal, quasi-private affairs, which nevertheless attracted notice owing to the celebrity of the speaker. It would have been even better if his addresses had been carefully prepared and authentically published, for a chance word here and there raised replies about matters of detail in which his critics thought they had gained a technical advantage, adding weight to his father's desire not to see him expose himself in this way. There were no more lectures until the beginning of 1857. On January the 23rd, 1857, he spoke before the Architectural Association upon the influence of imagination in architecture, repeating and amplifying what he had said at Edinburgh about the subordinate value of proportion and the importance of sculptured ornament based on natural forms. This, of course, would involve the creation of a class of stone carvers who could be trusted with the execution of such work. Once grant the value of it, and public demand would encourage the supply, and the workmen would raise themselves in the effort. A louder note was sounded in an address at the St. Martin's School of Art, Castle Street, Long Acre, April 3rd, 1857, where, speaking after George Cruikshank, his old friend, practically his first master, and an enthusiastic philanthropist and temperance advocate, Ruskin gave his audience a wider view of art than they had known before. The kind of painting they wanted most in London was painting cheeks red with health. This was anticipating the standpoint of the Oxford lectures and showed how the inquiry was beginning to take a much broader aspect. Another work in a similar spirit, the North London School of Design, had been prosperously started by a circle of men under pre-Raphaelite influence and led by Thomas Seddon. He had given up historical and poetic painting for naturalistic landscape and had returned from the East with the most valuable studies completed, only to break down and die prematurely. His friends, among them Holman Hunt, were collecting money to buy from the widow his picture of Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives, to present it to the National Gallery as a memorial of him, and at a meeting for the purpose, Ruskin spoke warmly of his labours in the cause of the working classes. In the summer of 1857, the Art Treasures exhibition was held at Manchester, and Ruskin was invited to lecture. The theme he chose was the political economy of art. He had been studying political economy for some time back, but, as we saw from his letter to Carlyle, he had found no answer in the ordinary textbooks for the questions he tried to put. He wanted to know what Bentham and Ricardo and Mill, the great authorities, would advise him as to the best way of employing artists, of educating workmen, of elevating public taste, of regulating patronage. But these subjects were not in their programme. And so he put together his own thoughts into 2 lectures upon art considered as wealth. First, how to get it. Next, how to use it. There were very few points in these lectures that were not vigorously contested at the moment and conceded in the sequel in some form or other. The paternal function of government, the right of the state to interfere in matters beyond its traditional range, its duty with regard to education, all this was quite contrary to the prevailing habits of thought of the time, especially at Manchester, the headquarters of the laissez-faire school. But to Ruskin, who, curiously enough, had just been referring sarcastically to German philosophy, knowing it only at second hand, and unaware of Hegel's political work, to him this Platonic conception of the state was the only possible one, as it is to most people nowadays. In the same way, his practical advice had been accepted, perhaps unwittingly, by our times. We do now understand the difficulties between artistic decoration and machine-made wares. We do now try to preserve ancient monuments and to use art as a means of education. And we are in a fair way, it seems, of lowering the price of modern pictures, as he bids us to not more than £500 for an oil picture and £100 for a watercolour. After a visit to the Trevelyan's at Wallington, he went with his parents to Scotland. For his mother, now beginning to grow old, wanted to revisit the scenes of her youth. They went to the Highlands and as far north as the Bay of Cromarty, and then returned by way of the abbeys of the lowlands to look up Turner sites, as he had done in 1845 on the San Gothard. From the enjoyment of this holiday he was recalled to London by a letter from Mr. Warnham, saying that he could arrange the Turner drawings at the National Gallery. His first letter on the National Gallery in 1847 has been noticed. He had written again to the Times, December the 29th, 1852, pressing the same point, namely that if the pictures were put under glass, no cleaning nor restoring would be needed, and that the gallery ought not to be considered as a grand hall, decorated with pictures, but as a convenient museum, with a chronological sequence of the best works of all schools, every picture hung on the line and accompanied by studies for it, if procurable, and engravings from it. Now, in 1857, question was raised of removing the National Gallery from Trafalgar Square. The South Kensington Museum was being formed, and the whole business of arranging the national art treasures was gone into by a royal commission, consisting of Lord Broughton, in the chair, Dean Milman, Professor Faraday, Professor Cockerell, and George Richmond. Ruskin was examined before them on April the 6th, and restated the opinions he had written to the Times, adding that he would like to see 2 national galleries, one of popular interest, containing such works as would catch the public eye and enlist the sympathy of the untaught, and another containing only the cream of the collections, in pictures, sculpture, and the decorative crafts, arranged for purposes of study. This was suggested as an ideal. Of course, it would involve more outlay and less display than any parliamentary vote would sanction or party leader risk. Another question of importance was the disposal of the pictures and sketches which Turner had left to the nation. Ruskin was one of the executors under the will, but on finding that, though Turner's intention was plain, there were technical informalities which would make the administration anything but easy, he declined to act. It was not until 1856 that the litigation was concluded, and Turner's pictures and sketches were handed to the trustees of the National Gallery. Ruskin, whose want of legal knowledge had made his services useless before, now felt that he could carry out the spirit of Turner's will by offering to arrange the sketches, which were in such a state of confusion that only some person with knowledge of the artist's habits of work and subjects could, so to speak, edit them, and the editor would need no ordinary skill, patience, and judgment into the bargain. Meanwhile, for that winter, 1856-57, a preliminary exhibition was held of Turner's oil paintings, with a few watercolours at Marlborough House, then the headquarters of the Department of Science and Art, soon afterwards removed to South Kensington. Ruskin wrote a catalogue with analysis of Turner's periods of development and characteristics, which made the collection intelligible and interesting to curious sightseers. They showed their appreciation by taking up 5 editions in rapid succession. Just before lecturing at Manchester, he wrote again on the subject to the Times, and in September his friend R.N. Warnham, director of the National Gallery in succession to Eastlake and Owens, wrote, as we saw, that he might arrange the sketches as he pleased. He returned from Scotland and set to work on October the 7th. It was strange employment for a man of his powers, almost as removed from the Epicurean Olympus of cultured ease popularly assigned to him as night school teaching and lecturing to workmen. But besides that it was the carrying out of Turner's wishes, he always had a certain love for experimenting in manual toil, and this was work in which his extreme neatness and deftness of hand was needed, no less than his knowledge and judgment. During the winter, for full 6 months, he and his 2 assistants worked all day and every day among the masses of precious rubbish that had been removed from Queen Anne Street to the National Gallery. Mr. J. J. Ruskin wrote on February the 19th and 21st, 1852, "I have just been through Turner's house with Griffith. His labour is more astonishing than his genius. There are 80,000 pounds of oil pictures done and undone, boxes half as big as your study table, filled with drawings and sketches. There are copies of Liber Studiorum to fill all your drawers and more, and house walls of proof plates in reams. They may go at 1 shilling each. Nothing since Pompeii so impressed me as the interior of Turner's house, the accumulated dust of 40 years partially cleared off, daylight for the first time admitted by opening a window on the finest productions of art buried for 40 years. The drawing room has, it is reckoned, £25,000 worth of proofs and sketches and drawings and prints. It is amusing to hear dealers saying there can be no Liber Studiorums, when I saw neatly packed and well labelled as many bundles of Liber Studiorum as would fill your entire bookcase, and England and Wales proofs in packed and labelled bundles like reams of paper, as I told you, piled nearly to ceiling. The house must be dry as a bone. The parcels were apparently quite uninjured. The very large pictures were spotted, but not much. They stood leaning against another in the large, low rooms. Some finished go to nation, many unfinished not. No frames. 2 are given unconditional of gallery building. Very fine. If, and this is a condition, placed beside Claude. The style, much like the laying on in Windmill Lock in dealers' hands, which, now it is cleaned, comes out a real beauty. I believe Turner loved it. The will desires all to be framed and repaired and put into the best showing state, as if he could not release his money to do this till he was dead. The top of his gallery is one ruin of glass and patches of paper, now only just made weatherproof. I saw in Turner's rooms Geo, Morland's and Wilson's and Claude's and portraits in various styles, all by Turner. He copied every man, was every man first, and took up his own style, casting all others away. It seems to me you may keep your money and revel for ever and for nothing among Turner's works. Among the quantities so recklessly thrown aside for dust, damp, soot, mice and worms to destroy, some 15,000 Ruskin reckoned at first, 19,000 later on. There were many fine drawings which had been used by the engravers, and vast numbers of interesting and valuable studies in colour and in pencil. 400 of these were extricated from the chaos, and with infinite pains cleaned, flattened, mounted, dated, and described, and placed in sliding frames in cabinets devised by Ruskin, or else in swivel frames to let both sides of the paper be seen. The first results of the work were shown in an exhibition at Marlborough House during the winter, for which he wrote another catalogue. Of the whole collection, he began a more complete account, which was too elaborate to be finished in that form, but in 1881 he published a catalogue of the drawings and sketches of J.M.W. Turner, R.A., at present exhibited in the National Gallery, so that his plan was practically fulfilled. During 1858, Ruskin continued to lecture at various places on subjects connected with his Manchester addresses, the relation of art to manufacture, and especially the dependence of all great architectural design upon sculpture or painting of organic form. The first of the series was given at the opening of the Architectural Museum at South Kensington, January 13, 1858, entitled The Deteriorative Power of Conventional Art over Nations, in which he showed that naturalism, as opposed to meaningless pattern-making, was always a sign of life. For example, the strength of the Greek, Florentine and Venetian art arose out of the search for truth, not, as is often supposed, out of striving after an ideal of beauty. And, as soon as nature was superseded by recipe, the greatest schools hastened to their fall. From which he concluded that modern design should always be founded on natural form, rather than upon traditional patterns of the East or of the medievals. On February the 16th he spoke on the work of iron in nature, art and policy at Tunbridge Wells, a subject similar to that of his address to the St. Martin's School of the year before, but amplified to a plea for the use of wrought iron ornament, as in the new Oxford Museum, then building, and on April the 25th he again addressed St. Martin's School. The Oxford Museum was an experiment in the true Gothic revival. The architects, Sir Thomas Deane and Benjamin Woodward, had allowed their workmen to design parts of the detail, such as capitals and spandrels, quite in the spirit of Ruskin's teaching, and the work was accordingly of deep interest to him. So far back as April 1856, he had given an address to the men employed at the museum, whom he met, on Dr. Ackland's invitation, at the workmen's reading rooms. He said that his object was not to give some labouring men the chance of becoming masters of other labouring men, and to help the few at the expense of the many, but to lead them to those sources of pleasure and power over their own minds and hands that more educated people possess. He did not sympathise with the socialism that had been creeping into vogue since 1848. He thought existing social arrangements good, and he agreed with his friends, the Carlyles, who had found that it was only the incapable who could not get work. But it was the fault of the wealthy and educated that working people were not better trained. It was not the working men's fault at bottom. The modern architect used his workmen as a mere tool, while the Gothic spirit set him free as an original designer to gain not more wages and higher social rank, but pleasure and instruction, the true happiness that lies in good work well done. To explain the design of the Oxford Museum and to enlist support, he wrote 2 letters to Dr. Ackland, May the 25th, 1858 and January the 20th, 1859, which formed part of a small book reporting its aims and progress, illustrated with an engraving of one of the workmen's capitals. Ruskin himself contributed both time and money to the work, and his assistance was not unrecognised. In 1858, honorary studentships, i.e. fellowships, were created at Christ Church by the Commissioners' Ordinances. At the first election held, December the 6th, 1858, there were chosen for the complement Ruskin, Gladstone, Sir G. Cornwall Lewis, Dr. Sir H. W. Ackland, and Sir F. H. Gore Ouseley. At the second, December the 15th, 1858, were elected Henry Hallam, the Earl of Stanhope, the Earl of Elgin, the Marquis of Dalhousie, and Viscount Canning. Parallel with this movement for educating the working class, there was the scheme for the improvement of middle-class education, which was then going on at Oxford, the beginning of university extension, supported by the Reverend F. Temple, later Archbishop of Canterbury, and Mr., afterwards Sir, Thomas Dyke Ackland. Ruskin was heartily for them, and in a letter on the subject he tried to show how the teaching of art might be made to work in with the scheme. He did not think that in this plan, any more than at the Working Men's College, there need be an attempt to teach drawing with a view to forming artists, but there were 3 objects they might hold in view. The first, to give every student the advantage of the happiness and knowledge which the study of art conveys. The next, to enforce some knowledge of art amongst those who were likely to become patrons or critics. And the last, to leave no Giotto lost among hill shepherds. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 2, Chapter 10 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 2, The Art Critic, 1842 to 1860. Chapter 10, Modern Painters Concluded, 1838 to 1860. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Oxford and old friends did not monopolize Ruskin's attention. He was soon seen at Cambridge, on the same platform with Richard Redgrave, R.A., the representative of academicism and officialism, at the opening of the School of Art for Workmen on October the 29th, 1858. His inaugural address struck a deeper note, a wider chord than previous essays. It was the forecast of the last volume of Modern Painters, and it sketched the train of thought into which he had been led during his tour abroad that summer. The battles between faith and criticism, between the historical and scientific attitudes, which had been going on in his mind, were taking a new form. At the outset, we saw naturalism overpowered respect for tradition in the first volume of Modern Painters. Then the historical tendency won the day in the second volume. Since that time, the critical side had been gathering strength by his alliance with liberal movements and by his gradual detachment from associations that held him to the older order of thought. As in his lonely journey of 1845, he first took independent ground upon questions of religion and social life. So in 1858, once more travelling alone, he was led by his meditations, freed from the restraining presence of his parents, to conclusions which he had been all these years evading, yet finding at last inevitable. He went abroad for a third attempt to write and illustrate his history of Swiss towns. He spent part of May on the Upper Rhine between Basel and Schaffhausen, June and half of July on the St. Gothard route and the Bellinzona. In reflecting over the sources of Swiss character as connected with the question of the nature of art and its origin in morality, he was struck with the fact that all the virtues of the Swiss did not make them artistic. Compared with most nations, they were as children in painting, music, and poetry. And indeed they ranked with the early phases of many great nations, the period of pristine simplicity uncorrupted by the arts. From Bellinzona he went to Turin on his way to the Vaudois valleys, where he meant to compare the Waldensian Protestants with the Swiss. Accidentally he saw Paul Verones's Queen of Sheba and other Venetian pictures, and so fell to comparing a period of fully ripened art with one of artlessness, discovering that the mature art, while it appeared at the same time with decaying morals, did not spring from that decay, but was rooted in the virtues of the earlier age. He grasped a clue to the puzzle in the generalization that art is the product of human happiness. It is contrary to asceticism. It is the expression of pleasure. But when the turning point of national progress is once reached, and art is regarded as the laborer's incitement to pleasure, no longer the spontaneous blossom and fruit of it, the decay sets in for art as for morality. Art, in short, is created by pleasure, not for pleasure. The standard of thought, the attitude of mind, of the Waldensians, he now perceived to be quite impossible for himself. He could not look upon everyone outside their fold as heathens and publicans. He could not believe that the pictures of Paul Verones were works of iniquity, nor that the motives of great deeds in earlier ages were lying superstitions. He took courage to own to himself and others that it was no longer any use trying to identify his point of view with that of Protestantism. He saw both Protestants and Roman Catholics, in a perspective of history, converging into a primitive, far distant, ideal unity of Christianity, in which he still believed, but he could take neither side after this. The first statement of the new point of view was, as we said, the inaugural lecture of the Cambridge School of Art. The next important utterance was at Manchester, February the 22nd, 1859, where he spoke on the unity of art, by which he meant not the fraternity of handicrafts with painting, as the term is used nowadays, but that in whatever branch of art, the spirit of truth or sincerity is the same. In this lecture there is a very important passage showing
how he had at last got upon firm ground in the question of art and morality. I do not say in the least that in order to be a good painter you must be a good man, but I do say that in order to be a good natural painter there must be strong elements of good in the mind, however warped by other parts of the character. So emphatic a statement deserves more attention than it has received from readers and writers who assume to judge Ruskin's views after a slight acquaintance with his earlier works. He was well aware himself that his mind had been gradually enlarging and his thoughts changing, and he soon saw as great a difference between himself at 40 and at 25 as he had formerly seen between the boy poet and the art critic. He became as anxious to forget his earlier books as he had been to forget his verse writing, and when he came to collect his works, these lectures, under the title of the Two Paths, were, with the political economy of art, the earliest admitted into the library. After this Manchester lecture, he took a driving tour in Yorkshire, posting in the old-fashioned way, halting at Bradford for the lecture on modern manufacture and design, March 1st, and ending with a visit to the school at Winnington, of which more in a later chapter. In 1859, the last Academy notes, for the time being, were published. The Pre-Raphaelite course had been fully successful, and a new school of naturalist landscape was rapidly asserting itself. Old friends were failing, such as Stanfield, Lewis, and Roberts, but new men were growing up, among whom Ruskin welcomed G.D. Leslie, F. Goodall, J.C. Hooke, who had come out of his Pre-Raphaelite measles into the healthy naturalism of Love Boy, Clarence Waite, Henry Holiday, and John Brett, who showed the Val d'Aosta. Millet's Vow of Rest was the picture which attracted most notice. Something of the old rancour against the school was revived in the Morning Herald, which called his works impertinences, contemptible, indelible disgrace, and so on. It was the beginning of a transition from the delicacy of the Pre-Raphaelite Millet to his later style, and as such, the preacher of all great art is delicate could not entirely defend it. But the serious strength of the imagination and the power of the execution he praised with unexpected warmth. He then started on the last tour abroad with his parents. He had been asked, rather pointedly, by the National Gallery Commission whether he had seen the great German museums, and had been obliged to reply that he had not. Perhaps it occurred to him, or to his father, that he ought to see the pictures at Berlin and Dresden and Munich, even though he heartily disliked the Germans with their art and their language and everything that belonged to them, except Holbein and Dürer. By the end of July, the travellers were in North Switzerland, and they spent September in Savoy, returning home by October the 7th. Old Mr. Ruskin was now in his 75th year, and his desire was to see the great work finished before he died. There had been some attempt to write this last volume of Modern Painters in the previous winter, but it had been put off until after the visit to Germany had completed a study of the great Venetian painters, especially Titian and Veronese. Now at last, in the autumn of 1859, he finally set to work on the writing. The assertion of Turner's genius had been necessary in 1843, but Turner was long since dead. His fame was thoroughly vindicated. His bequest to the nation dealt with so far as possible. Early Christian art was recognized almost beyond its claims. The pre-Raphaelites and naturalistic landscapists no longer needed the hand which modern painters had held out to them by the way. Of the great triad of Venice, Tintoret had been expounded. Veronese and Titian were now taken up and treated with tardy but ample recognition. And now, after 20 years of labor, Ruskin had established himself as the recognized leader of criticism and the exponent of painting and architecture. He had created a department of literature all his own. He had enriched the art of England with examples of a new and beautiful draftsmanship, and language with passages of poetic description and eloquent declamation, quite, in their way, unrivalled. He had built up a theory of art, so far uncontested, and thrown new light on the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, illustrating, in a way then novel, their chronicles by their remains. He had beaten down opposition, risen above detraction, and won the prize of honor, only to realize as he received it that the fight had been but a pastime tournament after all, and to hear through the applause the enemy's trumpet sounding to battle. For now, without the camp, there were realities to face. As to art, the best in this kind are but shadows. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of the Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 1, Unto This Last, 1860 to 1861. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. At 40 years of age, Ruskin finished Modern Painters. From that time, art was sometimes his text, rarely his theme. He used it as the opportunity, the vehicle, so to say, for teachings of wider range and deeper import. Teachings about life as a whole, conclusions in ethics and economics and religion, to which he sought to lead others as he was led by the way of art. During the time when he was preaching his later doctrines, he wished to suppress the interfering evidences of the earlier. He let his works on art run out of print, not for the benefit of second-hand booksellers, but in the hope that he could fix his audience upon the burden of his prophecy for the time being. But the youthful works were still read. High prices were paid for them, or they were smuggled in from America. And when the epoch of fours had passed, he agreed to the reprinting of all that early material. He called it obsolete and trivial. Others find it interestingly biographical, perhaps even classical. This year, then, 1860, the year of the Italian kingdom, of Garibaldi, and of the beginning of the American War, marks his turning point from the early work, summed up in the old selections, to the later work. Until he was 40, Mr. Ruskin was a writer on art. After that, his art was secondary to ethics. Until he was 40, he was a believer in English Protestantism. Afterwards, he could not reconcile current beliefs with the facts of life as he saw them, and had to reconstruct his creed from the foundations. Until he was 40, he was a philanthropist working heartily with others in a definite cause, and hoping for the amendment of wrongs without a social upheaval. Even in the beginning of 1860, in his evidence before the House of Commons Select Committee on Public Institutions, he was ready with plans for amusing and instructing the labouring classes, and noting in them a thirsty desire for improvement. But while his readiness to make any personal sacrifice in the way of social and philanthropic experiment, and his interest in the question were increasing, he became less and less sanguine about the value of such efforts as the Working Men's College and less ready to cooperate with others in their schemes. He began to see that no tinkering at social breakages was really worthwhile, that far more extensive repairs were needed to make the old ship seaworthy. So he set himself, by himself, to sketch the plans for the repairs. Naturally sociable and accustomed to the friendly give and take of a wide acquaintance, he withdrew from the busy world into a busier solitude. During the next few years he lived much alone among the Alps or at home, thinking out the problem, sometimes feeling, far more acutely than was good for clear thought, the burden of the mission that was laid upon him. In March 1863 he wrote from his retreat at Mornex to Norton. "The loneliness is very great, and the peace in which I am at present is only as if I had buried myself in a tuft of grass on a battlefield wet with blood. For the cry of the earth about me is in my ears continually, if I do not lay my head to the very ground." And a few months later, "I am still very unwell and tormented between the longing for rest and lovely life, and the sense of this terrific call of human crime for resistance and of human misery for help, though it seems to me as the voice of a river of blood, which can but sweep me down in the midst of its black clots, helpless." Sentences like these, passages here and there in the last volume of Modern Painters, and still more certain passages omitted from that volume, show that about 1860 something of a cloud had been settling over him. A sense of the evil of the world, a horror of great darkness. In his early years, his intense emotion and vivid imagination had enabled him to read into pictures of Tintoret or Turner, into scenes of nature and sayings of great books, a meaning or a moral which he so vividly communicated to the reader as to make it thenceforward part and parcel of the subject, however it came there to begin with. It is useless to wonder whether Turner, for instance, consciously meant what Ruskin found in his works. A great painter does not paint without thought, and such thought is apt to show itself whether he will or no, but it needs imaginative sympathy to detect and describe the thought. And when that sympathy was given to suffering, to widespread misery, to crying wrongs, joined also with an intense passion for justice, which had already shown itself in the defence of slighted genius and neglected art, and to the Celtic temperament of some high-strung seer and trance-prophesying bard, it was no wonder that Ruskin became like one of the hermits of old, who retreated from the world to return upon it with stormy messages of awakening and flashes of truth more impressive, more illuminating than the logic of schoolmen and the statecraft of the wise. And then he began to take up an attitude of antagonism to the world. He who had been the kindly helper and minister of delightful art, he began to call upon those who had ears to hear to come out and be separate from the ease and hypocrisy of Vanity Fair. Its respectabilities, its orthodoxies he could no longer abide. Orthodox religion, orthodox morals and politics, orthodox art and science alike he rejected, and was rejected by each of them as a brawler, a babbler, a fanatic, a heretic. And even when kindly Oxford gave him a quasi-academical position, it did not bring him, as it brings many a heretic, back to the fold. In this period of storm and stress he stood alone. The old friends of his youth were one by one passing away, if not from intercourse, still from full sympathy with him in his new mood. His parents were no longer the guides and companions they had been. They did not understand the business he was about, and so he was left to new associates, for he could not live without someone to love. That was the nature of the man, however lonely in his work and wanderings. The new friends of this period were at first Americans, as the chief new friends of his latest period, the Alexanders, were American too. Charles Eliot Norton, after being introduced to him in London in 1855, met him again by accident on the Lake of Geneva. The story is prettily told in Praeterita. Ruskin adds, "Norton saw all my weaknesses, measured all my narrownesses, and from the first took serenely, and as it seemed of necessity, a kind of paternal authority over me and a right of guidance. I was entirely conscious of his rectorial power and affectionately submissive to it, so that he might have done anything with me but for the unhappy difference in our innate and unchangeable political faiths. So, after all, he stood alone. Another friend about this time was Mrs. H. Beecher Stowe, to whom he wrote on June 18, 1860, from Geneva. It takes a great deal when I am at Geneva to make me wish myself anywhere else, and of all places else, in London. Nevertheless, I very heartily wish at this moment that I were looking out on the Norwood Hills and were expecting you and the children to breakfast tomorrow. I had very serious thoughts when I received your note of running home, but I expected that very day an American friend, Mr. Stillman, who I thought would miss me more here than you in London, so I stayed. What a dreadful thing it is that people should have to go to America again after coming to Europe. It seems to me an inversion of the order of nature. I think America is a sort of United States of probation, out of which all wise people, being once delivered, and having obtained entrance into this better world, should never be expected to return. Sentence irredeemably ungrammatical, particularly when they have been making themselves cruelly pleasant to friends here. My friend Norton, whom I first met on this very blue lake water, had no business to go back to Boston again, any more than you. So you have been seeing the Pope and all his Easter performances. I congratulate you, for I suppose it is something like positively the last appearance on any stage. What was the use of thinking about him? You should have had your own thoughts about what was to come after him. I don't mean that Roman Catholicism will die out so quickly. It will last pretty nearly as long as Protestantism, which keeps it up. But I wonder what is to come next. That is the main question just now for everybody. W.J. Stillman had been a correspondent about 1851, involved in mystical speculations, partly growing out of the second volume of Modern Painters, as he said of himself in an article on John Ruskin in the Century magazine, January 1888. With him, Ruskin spent July and August of 1860 at Chamonix. He did but little drawing, and in the few sketches that remain of that summer there is evidence that his mind was far away from its old love of mountains and of streamlets. His lonely walks in the pine woods of the Arveiron were given to meditation on a great problem which had been set, as it seemed, for him to solve, ever since he had written that chapter on the nature of Gothic. Now at last, in the solitude of the Alps, he could grapple with the questions he had raised, and the outcome of the struggle was unto this last. The year before, from Thun and Bonneville and Lausanne, August and September 1859, he had written letters to E.S. Dallas, suggested by the strikes in the London building trade. In these he appeared to have sketched the outline of a new conception of social science, which he was now elaborating with more attempt at system and brevity than he had been accustomed to use. These new papers, painfully thought out and carefully set down in his room at the Hôtel de l'Union, he used, as long before he read his daily chapter to the breakfast party at Herne Hill, to read to Stillman, and he sent them to the Cornhill magazine, started the year before by Smith and Elder. Ruskin had already contributed to a paper on Sir Joshua and Holbein, a stray chapter from Volume 5, Modern Painters. His reputation as a writer and philanthropist, together with the friendliness of editor and publisher, secured the insertion of the first 3, from August to October. The editor then wrote to say that they were so unanimously condemned and disliked that, with all apologies, he could only admit one more. The series was brought hastily to a conclusion in November, and the author, beaten back as he had never been beaten before, dropped the subject and sulked, so he called it all the winter. It is pleasant to notice that neither Thackeray, the editor, nor Smith, the publisher, quarrelled with the author who had lain them open to the censure of their public, nor he with them. On December the 21st he wrote to Thackeray, in answer, apparently, to a letter about lecturing for a charitable purpose, and continued, "The mode in which you direct your charity puts me in mind of a matter that has lain long on my mind, though I never have had the time or face to talk to you of it. In somebody's drawing room, ages ago, you were speaking accidentally of M. de Marvais. I expressed my great obligation to him, on which you said that I could prove my gratitude, if I chose, to his widow, which choice I then not accepting, have ever since remembered the circumstance as one peculiarly likely to add, so far as it went, to the general impression on your mind of the hollowness of people's sayings and hardness of their hearts. The fact is, I give what I give almost in an opposite way to yours. I think there are many people who will relieve hopeless distress for one, who will help at a hopeful pinch. And when I have the choice, I nearly always give where I think the money will be fruitful rather than merely helpful. I would lecture for a school when I would not for a distressed author, and would have helped de Marvais to perfect his invention, but not, unless I had no other object, his widow after he was gone. In a word, I like to prop the falling more than to feed the fallen. The winter passed without any great undertaking. G.F. Watts proposed to add Ruskin's portrait to his gallery of celebrities, but he was in no mood to sit. Rossetti did, however, sketch him this year. In March he presented 83 Turner drawings to Oxford and 25 to Cambridge. The address of thanks with the Great Seal of Oxford University is dated March the 23rd, 1861. The catalogue of the Cambridge collection is dated May the 28th. On April the 2nd he addressed the St. George's Mission Working Men's Institute, and shortly afterwards, though at this time in a much enfeebled state of health, gave a lecture before a most brilliant audience, as the London Review reported, at the Royal Institution, April the 19th, 1861. Carlyle wrote to his brother John, "Friday last I was persuaded, in fact had inwardly compelled myself, as it were, to a lecture of Ruskin's at the Institution, Albemarle Street, lecture on tree leaves as psychological, pictorial, moral, symbolical objects. A crammed house, but tolerable even to me in the gallery. The lecture was thought to break down, and indeed it quite did as a lecture, but only did from embarras de richesse, a rare case. Ruskin did blow asunder, as by gunpowder explosions, his leaf notions, which were manifold, curious, genial, and in fact I do not recollect to have heard in that place any nearest thing I liked so well as this chaotic one. Papers on illuminated manuscripts, read before the Society of Antiquaries on June 6th, and on the preservation of ancient buildings, read to the Ecclesiological Society a fortnight later, show that old interests were not wholly forgotten, even in the stress of new pursuits, by this man of many-sided activity. During May 1861 he paid a visit to the schoolgirls at Winnington. In June and July he took a holiday at Boulogne with the fisherfolk. In August he went to Ireland as guest of the Latouches of Harristown, County Kildare, and in September he returned to the Alps, spending the rest of the year at Bonneville and Lucerne. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 2, MUNERA PULVERIS, 1862. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. After an autumn among the Alps, hearing that the Turner drawings in the National Gallery had been mildewed, he ran home to see about them in January 1862, and was kept until the end of May. He found that his political economy work was not such a total failure as it had seemed. Froude, then editor of Fraser's magazine, thought there was something in it, and would give him another chance. So, by way of a fresh start, he had his 4 Cornhill articles published in book form. and almost simultaneously in June 1862, the first of the new series appeared. The author had then returned to Lucerne with Mr. and Mrs. Burne-Jones, with whom he crossed the St. Gothard to Milan, where he tried to forget the harrowing of hell in a close study of Luini and in copying the St. Catherine now at Oxford. Ruskin has never said so much about Luini as perhaps he intended. A short notice in the Cestus of Argelaia and occasional references scattered up and down his later works hardly give the prominence in his writings that the painter held in his thoughts. It was about this time that he was made an honorary member of the Florentine Academy. He recrossed the Alps and settled to his work on political economy at Mornex, where he spent the winter except for a short run home, which gave him the opportunity of addressing the Working Men's College on November the 29th. His retreat is described in one of his letters home. Mornex, August the 31st, 1862. My dearest mother, this ought to arrive on the evening before your birthday. It is not possible to reach you in the morning, not even by telegraph as I once did from Mont-Cenis, for, may heaven be devoutly thanked therefore, there are yet on Mont Salève neither rails or wires. The place I have got to is at the end of all carriage roads, and I am not yet strong enough to get farther on foot than a 5 or 6 mile circle, within which is assuredly no house to my mind. I cast at first somewhat longing eyes on the true Savoyard chateau, notable for its lovely garden and orchard, and its unspoiled, unrestored, arched gateway between 2 round turrets and a Gothic windowed keep. But on examination of the interior, finding the walls, though 6 feet thick, rent to the foundation, and as cold as rocks, and the floors all sodden through with walnut oil and rotten apple juice, heaps of the farm stores having been left to decay in the ci-devant drawing-room. I gave up all medieval ideas, for which the long-legged black pigs, who lived like gentlemen at ease in the passage, and the bats and spiders who divided between them the corners of the terrace stair, have reason, if they knew it, to be thankful. The worst of it is that I never had the gift, nor have I now the energy to make anything of a place, so that I shall have to put up with almost anything I can find that is healthily habitable in a good situation. Meanwhile, the air here being delicious, and the rooms good enough for use and comfort, I am not troubling myself much, but trying to put myself into better health and humour, in which I have already a little succeeded. After describing the flowers of the Salève, he continues, My father would be quite wild at the view from the garden terrace, but he would be disgusted at the shut-in feeling of the house, which is in fact as much shut in as our old Hun Hill one, only to get the view I have but to go as far down the garden as to our old mulberry tree. By the way, there is a magnificent mulberry tree as big as a common walnut, covered with black and red fruit on the other side of the road. Coutet and Allen are very anxious to do all they can, now that Crawley is away, and I don't think I shall manage very badly, etc. A little later he took in addition a cottage in which the Empress of Russia had once stayed. It commanded a finer view than the larger house, which has since been turned into a hotel, Hôtel et Pension de Glycines. This place was for some time the hermitage in which he wrote his political economy.
of his lonely rambles. He wrote later on, "If I have a definite point to reach and common work to do at it, I take people, anybody, with me. But all my best mental work is necessarily done alone. Whenever I wanted to think, in Savoy, I used to leave II.THE at home. Constantly I have been alone on the Glacier de Bois and far among the loneliest aiguille recesses. I found the path up the Brazon above Bonneville in a lonely walk one Sunday. I saw the grandest view of the Alps of Savoy I ever gained, on the 2nd of January 1862, alone among the snow wreaths on the summit of the Salève. You need not fear for me on Longdale pikes after that." In September, the second article appeared in Fraser. "Only a genius like Mr. Ruskin could have produced such hopeless rubbish," says a newspaper of the period. Far worse than any newspaper criticism was the condemnation of Denmarkiel. His father, whose eyes had glistened over early poems and prose eloquence, strongly disapproved of this heretical economy. It was a bitter thing that his son should become a prodigal of a hardly earned repetition and be pointed at for a fool. And it was intensely painful for a son who had never given his father a pun that could be avoided, as old Mr. Ruskin had once written, to find his father with one foot in the grave turning against him. In December, the third paper appeared. History repeated itself, and with the fourth paper, the heretic was gagged. A year after, his father died, and these Fraser articles were laid aside until the end of 1871, when they were taken up again and published on New Year's Day 1872 as MUNERA Pulveris. From the outset, however, he was not without supporters. Carlyle wrote on June 30th, 1862, "I have read, a month ago, your first in Fraser, and ever since have had a wish to say to it and you, Oggi macht nova virtute. I approved in every particular, calm, definite, clear, rising into the sphere of Plato are almost the best, which in exchange for the sphere of Macaulay, Mill and Co. is a mighty improvement. Since that, I have seen the little green book too, reprint of your Cornhill operations, about 2/3 of which was read to me, known only from what the contradiction of sinners had told me of it, in every part of which I find a high and noble sort of truth, not one doctrine that I can intrinsically dissent from, or count other than salutary in the extreme and pressingly needed in England above all." Erskine of Linlalen wrote to Carlyle August 7th, 1862, "I am thankful for any unveiling of the so-called science of political economy, according to which avowed selfishness is the rule of the world. It is indeed most important preaching, to preach that there is not one God for religion, and another God for human fellowship, and another God for buying and selling. That pestilent polytheism has been largely and confidently preached in our time, and blessed are those who can detect its mendacities and help to disenchant the brethren of their power." J.A. Froude, then editor of Fraser, and to his dying day Mr. Ruskin's intimate and affectionate friend, wrote to him on October 24th, 1862, "The world talks of the article in its usual way. I was at Carlyle's last night. He said that in writing to your father as to subject he had told him that when Solomon's temple was building,
It was credibly reported that at least 10,000 sparrows sitting on the trees round declared that it was entirely wrong, quite contrary to received opinion, hopelessly condemned by public opinion, etc. Nevertheless, it got finished, and the sparrows flew away and began to chirp in the same note about something else. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Xiaoyan, Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood, Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870, Chapter 3, The Limestone Alps, 1863. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Our hermit among the Alps of Savoy differed in one respect from his predecessors. They, for the most part, saw nothing in the rocks and stones around them except the prison walls of their seclusion. He could not be within constant sight of the mountains without thinking over the wonders of their scenery and structure. And it was well for him that it could be so. The terrible depression of mind which his social and philanthropic work had brought on found a relief in the renewal of his old mountain worship. After sending off the last of his Fraser papers, in which, when the verdict had twice gone against him, he tried to show cause why sentence should not be passed, the strain was at its severest. He felt, as few others not directly interested felt, the sufferings of the outcast in English slums and Savoyard hovels, and heard the cry of the oppressed in Poland and in Italy. And he had been silenced. What could he do but, as he said in the letters to Norton, lay his head to the very ground, and try to forget it all among the stones and the snows? He wandered about geologizing, and spent a while at Tullewa on the lake of Annecy, where the old abbey had been turned into an inn, and one slept in a monk's cell and meditated in the cloister of the monastery. Saint Bernard of Menthon's memory haunting the place, and Saint Germain's cave close by in the rocks above. At the end of May he came back to England, and was invited to lecture again at the Royal Institution. The subject he chose was the stratified Alps of Savoy. At that time many distinguished foreign geologists were working at the Alps, but little of conclusive importance had been published, except in papers embedded in transactions of various societies. Professor Alphonse Fauvre's great work did not appear until 1867, and the Mechanismus der Gebirgsbildung of Professor Heim not until 1878, so that for an English public the subject was a fresh one. To Ruskin it was familiar. He had been elected a Fellow of the Geological Society in 1840, at the age of 21. He had worked through Savoy with his Saussure in hand nearly 30 years before, and, many a time since that, had spent the intervals of literary business in rambling and climbing with the hammer and notebook. In the field he had compared Studer's meagre sections and consulted the available authorities on physical geology, though he had never entered upon the more popular sister science of paleontology. He left the determination of strata to specialists. His interest was fixed on the structure of mountains, the relation of geology to scenery, a question upon which he had some right to be heard, as knowing more about scenery than most geologists and more about geology than most artists. As examples of Savoy mountains, this lecture described in detail the Salève, on which he had been living for 2 winters, and the Brezon, the top of which he had tried to buy from the commune of Bonville, one of his many plans for settling among the Alps. The commune thought he had found a gold mine up there and raised the price out of all reason. Other attempts to make a home in the chateaux or chalets of Savoy were foiled, or abandoned, like his earlier idea to live in Venice. But his scrambles on the Salève led him to hesitate in accepting the explanation given by Alphonse Fauve of the curious northwest face of steeply inclined vertical slabs, which he suspected to be created by cleavage on the analogy of other Jurassic precipices. The Brezon, brisant, breaking wave, he took as type of the billowy form of limestone Alps in general, and his analysis of it was serviceable and substantially correct. This lecture was followed in 1864 by desultory correspondence with Mr. Jukes and others in the Reader, in which he merely restated his conclusions, too slightly to convince. Had he devoted himself to a thorough examination of the subject, but this is in the region of what might have been. He was more seriously engaged in other pursuits, of more immediate importance. 3 days after his lecture, he was being examined before the Royal Academy Commission, and after a short summer visit to various friends in the north of England, he set out again for the Alps, partly to study the geology of Chamonix and North Switzerland, partly to continue his drawings of Swiss towns at Baden and Laufenburg with his pupil John Bunny. But even there the burden of his real mission could not be shaken off, and though again seeking health and a quiet mind, he could not quite keep silence, but wrote letters to English newspapers on the depreciation of gold, repeating his theory of currency, and on the wrongs of Poland and Italy. And he put together more papers, not then published, in continuation of his MUNERA PULVERIS. Since about 1850, Carlyle had been gradually becoming more and more friendly with John Ruskin, and now that this social and economical work had been taken up, he began to have a real esteem for him, though always with a patronizing tone, which the younger man's open and confessed discipleship accepted and encouraged. This letter especially shows both men in an unaccustomed light. Ruskin, hating tobacco, sends his master cigars. Carlyle, hating cant, replies rather in the tone of the temperance advocate, taking a little wine for his stomach's sake. Chelsea, 22nd of February 1865. Dear Ruskin, you have sent me a munificent box of cigars, for which what can I say in answer? It makes me both sad and glad. Ay de mi. We are such stuff, gone with a puff, then think and smoke tobacco. The wife also has had her flowers, and a letter which has charmed the female mind. You forgot only the first chapter of Aglaia. Don't forget, and be a good boy for the future. The geology book wasn't Duke's. I found it again in the magazine, reviewed there. Phillips. Is there such a name? It has again escaped me. I have a notion to come out actually some day soon, and take a serious lecture from you on what you really know, and can give me some intelligible outline of, about the rocks. Bones of our poor old mother, which have always been venerable and strange to me. Next to nothing of rational could I ever learn of the subject. Yours ever, T. Carlyle. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 4, Sesame and Lilies, 1864. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith. Wider aims and weaker health had not put an end to Ruskin's connection with the Working Men's College, though he did not now teach a drawing class regularly. He had, as he said, the satisfaction of knowing that they had very good masters in Messrs. Lewis Dickinson, Jeffrey, and Cave Thomas, and his work was elsewhere. He was to have lectured there on December the 19th, 1863, but he did not reach home until about Christmas, better than he had been, and ready to give the promised address on January 30th, 1864. Beside which, he used to visit the place occasionally of an evening to take note of progress, and some of his pupils were now more directly under his care. It was from one of these visits to the college on February 27th that he returned, past midnight, and found his father waiting up for him to read some letters he had written. Next morning, the old man, close upon 79 years of age, was struck with his last illness, and died on March 3rd. He was buried at Shirley Church, near Eddington in Surrey, not far from Croydon, and the legend on his tomb records, "He was an entirely honest merchant, and his memory is, to all who keep it, dear and helpful. His son, whom he loved to the utmost and taught to speak truth, says this of him." Mr. John James Ruskin, like many other of our successful merchants, had been an open-handed patron of art, and a cheerful giver not only to needy friends and relatives, but also to various charities. For example, as a kind of personal tribute to Osborne Gordon, his son's tutor, he gave £5,000 toward the augmentation of poor Christ Church livings. His son's open-handed way with dependents and servants was learned from the old merchant, who, unlike many hard-working money-makers, was always ready to give, though he could not bear to lose, in spite of which he left a considerable fortune behind him, considerable when it is understood to be the earnings of his single-handed industry and steady sagacity in legitimate business, without indulgence in speculation. He left £120,000 with various other property to his son. To his wife he left his house and £37,000, and a void which it seemed at first nothing could fill. For of later years the son had drifted out of their horizon, with ideas on religion and the ordering of life so very different from theirs, and had been much away from home. He sometimes said, selfishly, but not without the greatest of all excuses, necessity. And so the two old people had been brought closer than ever together, and she had lived entirely for her husband. But, as Browning said, put a stick in anywhere and she will run up it. So the brave old lady did not faint under the blow and fade away, but transferred her affections and interests to her son. Before his father's death, the difference of feeling between them, arising out of the heretical economy, had been healed. Old Mr. Ruskin's will treated his son with all confidence in spite of his unorthodox views and unbusinesslike ways. And for nearly 8 years longer his mother lived on, to see him pass through his probation period into such recognition as an Oxford professorship implied, and to find in her last years his later books becoming more and more what they always ought to have been to her. At the same time, her failing sight and strength needed a constant household companion. Her son, though he did not leave home yet awhile for any long journeys, could not be always with her. Only 6 weeks after the funeral, he was called away for a time to fulfill a lecture engagement at Bradford. Before going, he brought his pretty young Scotch cousin, Miss Joanna Ruskin Agnew, to Denmark for a week's visit. She recommended herself at once to the old lady and to Carlyle, who happened to call by her frank good nature and unquenchable spirits. And her visit lasted 7 years, until she was married to Arthur Seven, son of the Ruskins' old friend Joseph Seven, British consul at Rome. Even then she was not allowed far out of their sight, but settled in the old house at Hernhill. Nor virtually, said Ruskin in the last chapter of Prayer to Rita, have she and I ever parted since. All through that year he remained at home, except for short necessary visits and frequent evenings with Carlyle, and when, in December, he gave those lectures in Manchester which afterwards, as Sesame and Lilies, became his most popular work, we can trace his better health of mind and body in a brighter tone of his thought. We can hear the echo of Carlyle's talk in the heroic, aristocratic, Stoic ideals, and in the insistence on the value of books and free public libraries, Carlyle being the founder of the London Library, and we may suspect that his thoughts on women's influence and education had been not a little directed by those months in the company of the dear old lady and Ditto Young to whom Carlyle used to send his love. In 1864, a new series of papers on art was begun, the only published work upon art of all these 10 years. The papers ran in the Art Journal from January to July 1865, and from January to April 1866, under the title of The Sisters of Argalaia, by which was meant the girdle or restraining law of beauty as personified in the wife of Hephaestus, the Lord of Labour. Their intention was to suggest and to evoke by correspondence some laws for present practice of art in our schools, which may be admitted, if not with absolute, at least with a sufficient consent by leading artists. As a first step, the author asked for the elementary rules of drawing. For his own contribution, he showed the value of the pure line, such as he had used in his own early drawings. Later on, he had adopted a looser and more picturesque style of handling the point, and in the elements of drawing, he had taught his readers to take Rembrandt's etchings as exemplary. But now he felt that this evasive manner, as he called it, had its dangers, and so these papers attempted to supersede the amateurish object lesson of the earlier work by stricter rules for a severer style, prematurely, as it proved, for the chapters came to an end before the promised code was formulated. The same work was taken up again in The Laws of V.THE, but the use of the pure line, which Ruskin's percept failed to enforce, was, in the end, taught to the public by the charming practice of Mr. Walter Crane and Miss Greenaway. A lecture at the Camberwell Workingmen's Institute on Work and Play was given on January the 24th, 1865, which, as it was printed in the Crown of Wild Olive, we will notice further on. Various letters and papers on political and social economy and other subjects hardly call for separate notice, with the exception of one very important address to the Royal Institution of British Architects, given May the 15th, on the study of architecture in our schools. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Xiaoyan Arrowsmith.
Book 3, Chapter 5, Of the Life of John Ruskin by W. G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W. G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870. Chapter 5, Ethics of the Dust, 1865. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Writing to his father from Manchester about the lecture of February the 22nd, 1859, The Unity of Art, Ruskin mentions, among various people of interest whom he was meeting, such as Sir Elkanah Armitage and Mrs. Gaskell, how Miss Bell and 4 young ladies came from Chester to hear me, and I promised to pay them a visit on my way home, to their apparent great contentment. The visit was paid on his way back from Yorkshire. He wrote, Winnington, Northwich, Cheshire, 12th of March, 1859. This is such a nice place that I am going to stay till Monday. An enormous old-fashioned house, full of galleries and up and down stairs, but with magnificently large rooms where wanted. The drawing-room is a huge octagon, I suppose at least 40 feet high, like the tower of a castle, hung halfway up all round with large and beautiful Turner and Raphael engravings, and with a baronial fireplace. And in the evening, brightly lighted, with the groups of girls scattered around it, it is a quite beautiful scene in its way. Their morning chapel, too, is very interesting. Though only a large room, it is nicely fitted with reading desk and seats like a college chapel, and 2 pretty and rich stained glass windows and well-toned organ. They have morning prayers with only one of the lessons, and without the psalms, but singing the Te Deum or the other hymn, and other choral parts. And as out of the 35 or 40 girls, perhaps 25 or 30 have really available voices, well trained and divided, it was infinitely more beautiful than any ordinary church service, like the Trinita di Monte convent service more than anything else, and must be very good for them, quite different in its effect on their minds from our wretched penance of college chapel. The house stands in a superb park, full of old trees and sloping down to the river, with a steep bank of trees on the other side, just the kind of thing Mrs. Sherwood likes to describe. And the girls look all healthy and happy as can be, down to the little 6-year-old ones, who I find know me by the fairy tale as the others do by my large books, so I am quite at home. They have my portrait in the library with 3 others, Maurice, the Bishop of Oxford, and Archdeacon Hare, so that I can't but stay with them over the Sunday. The principles of Winnington were advanced. The theology, Bishop Colenso's daughter was among the pupils. The Bishop of Oxford had introduced Ruskin to managers who were pleased to invite the celebrated art critic to visit whenever he travelled that way, whether to lecture at provincial towns or to see his friends in the north, as he often used. And so between March 1859 and May 1868, after which the school was removed, he was a frequent visitor, and not only he, but other lions whom the ladies entrapped. Mention has been made in print, in The Queen of the Air, Charles Hal, whom Ruskin met there in 1863 and greatly admired. "I like Mr. and Mrs. Hal so very much," he wrote home, "and am entirely glad to know so great a musician and evidently so good and wise a man. He was very happy yesterday evening, and actually sat down and played quadrilles for us to dance to, which is, in its way, something like Titian sketching patterns for ball dresses. But afterwards he played Home Sweet Home with 3 variations, quite the most wonderful thing I have ever heard in music. Though I was close to the piano, the motion of the fingers was entirely invisible, a mere mist of rapidity, the hands moving slowly and softly, and the variation in the ear like a murmur of a light fountain, far away. It was beautiful, too, to see the girls' faces round, the eyes all wet with feeling, and the little coral mouths fixed into little half-open gaps with utter intensity of astonishment. Ruskin could not be idle on his visits, and he was never so happy as when he was teaching somebody. He improved the opportunity by experiments in education permitted there for his sake. Among other things, he devised singing dances for a select dozen of the girls with verses of his own writing. One, a maze to the theme of Twist Ye, Twine Ye, based on the song in Guy Mannering, but going far beyond the original motive in its variations weighted with allegoric thought. Deep as the feeling of this little poem is, there is a nobler chord struck in the Song of Peace, the battle cry of the good time coming. In the faith, who else has found it, that looks forward to no selfish victory of narrow aims, but to the full reconciliation of hostile interests and the blind internecine struggle of this perverse world, in the clearer light of the millennial morning. Ruskin's method of teaching, as illustrated in Ethics of the Dust, has been variously pooh-poohed by his critics. It has seemed to some absurd to mix up theology and crystallography and political economy and mythology and moral philosophy with the chatter of schoolgirls and the romps of the playground. But it should be understood, before reading this book, which is practically the report of these Wilmington talks, that it is printed as an illustration of a method. It showed that play lessons need not want either depth or accuracy, and that the requirement was simply capacity on the part of the teacher. The following letter from Carlyle was written in acknowledgment of an early copy of the book, of which the preface is dated Christmas 1865. Chelsea, 20th of December 1865. The Ethics of the Dust, which I devoured without pause and intend to look at again, is a most shining performance. Not for a long while have I read anything 10th part so radiant with talent, ingenuity, lambent fire, sheet and other lightnings of all commendable kinds. Never was such a lecture on crystallography before, had there been nothing else in it, and there are all manner of things. In power of expression I pronounce it to be supreme. Never did anybody who had such things to explain them better. And the bit of Egyptian mythology, the cunning dreams about Thar, Neith, etc., apart from their elucidative quality, which is exquisite, have in them a poetry that might fill any Tennyson with despair. You are very dramatic too, nothing wanting in the stage directions, in the pretty little indications, a very pretty stage and dramatis personae altogether. Such is my first feeling about your book, dear R. Come soon, and I will tell you all the faults of it, if I gradually discover a great many. In fact, come at any rate. Yours ever, T. Carlyle. The real little housewives, to whom the book was dedicated, were not quite delighted. At least, they said they were not, at the portraits drawn of them, in their pinafores, so to speak, with some little hints at failings and faults which they recognized through the mask of dramatis personae. Miss Kathleen disclaimed the singing of Villikins and his dinar, and so on. It is difficult to please everybody. The public did not care about the book. The publisher hoped Ruskin would write no more dialogues, and so it remained, little noticed, for 12 years. In 1877 it was republished and found to be interesting, and in 1905 the 31,000 authorized English edition had been issued. At that time, however, Sesame and Lilies had run to 160,000 copies. Winnington Hall, the scene of these pastimes, is now, I understand, used by Messrs. Brunner, Mond and Co. as a common room or clubhouse for the staff in their great scientific industry. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W.G. Collingwood. Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860-1870. Chapter 6, The Crown of Wild Olive, 1865-1866. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Mention has been made of an address to working men at the Camberwell Institute, January the 24th, 1865. This lecture was published in 1866, together with 2 others, under the title of The Crown of Wild Olive. That is to say, the reward of human work, a reward which should have been of gold had not Jupiter been so poor, as Aristophanes said. True work, he said, meant the production, taking the word production in a broad sense, of the means of life. Everyone ought to take some share in it, according to his powers, some working with the head, some with the hands, but all acknowledging idleness and slavery to be alike immoral. And as to the remuneration, he said, as he had said before in Unto This Last, justice demands that equal energy expended should bring equal reward. He did not consider it justice to carry out for the equalization of incomes, for some are sure to be more diligent and saving than others. Some work involves a great preliminary expenditure of energy in qualifying the worker, as contrasted with unskilled labour. But he did not allow that the possession of capital entitled a man to unearned increment, and he thought that, in a community where a truly civilized morality was highly developed, the general sense of society would recognize an average standard of work and an average standard of pay for each class. In the 2 lectures he spoke of the 2 great forms of play, the great games of money-making and war. He had been invited to lecture at Bradford in the hope that he would give some useful advice towards the design of a new exchange which was to be built. In curious forgetfulness, it would appear, of his work during the past 10 years and more. Indeed, the picture he drew them of an ideal temple to the goddess of getting on was as daring a sermon as ever prophet preached. But when he came to tell them that the employers of labour might be true captains and kings, the leaders and the helpers of their fellow men, and that the function of commerce was not to prey upon society, but to provide for it, there were many of his hearers whose hearts told them that he was right, and whose lives have shown, in some measure, that he did not speak in vain. Still stranger to hearers who had not noted the conclusion of this third volume of Modern Painters was his view of war, in the address to the Royal Military Academy at Woolwich in December 1865. The common view of war as destroyer of arts and enemy of morality, the easy acceptance of the doctrine that peace is an unqualified blessing, the obvious evils of battle and rapine, and the waste of resources and life throughout so many ages, have blinded less clear-sighted and less widely experienced thinkers to another side of the teaching of history, which Ruskin dwelt upon with unexpected emphasis. But modern war, horrible not from its scale, but from the spirit in which the upper classes set the lower to fight like gladiators in the arena, he denounced, and called upon the women of England, with whom he said the real power of life and death lay, to mend it into some semblance of antique chivalry, or to end it in the name of religion and humanity. In the New Review for March 1892, there appeared a series of letters of John Ruskin to his secretary, which, as the anonymous contributor remarked, illustrate Ruskin the worker as he acts away from the eyes of the world, Ruskin the epistolographer when the eventuality of the printing press is not for the moment before him, Ruskin the good Samaritan, ever gentle and open-handed when true need and a good cause make appeal to his tender heart, Ruskin the employer, considerate, generous, an ideal master. Charles Augustus Howell became known to Ruskin in 1864 or 1865 through the circle of the Pre-Raphaelites, and, as the editor of the Letters puts it, by his talents and assiduity became the true trusted friend and protégé of Ruskin, Rossetti, and others of their acquaintance. It was he who proposed and carried out the exhumation, reluctantly consented to, of Rossetti's manuscript poems from his wife's grave, in October 1869, for which curious service to literature let him have the thanks of posterity. But he was hardly the man to carry out Ruskin's secret charities, and long before he had lost Rossetti's confidence, he had ceased to act as Ruskin's secretary. From these letters, however, several interesting traits and incidents may be gleaned, such as anecdotes about the canary which was anonymously bought at the Crystal Palace Bird Show, February 1866, for the owner's benefit, about the shop boy whom Ruskin was going to train as an artist, and about the kindly proposal to employ the aged and impoverished Cruikshank upon a new book of fairy tales, and the struggle between admiration for the man and admission of his loss of power, ending in the free gift of the £100 promised. In April 1866, after writing the preface to The Crown of Wild Olive, and preparing the book for publication, Ruskin was carried off to the continent for a holiday with Sir Walter and Lady Trevelyan, her niece Miss Constance Hilliard, Mrs. Churchill, and Miss Agnew, Mrs. Seven, for a thorough rest and change after 3 years of unintermitting work in England. They intended to spend a couple of months in Italy. On the day of starting, Ruskin called at Cheyne Walk with the usual bouquet for Mrs. Carlyle to learn that she had just met with her death in trying to save her little dog, the gift of Lady Trevelyan. He rejoined his friends, and they crossed the Channel gaily, in spite of what they thought was rather a cloud over them. At Paris they read the news. Yes, he said, I knew, but there was no reason why I should spoil your pleasure by telling you. On his arrival at Dijon he wrote to Carlyle, who in answer, after giving way to his grief, my life all laid in ruins, and the one light of it as if gone out, continued, come and see me when you get home. Come oftener and see me, and speak more frankly to me, for I am very true to your highest interests and you, while I still remain here. You can do nothing for me in Italy, except come home improved. But before his letter reached Ruskin, he too had been in the presence of death, and had lost one of his most valued friends. Their journey to Italy had been undertaken chiefly for the sake of Lady Trevelyan's health, as the following extracts indicate. Paris, 2nd of May, 1866. Lady Trevelyan is much better today, but it is not safe to move her yet, till tomorrow. So I am going to take the children to look at Chartres Cathedral. We can get 3 hours there, and be back to 7 o'clock dinner. We drove round by Saint-Cloud and Sèvres yesterday, the blossomed trees being glorious by the Seine, the children in high spirits. It reminds me always too much of Turner. Every bend of these rivers is haunted by him. Dijon, Sunday, 6th of May, 1866. Lady Trevelyan is much better, and we hope all to get on to Neufchâtel tomorrow. The weather is quite fine again, though not warm, and yesterday I took the children for a drive up the little valley which we used to drive through on leaving Dijon for Paris. There are wooded hills on each side, and we got into a sweet valley, as full of nightingales as our garden is of thrushes, and with the slope of broken rocky ground above, covered with the lovely blue milkwort and the purple columbines and geranium and wild strawberry flowers. The children were intensely delighted, and I took great care that Constance should not run about so as to heat herself, and we got up a considerable bit of hill quite nicely, and with greatly increased appetite for tea and general mischief. They have such appetites that I generally call them my 2 little pigs. There is a delightful French waiting maid at dinner here, who says they are both charmants, but highly approves of my title for them nevertheless. Neufchâtel, 10th of May, 1866. Lady Trevelyan is still too weak to move. We had, the children and I, a delightful day yesterday at the Pierre-Abot, gathering vetches and lilies of the valley in the woods, and picnic afterwards on the lovely mossy grass, in view of all the Alps, Jungfrau, Eiger, Blumlisalp, Altels, and the rest, with intermediate lake and farmsteads and apple blossom. Very heavenly. Here, within a few days, Lady Trevelyan died. Throughout her illness she had been following the progress of the new notes on wild flowers, afterwards to be Proserpina, with keen interest, and Sir Walter lent the help of botanical science to Ruskin's more poetical and artistic observations. For the sake of this work, and for the children, and with a wise purpose of bearing up under the heavy blow that had fallen, the two friends continued their journey for a while among the mountains. From Thun they went to Interlaken and the Geisbach. Ruskin occupied himself closely in tracing Studer's sections across the great lake furrow of central Switzerland. Something craggy for his mind to break upon, as Byron said when he was in trouble. At the Geisbach there was not only geology and divine scenery, enjoyable in lovely weather, but an interesting figure in the foreground. The widowed daughter of the hotel landlord, beautiful and consumptive, but brave as a Swiss girl should be. They all seemed to have fallen in love with her, so to speak, the young English girls, as much as the impressionable art critic. And the new human interest in her Alpine tragedy relieved, as such interests do, the painfulness of the circumstances through which they had been passing. Her sister Marie was like an Allegra to this Penserosa, bright and brilliant in native genius. She played piano duets with the young ladies, taught Alpine botany to the savants, guided them to the secret dells and unknown points of view, and with a sympathy unexpected in a stranger, beguiled them out of their grief and won their admiration and gratitude. Marie of the Geisbach was often referred to in letters of the time, and for many years after, with warmly affectionate remembrances. A few bits from his letters to his mother, which I have been permitted to copy, will indicate the impressions of this summer's tour. Hotel de Geisbach, 6th of June 1866. My dearest mother, can you at all fancy walking out in the morning in a garden full of lilacs just in rich bloom, and pink hawthorn in masses, and along a little terrace with lovely pinks coming into cluster of colour all over the low wall beside it, and a sloping bank of green sward from it, and below that, the Geisbach. Fancy having a real alpine waterfall in one's garden, 700 feet high. You see, we are just in time for the spring here, and the strawberries are ripening on the rocks. Joan and Constance have been just scrambling about and gathering them for me. Then there's the blue-green lake below, and Interlaken, and the lake of Thun in the distance. I think I never saw anything so beautiful. Joan will write to you about the people, whom she has made great friends with already. 7th of June, 1866. I cannot tell you how much I am struck with the beauty of this fall. It is different from everything I have ever seen in Torrance. There are so many places where one gets near it without being wet, for one thing, for the falls are mostly not vertical so as to fly into mere spray, but over broken rock, which crushes the water into a kind of sugar candy-like foam, white as snow, yet glittering, and composed, not of bubbles, but of broken up water. Then I had forgotten that it plunged straight into the lake. I got down to the lake shore on the other side of it yesterday, and to see it plunge clear into the blue water, with the lovely moss rocks for its flank, and for the lake edge, was an unbelievable kind of thing. It is all as one would fancy cascades in fairyland. I do not often endure with patience any cockneyisms or showings off at these lovely places, but they do one thing here so interesting that I can forgive it. One of the chief cascades, about midway up the hill, falls over a projecting rock, so that one can walk under the torrent as it comes over. It leaps so clear that one is hardly splashed, except at one place. Well, when it gets dark, they burn for 5 minutes one of the strongest steady fireworks of a crimson colour behind the fall. The red light shines right through, turning the whole waterfall into a torrent of fire. 11th of June, 1866. We leave, according to our programme, for Interlaken today, with great regret, for the peace and sweetness of this place are wonderful and the people are good. And though there is much drinking and quarrelling among the younger men, there appears to be neither distressful poverty nor deliberate crime, so that there is more of the sense I need and long for of fellowship with human creatures than in any place I have been at for years. I believe they don't so much as lock the house doors at night, and the faces of the older peasantry are really very beautiful. I have done a good deal of botany, and find that wildflower botany is more or less inexhaustible, but the cultivated flowers are infinite in their caprice. The forget-me-nots and milkworts are singularly beautiful here, but there is quite as much variety in English fields as in these, as long as one does not climb much, and I'm very lazy compared to what I used to be. Lauterbrunnen, 13th of June 1866. We had a lovely evening here yesterday, and the children enjoyed and understood it better than anything they have yet seen among the Alps. Constance was in great glory in a little walk. I took her in the twilight through the upper meadows, the Staubach seen only as a grey veil suspended from its rock, and the great Alps pale above on the dark sky. She condescended, nevertheless, to gather a great bunch of the white catchfly, to make pops with, her friend Marie at the Geisbach having shown her how a startling detonation may be obtained by skilful management out of its globular calyx. This morning is not so promising. One of the provoking ones which will neither let you stay at home with resignation nor go anywhere with pleasure. I'm going to take the children for a little quiet exploration of the Vengern path, to see how they like it, and if the weather betters, we may go on. At all events, I hope to find an alpine rose or two. In June 1866, the professorship of poetry at Oxford was vacant, and Ruskin's friends were anxious to see him take the post. He, however, felt no especial fitness or inclination for it, and did not stand. 3 years later, he was elected to a professorship that at this time had not been founded. After spending June in the Oberland, he went homewards through Bern, Vevey, and Geneva to find his private secretary with a bundle of begging letters, and his friend Carlyle busy with the defence of Governor Eyre. In 1865, an insurrection of Negroes at Morant Bay, Jamaica, had threatened to take the most serious shape when it was stamped out by the high-handed measures of Mr. Eyre. After the first congratulations were over, another side to the question called for a hearing. The Baptist missionaries declared that among the Negroes who were shot and hanged in terrorem were peaceable subjects, respectable members of their own native congregations, for whose character they could vouch. They added that the gravity of the situation had been exaggerated by private enmity and jealousy of their work and creed. A strong committee was formed under liberal auspices, supported by such men as John Stuart Mill and Thomas Hughes, the author of Tom Brown's School Days, men whose motive was above suspicion, to bring Mr. Eyre to account. Carlyle, who admired the strong hand, had no interest in Baptist missionaries, accepted Mr. Eyre as the saviour of society in his West Indian sphere, and there were many, both in Jamaica and at home, who believed that, but for his prompt action, the whole white population would have been massacred with all the horrors of a savage rebellion. Ruskin had been for many years the ally of the Broad Church and Liberal Party, but he was now coming more and more under the personal influence of Carlyle, and when it came to the point of choosing sides, declared himself, in a letter to the Daily Telegraph, December 20th, 1865, a Conservative and a supporter of order, and joined the Air Defence Committee with a subscription of £100. The prominent part he took, for example, in the meeting of September 1866, was no doubt forced upon him by his desire to save Carlyle, whose recent loss and shaken nerves made such business especially trying to him. Letters of this period remain, in which Carlyle begs Ruskin to "be diligent, I bid you," and so on, adding, "I must absolutely shut up in that direction to save my sanity." And so it fell to the younger man to work through piles of pamphlets and newspaper correspondence, to interview politicians and men of business, and, what was so very foreign to his habits, to take a leading share in a party agitation. But in all this he was true to his Jacobite instincts. He had been brought up a Tory, and though he had drifted into an alliance with the Broad Church and philosophical liberals, he was never one of them. Now that his father was gone, perhaps he felt a sort of duty to own himself his father's son, and the failure of liberal philanthropy to realise his ideals and of liberal philosophy to rise to his economic standards, combined with Carlyle to induce him to label himself conservative. But his conservatism could not be accepted by the party so-called. Fortunately, he did not need or ask their recognition. He took no interest in party politics, and never in his life voted in a parliamentary election. He only meant to state in the shortest terms that he stood for loyalty and order. End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. Book 3, Chapter 7, of the Life of John Ruskin by W. G. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of John Ruskin by W. G. Collingwood, Book 3, Hermit and Heretic, 1860 to 1870, Chapter 7, Time and Tide, 1867. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith. The series of letters published as Time and Tide by Weir and Tyne were addressed to Thomas Dixon, a working cork cutter of Sunderland, whose portrait by Professor Legros is familiar to visitors at the South Kensington Museum. He was one of those thoughtful, self-educated working men in whom, as a class, Ruskin had been taking a deep interest for the past 12 years, an interest which had purchased him a practical insight into their various capacities and aims, and the right to speak without fear or favour. At this time there was an agitation for parliamentary reform, and the better representation of the working classes, and it was on this topic that the letters were begun, though the writer went on to criticise the various social ideals then popular and to propose his own. He had already done something of the sort in Unto This Last, but Time and Tide is much more complete, and the result of 7 years' further thought and experience. His Fors Clavigera is a continuation of these letters, but written at a time when other work and ill health broke in upon his strength. Time and Tide is not only the statement of his social scheme as he saw it in his central period, but written as these letters were, at a stroke, so to speak, condensed in exposition and simple in language, they deserve the most careful reading by the student of Ruskin. Before this work was ended, Carlyle had come back from Menton to Chelsea, and was begging his friend, in the warmest terms, to come and see him. Shortly afterward, a passage which Ruskin would not retract gave offence to Carlyle. But the difference was healed, and later years reveal the sage of Chelsea as kindly and affectionate as ever. This friendship between the two greatest writers of their age, between two men of vigorous individuality, outspoken opinions, and widely different tastes and sympathies, is a fine episode in the history of both. In May, Ruskin was invited to Cambridge to receive the honorary degree of Doctor of Laws, and to deliver the Reed Lecture. The Cambridge Chronicle of May 24th, 1867 says, "The body of the Senate House was quite filled with masters of art and ladies, principally the latter, whilst there was a large attendance of undergraduates in the galleries, who gave the lecturer a most enthusiastic reception." A brief report of the lecture was printed in the newspaper, but it was not otherwise published, and the manuscript seems to have been mislaid for 30 years. I take the liberty of copying the opening sentences as a specimen of that academical oratory which Mr. Ruskin then adopted and used habitually in his earlier lectures at Oxford. The title of the discourse was "The Relation of National Ethics to National Arts." In entering on the duty today entrusted to me, I should hold it little respectful to my audience if I disturbed them by expression of the diffidence which they know that I must feel in first speaking in this Senate House, diffidence which might well have prevented me from accepting such duty, but ought not to interfere with my endeavour simply to fulfil it. Nevertheless, lest the direction which I have been led to give to my discourse, and the narrow limits within which I am compelled to confine the treatment of its subject, may seem in any wise inconsistent with the purpose of the founder of the lecture, or with the expectations of those by whose authority I am appointed to deliver it, let me at once say that I obey their command, not thinking myself able to teach any dogma in the philosophy of the arts, which could be of any new interest to the members of the university, but only that I might obtain the sanction of their audience for the enforcement upon other minds of the truth, which, after 30 years spent in the study of art, not dishonestly, however feebly, is manifest to me as the clearest of all that I have learned, and urged upon me as the most vital of all I have to declare. He then distinguished between true and false art, the true depending upon sincerity, whether in literature, music, or the formative arts. He reinforced his old doctrine of the dignity of true imagination as an attribute of healthy and earnest minds, and energetically attacked the commercial art world of the day, and the notion that drawing schools were to be supported for the sake of the gain they would bring to our manufacturers. In this lecture we see the germ of the ideas, as well as the beginning of the style, of the Oxford inaugural course and the Eagle's Nest, something quite different in type from the style and teaching of the addresses to working men or to mixed popular audiences at Edinburgh or Manchester, or even at the Royal Institution. At this latter place, on June 4th, Sir Henry Holland in the chair, he lectured on Present State of Modern Art, with reference to advisable arrangement of the National Gallery, repeating much of what he had said in Time and Tide about the taste for the horrible and absence of true feeling for pure and dignified art in the theatrical shows of the day, and in the admiration for Gustave Doré, then a new fashion. Mr. Ruskin could never endure that the man who had illustrated Balzac's Contes Drolatiques could be chosen by the religious public of England as the exponent of their sacred ideals. In July, after a short visit to Huntley Burn near Abbotsford, he went to Keswick for a few weeks, from whence he wrote the rhymed letters to his cousin at home, quoted with the date wrongly given as 1857 in Praeterita, to illustrate his heraldic character of little pigs and to shock exoteric admirers. Like, for example, Rossetti and Carlyle, Ruskin was fond of playful nicknames and grotesque terms of endearment. He never stood upon his dignity with intimates, and was ready to allow the liberties he took, much to the surprise of strangers. He reached Keswick by July 4th, and spent his time chiefly in walks upon the hills, staying at the Derwent Water Hotel. He wrote, Keswick, 19th of July, 67, afternoon, 3:30. My dearest mother, as this is the last post before Sunday, I send one more line to say I've had a delightful forenoon's walk since 10:30 by St. John's Vale, and had pleasant thoughts, and found one of the most varied beautiful torrent beds I ever saw in my life, and I feel that I gain strength, slowly but certainly every day. The great good of the place is that I can be content without going on great excursions which fatigue and do me harm, or else worry me with problems. I am content here with the roadside hedges and streams, and this contentment is the great thing for health. And there is hardly anything to annoy me of absurd or calamitous human doing, but still this ancient cottage life, very rude and miserable enough in its torpor, but clean and calm, not a vile cholera, plague of bestirred pollution like back streets in London. There is also much more real and deep beauty than I expected to find in some of the minor pieces of scenery and in the cloud effects. July 16th. I have the secret of extracting sadness from all things, instead of joy, which is no enviable talisman. Forgive me if I ever write in a way that may pain you. It is best that you should know. When I write cheerfully, it is no pretended cheerfulness, so when I am sad, I think it right to confess it. 30th of July. Downes arrived yesterday quite comfortably and in fine weather. It is not bad this morning, and I hope to take him for a walk up Saddleback, which, after all, is the finest, to my mind, of all the Cumberland hills, though that is not saying much, for they are much lower in effect, in proportion to their real height, than I had expected. The beauty of the country is in its quiet roadside bits, the rusticity of cottage life and shepherd labour. Its mountains are sorrowfully melted away from my old dreams of them. Next day he went straight up the steep front of Saddleback by the central ridge to the summit. It is the finest thing I have yet seen, there being several bits of real crag-work and a fine view at the top over the great plains of Penrith on one side and the Cumberland hills as a chain on the other. Fine fresh wind blowing and plenty of crows. Do you remember poor Papa's favourite story about the Quaker whom the crows ate on Saddleback? There were some of the biggest and hoarsest voiced ones about the cliff that I ever had sympathetic croaks from, and one on top or near it so big that Downes and Crawley, having Austrian tendencies in politics, took it for a black eagle. Downes went up capitally, though I couldn't get him down again because he would stop to gather ferns. However, we did it all and came down to Threlkeld, of the bridle of Tremaine. The king his way pursued by lonely Trelkeld's waste and wood, in good time for me to dress, and for a wonder go out to dinner with Ackland's friends, the butlers. As an episode in this visit to Keswick, 10 days were given to the neighbourhood of Ambleside to show Downes Windermere. Waterhead, Windermere. 10th of August, 1867, evening. I was at Coniston today. Our old Waterhead Inn, where I was so happy playing in the boats, exists no more. Its place is grown over with smooth park grass, the very sight of it forgotten, and, a quarter of a mile down the lake, a vast hotel built in the railroad station style, making up, I suppose, its 50 or 80 beds, with coffee room, smoking room, and every pestilent and devilish Yankeeism that money can buy or speculation plan. The depression, whatever its cause, does not affect my strength. I walked up a long hill on the road to Coniston today, gathering wild raspberries. Then from this new inn, 2 miles to the foot of Coniston Old Man, up it, down again, necessarily, and back to dinner, without so much as warning myself. Not that there was much danger of doing that at the top, for a keen west wind was blowing drifts of cloud by at a great pace, and one was glad of the shelter of the pile of stones, the largest and oldest I ever saw on a mountain top. I suppose the whole mountain is named from it. It is the shape of a beehive, strongly built, about 15 feet high, so that I made Downes follow me up it before I would allow that he had been at the top of the Old Man, and covered with lichen and short moss. Lancaster Sands and the Irish Sea were very beautiful, and so also the 2 lakes of Coniston and Windermere, lying in the vastest space of sweet cultivated country I have ever looked over, a great part of the view from the Rigi being merely over black pine forest, even on the plains. Well, after dinner the evening was very beautiful, and I walked up the long hill on the road back from Coniston, and kept ahead of the carriage for 2 miles. I was sadly vexed when I had to get in, and now I don't feel as if I had been walking at all, and shall probably lie awake for an hour or 2, and feeling as if I had not had exercise enough to send me to sleep. Langdale, 13th of August, evening. It is perfectly calm tonight, not painfully hot, and the full moon shining over the mountains opposite my window, which are the scene of Wordsworth's excursion. It was terribly hot in the earlier day, and I did not leave the house till 5 o'clock. Then I went out, and in the heart of Langdale Pikes found the loveliest rock scenery, chased with silver waterfalls, that I ever set foot or heart upon. The Swiss torrent beds are always more or less savage, and ruinous with a terrible sense of overpowering strength and danger, lulled. But here the sweet heather and ferns and star mosses nestled in close to the dashing of the narrow streams, while every cranny of crag held its own little placid lake of amber, trembling with falling drops, but quietly trembling, not troubled into ridgy wave or foam. The rocks themselves, ideal rock, as hard as iron, no, not quite that, but so hard that after breaking some of it, breaking solid white quartz seemed like smashing brittle loaf sugar, in comparison, and cloven into the most noble masses, not grotesque, but majestic and full of harmony with the larger mountain mass of which they formed a part. Fancy what a place for a hot afternoon after 5, with no wind and absolute solitude, no creature except a lamb or two to mix any ruder sound or voice with the plash of the innumerable streamlets. It was during this tour that he looked at a site on the hill above Bowness on Windermere, where Mr. T. Richmond, the owner, proposed building him a house. He liked the view, but found it too near the railway station. After spending September with his mother at Norwood under the care of Dr. Powell, he was able to return home, prepare Time and Tide for publication, and write the preface on December the 14th. On the 19th the book was out, and immediately bought up. A month later, the second edition was issued. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Graham Arrowsmith.